It is 9 a.m. I will call the meeting to order. I'll ask the clerk for the roll call.
Mayor Sue Patterson,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Warren Dickert,
Present.
Councillor Harold Fleet,
Present.
Councillor Dave Hawking,
Present.
Councillor Carol Hudson,
Present.
Councillor Brandon Cable,
Present.
Councillor Susan Sacco.
Present. Thank you. All members are present and accounted for. I'll begin with the land acknowledgement. As we work toward reconciliation with Indigenous people, we begin our meeting today by respectfully acknowledging that we are situated on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Nation, the people of three fires known as Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations. And further give thanks to the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, now known as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, as the traditional keepers of this land. Moving on with the agenda, we do not have any additions or deletions. Sorry. At this point, I'll ask if there's anyone with a disclosure of pecuniary interest or a conflict of interest. I see Deputy Mayor Dickert, you have your hand up.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Worship. I declare a pecuniary interest in item 7.1, section 8, as I have a family member employed by Hanover Police Services. I would further ask that any police budget items be voted on separately from other town budget items, and also note that this interest does not apply to the police building, just to the police budget.
Thank you. And of course, if anyone else has a disclosure that they want to share, they can do it at any time during the meeting. And I missed my welcome. So welcome to our Finance Committee meeting for Monday, November 25th, 2024. So good morning, council, staff, guests, the viewing public, and the media. So now I'll continue on. We do not have any additions or deletions, so we'll move into business arising from the minutes. And we have a staffing complement summary report. And Sherry, you're going to speak to that.
And thank you, Your Worship. So Council, you recall at your last Finance Committee meeting, this was requested that we provide a summary of proposed staffing changes for 2025. And that's the information included in the agenda for today. But I would like to speak to it verbally to provide some further context. I would describe our current staff complement as a lean and mighty group. We provide a full range of quality municipal services with a dedicated team of staff who are skilled and knowledgeable. Our staff are our greatest resource and are essential to moving our strategic priorities forward, completing capital projects, providing exceptional customer service, and completing our ongoing annual day-to-day operations across all departments. It was during the September 3rd Council Organizational Review Input Session that was noted that there was a perception with some of our residents that the town was overstaffed. While I can't change people's opinions, I'd like to share some staff-specific facts that will provide further insight to our residents prior to them forming an opinion and/or revising their current stance. The town of Hanover currently has 38 full-time staff, that's union and non-union complement, 80 to 95 part-time staff, 5 seasonal staff, and we have a few contract staff in our work complement. Please note that this does not include on-call firefighters or our board-operated services, including fire or library staff. The proposed revisions to the 2025 staff complement are supported as follows. Our strategic plan alignment. Our council-approved strategic priority, open and responsible government, includes the following goal. Deliver services in a friendly, efficient, and effective manner while providing an exceptional working environment for our employees. Action recommendations within this goal include continuously improve ability to provide essential services and meet community needs. Providing a positive work environment while recognizing excellence among our employees. Workload. Management and supervisory staff consistently work hours that they are not compensated for. Demonstrated staff commitment to the role is evident and respected. Staff do not complain about the additional hours required. However, work-life balance has been identified as a concern. In the past 2 years, total annual hours that were worked with no compensation is as follows. And to provide perspective, the amount if the town were to compensate for these unemployed hours at straight time. In 2022, 924 hours would have equated to $64,000 in wages. In 2023, 1,218.5 hours would have equated to $86,800 in wages. And in 2024 to October 31st, 2024, 426 hours or $39,600 in wages. Again, this is paid at straight time. If this were truly to be paid at 1.5 times as it is overtime, it would be significantly higher. Budget implications would also be higher if we had to have a replacement person had been hired to support these extra hours. Retention. As noted, our employees are skilled and knowledgeable. They are a valued asset to be maintained. There's potential risk of losing staff to burnout due to required additional hours to maintain work priorities and operations. We also need to be mindful of changing philosophies and priorities in the workforce, including but not limited to high priority on work-life balance, want reasonable pace while at work, less willing to work excessive additional hours, and more willing to change jobs. Newer staff will inherently take more time to accomplish the same tasks as outgoing senior staff due to learning curve and inexperience. The proposed 2025 budget includes 3 revised positions. You will see that with the business plans that are before you and will be addressed by the staff in those respective departments as we get to those sections. In fire, it is proposed that the current full-time amended position for deputy chief that is currently an acting role being undertaken by our fire prevention officer and training coordinator. Training assistant, that this be a new full-time complement role. It's currently a temporary contract position. Parks, Recreation and Culture, a facility operator, be amended position from current part-time to move to full-time position. Again, these are just the department positions. It does not include library and police. They'll be speaking to their respective positions accordingly. Business cases have been developed and reflect required information as per our personnel policy. With respect to the current organizational review, the proposed positions reflect organizational review discussions to date. Council can expect that final report will be to you, hopefully next Monday is our plan, if all goes well in the next couple of days. The proposed 2025 revisions support Council's strategic priority commitment to provide an exceptional working environment for staff and recognize excellence among employees. In addition, staff have been respectful of our budget realities and have diligently minimized the impact. And in some cases, there are no financial impact, yet significant service level improvements. Thank you for the opportunity to share that information with you and our listening public.
Thanks, Sherry. Are there any comments or questions with that report? Seeing none? Okay, we'll move on. Budget assumptions. Chris.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council may remember if you go to page 7 of your electronic package, we showed you on the left side what we had done as an assumption back in the end of October in our last finance meeting. And on the right side is showing you what exactly is showing up in our actual 2025 proposed budget. So you can see that we had originally said the new levy would be about a 13.58%. With those assumptions, it's actually at 12.8. And then with all the department heads going through their budgets with a fine-tooth comb, finding additional revenues as well, we were able to drop that down to 10.64. So there was a savings of about 196,500 over the original assumption there. Just wanted to bring that to your attention so that you were aware, because you were aware of all the assumptions that we had taken into account prior to that.
Thanks, Chris. Again, I'll ask if there's any questions or comments with the assumptions. All right, we'll move on. So now we have the adoption of the previous minutes from the Finance Committee meeting from October 28th, and I'll ask for a mover and seconder for those minutes. Councillor Fleet and Councillor Hawking. Any questions with those minutes? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. So now we're on to item 7, the staff reports, which is the draft 2025 budget, the first draft. So Chris, you're going to start with the overview.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, so if you're on the electronic package, we'll be on page 15. If you have your binder, it will be section 1 of your binder. So basically, the quick overview is there's many assumptions here on assessment, levy, town tax rate, et cetera. Let's be clear what a levy is. It's actually our budget that we need to get from taxes. So that's our expenses, less any revenues, grants, any reserve funds that we're using. The balance is the amount that we require from taxes. So that's considered the levy. The assessment is provided to us for all properties by municipal property assessment. All the values for the property are as of January 1st, 2026. Town tax rate is basically taking your levy that you require from taxes divided by your assessment to come up with the town tax rate. So then the town tax rate is combined with the county tax rate as well as the education tax rate. The town council has no control over the levy for the county and or the amount that has to be collected for the school board. So our municipal revenue, we get basically from taxes. We have an unconditional grant such as the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, or OMP as we like to call it. And then we also have the Canada Community Building Fund, the CCBF, used to be called the AMO gas tax. We have conditional grants that we apply for federal and provincial. We have the OLG money where we know we've taken a lot of that money and put it towards capital, a portion of that to your TCA reserve fund, as well as an amount towards your operations that we were using this year. We also get payment in lieu of taxes, basically properties that are owned by the Crown or other areas, and we get taxes the same way, but they call them payment in lieu. It's calculated the exact same as a tax. We have user fees and charges for services such as swimming lessons, programs, different areas that you have to pay for those areas. We also get fines and penalties for those who don't pay their taxes or water bills on time. Keep in mind that when we have taxes due, we still have to pay the school boards and we still have to pay the county whether we get the money or not. So now we're borrowing from ourselves or another area, which is why we have penalties. We have investment income and we also have our reserves and reserve funds. So the amount of property taxes that needs to be collected each year is the difference between, as I've mentioned, total expenses and any other revenue sources. In 2024, the town of Hanover required $9.1 million from the property tax levy to provide these services. Most of our municipal expenditures are wages and benefits, principal and interest payments on loans, any supplies, materials, equipment, external transfers, internal transfers, transfer to reserves and reserve funds, as well as insurance, rent, and other financial expenditures. We have several functions. There's general government, which includes council, administration, corporate services, finance, civic facilities, protective service, which is our fire, police, emergency plan, building, bylaw and animal control, Saugeen Valley, et cetera. All this stuff is here. I don't really want to go through, but it's just these are the functions that the government wants us to report on, and that's what we call our financial information report. And every year we have to send that information in based on these different functions. So the proposed levy for the town of Hanover in 2025 is approximately $10,070,800. If you go to page 17, you will see, that's page 17 of your electronic copy. You will see the different functions in there, and we have expenditures of almost 22.9 million, and we have revenue coming in of 12.8 million, which means the difference is the amount that we need to collect from the taxes. So this is the levy that we need to collect. There's charts there to show you where the expenditures and revenues are, just for aesthetics to look at. The budget summary of the next 3 pages, and it's by function. Within each function is a department, and each of those departments are covered with an amount that's required for revenue and expenditures, and the net amount. For the next 3 pages, it goes down. You will again see the 22.9 million expenditures less the 12.8 revenue comes up with our 10 million that we require from the levy. The next one is the net budget to show you the difference between the levy we collected in 2024 and the levy proposed in 2025, which is a difference of $968,400. It says 11%. Again, that rounds to the nearest percentage. It's actually 10.64. And then again, a chart to show you where all of that money is required from. And then the next 3 pages are showing you the approved budget for 2024 versus the 25 proposed and what the net difference is for each function and each department within that function. So at this point, I guess I should ask if there's any questions, but again, all of this will be in more detail with each individual department providing their information. And then on page 25 of the electronic copy is your user fees. This is the water and sewer. So basically, you're bringing in all the revenues you require from water sewer rates. This is not tax related whatsoever, and the expenditures are identical. So you're either bringing in the revenues from the water sewer rates, or you're taking it from the reserve funds for water sewer as well as the reserves. The next sections 4 to 17 are the actual individual departments, which we will go through. And then section 18 to 20 is the capital summary, individual sheets, and 5-year forecast. This finance committee has had the opportunity to see a lot of the capital in the past 2 months that we've brought forward at each meeting. So we'll be able to look at that and see if there's been any major changes based on what you had requested us to provide. On the next page is a table that will provide council the exact overview to show you the net cost for each services. So what you will see there is that the overall increase in taxes is currently at 10.64%, of which 5.76% of that amount is an increase from the outside boards that council may sit on, but does not have direct action over. So you're talking the police board, the library board, Saugeen Municipal Airport, Saugeen Mobility and Regional Transit, or SMART, and Saugeen Valley Conservation. So of that 10.64%, 5.76% is from those 5 boards. The remaining 4.88% is for the town departments. But of that 4.88%, 4.24% or 385,500 of that 444,500 increase is accountable to 3 initiatives that council directed staff to include, which includes the remaining 50% for the fire hall loan. You will remember in 2024 was the first year we added that amount. This is the second half of it. We are also doing the first phase of the police services building, and then the splash pad operations, which is new. It's another directive, which leaves 0.64% of the total increase on the remaining town departments for operations and capital. So if you look, page 26 is a snapshot of exactly where we are at. 2024 is the amount that was required from taxes for all of these individual functions and individual departments.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? Can we make sure we're all,
Yeah, I think we should make sure we're all on the same page here in your electronic, in your binder, because this is a really important page, if I may just interject. Chris is doing a really bang up job here of describing it, and she's done a lot of work here. So you should be on page 26, correct, Chris, of your electronic
Of your
package?
electronic copy.
I unfortunately don't know what your binder number should be.
It'll be on section 1.
Okay,
The second last page.
okay,
Or
good.
the last
Yeah,
page.
good.
Just
So
before six.
this is the page you should be on. And maybe when Chris is done here, Tanya, we would ask that you put up on the screen page 193, which provides a really good summary of this information. So Chris, sorry to interrupt, but just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page. And just again, for management team, because we have a lot of pages today, just make sure you're providing references to council for page or electronic page or a page in their binder accordingly. Thank you.
so council, you got, that's page 14 Okay.
In the binder.
in the binder. Yes.
Yes, just to verify, the binder is basically your budget only of this whole agenda that we're doing here, okay? The electronic was a combination of everything together. So this cost for services, it's basically telling you the net amount. So basically, every department gets revenues that come in from any sources, as we have mentioned before. And then the expenses. So these are the net amounts that are required from the actual tax dollars. So you'll see in 2024, 9.1 million was required. In 2025, it is proposed $10,070,800 or $968,400 amount. So if you look in the column that says 2025 budgeted, you will see that from taxes, protection is requiring almost $5.7 million. Transportation is requiring 2.3 million overall. Health services, 419,000. Recreation culture, which includes library, 3.3 million. Of that, library is 689,000. These are the net amounts from the taxes that equal that $10 million. So you'll see that it's almost a 50-50 split, 50% for outside boards, organizations, 50% for the town, for the true 2025 amount. But the increase is totally different. It's a lot higher. 54% of the increase is for outside boards, and 46% is for the town council directly. And again, I've said that 10.64% of that is the actual overall increase. 5.76 is outside boards. 4.88 is the town directly. So you should see everything right on this one screen. It tells you everything in a nutshell where all the taxes are coming from. If anyone has any questions, I can answer those at this time.
May I just interrupt?
Yes.
So again, this is the page 193 that I believe is 193 in your electronic binder, or sorry, electronic package. But this is the summary of exactly what Chris said for our budget overall. So currently we are at 10.64% proposed. And the breakdown of that is our boards, meaning police, library, Saugeen Municipal Airport, SMART, and Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority represent 5.76% of that overall total. And your town departments, both operations and capital, represent 4.88%. Now, going even further with that town breakdown, you can see that council directives, meaning fire hall, police station, and splash pad, represent 4.24% of that 4.88%. And all town departments that we'll be presenting today, net operations and capital, a 0.64% increase is proposed to give you that 4.88%. So we're really pleased to bring you this starting point today, and we look forward to the conversations that will transpire throughout the day.
And so far, I don't see any hands raised. So Chris, continue, please.
Okay, we'll go on section 2 of your binder, which is page 27 electronically. This just gives you a summary of the assessment that we have available. Again, as I mentioned earlier, Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, or MPAC as we call it, is the one who provides our assessment. This is a draft proposal of the assessment right now as of November, at the beginning of November. This is what they told us. It could go up or down just slightly, but it won't be a major difference. So you can see that we have a total of $824,006,700 worth of assessment available to us. And if you go on page 28, you'll see that it's only gone up 0.66%. So there hasn't been a lot of growth right now. Even though we're getting a lot of growth starting to happen in some of these subdivisions, that assessment has not been on our radar at this moment. So the assessment growth is almost 5.4 million or 0.66, which results in additional revenue of $1,057, which is not a lot. That's based on our 2024 rates. And it has a lot to do because we have tax ratios. Again, tax ratios are determined by the County of Bray, not the Town of Hanover. So they tell us what the ratios are going to be. The multi-residential has a phase-in. This is the old multi-residential. They used to be at 1.44 last year. It went down to 1.33. Now it's going down to 1.22. Then it'll go down again so that it's a phase-in, because any new multi-residential is now charged the same as a house at 1% or 100% as we call it. So for every dollar you paid for residential, you're paying a little bit more for multi-res. You were paying $1.44. Now you're going to be paying $1.22 until it eventually gets down there. But because of that multi-residential rate, we could have had about $62,000 more in revenue. But because of that rate adjustment, we're only seeing $1,000 on this assessment growth. So it's really not a lot of growth at this time. As I've said in the past, everybody says, why aren't we doing assessment renewal? It doesn't really matter. You need more assessment, not to take the existing assessment and divvy it up differently. You need more assessment. You need growth to make more taxes. So I've given you a chart there that shows you how the 1,057 has
Excuse
Has
me,
shown up.
Chris, Councillor Hawking.
I'd just like to share this with my council colleagues. I attended a workshop last week with Her Worship and Sherry and Susan. And one of the things that struck me, they said for a really healthy community, the community should be searching for commercial / industrial of 25 to 35% of your tax levy. So you can see from our chart here that we really are lacking in that area, and that we should be really focusing on increasing our commercial / industrial sectors in our community to help offset the costs that the residential has to pick up. I just wanted to make that point because it's a really valid point. Thank you.
Very good. Chris?
To reiterate with what Councillor Hawking had said, we're about 19% with our commercial industrial. And most of the rest is all on residential multi-res.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Dickert?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chris. Just trying to wrap my head around the $5 million increase in assessment only generating $1,000 in annual taxes. And I realize that's only 0.66% of the overall assessment, but it just, to me, if we had $5 million, if we had 5 homes worth $1 million, wouldn't it generate more than $1,000 in tax revenue for the town?
No, the tax rate is a decimal 8 points to get to that point. It's very, very low. You need a lot of assessment to bring
Okay.
up a lot of money. And, sorry. Okay. So with that 1,057 additional money, we could have a levy of 9,103,457.
Councillor Cable? Sorry, Chris.
Thank you, Worship. Chris, I'm just wondering, is this $1,000 a net total? Like, I'm thinking we do have some properties that would have been 1.22, now they're 1.10. Like, is this, we're seeing that the overall taxes paid by multi-residential has decreased, right? And that's being accounted for in this total of $1,000?
Correct. If we did not have a change in the tax ratio whatsoever, that additional 5 million would bring in about $64,000. But because of that change in the tax ratio, because residential is more like 70% of the total assessment, they're going to hit the bulk of that change. So there's about a $61,000 difference. Okay. Go on. So the next paragraph shows you the tax ratios for 2025. So this is where the residential, for every dollar the resident pays, multi-res will now be paying $1.11. And that would have been $1.22 last year. Commercial pays $1.29 or $1.30 for every dollar that the residential pays. And industrial pays $1.80 for every dollar that the residential pays. Pipelines only pay 90 cents on the dollar. Farmland pays 21 cents on the dollar. And managed forest pays 25 cents. Again, these ratios are not something that we as a town council can change. These are given to us. So again, factors, you get to do one, which is your levy, which is what we're working on today. The town tax rate impacts. So based on the current levy of $10,070,800, an increase of $968,400 over last year. 1,057 is growth in taxation, and then the rest of 967 is an actual budget requirements. The proposed town residential tax rate is 0.011567773 compared to the 2024 tax rate. So in the first chart, you'll see the basic average household is about 219,000. So you're looking at $244.38 a year increase, or 10.62, which equals $20.37 a month, or 67 cents a day. This is the average of 219. We've also given you the next chart, which shows for every 100,000, because it seems a lot easier to multiply things by 100. Because if yours is 300 or 330, you can make that assumption then. So based on that, you're talking $111.11, or 10.62%. Works out to $926 a month, or 30 cents a day. Keep in mind, if you're a $300,000 assessment, that's 90 cents a day. And then I've given you a chart on the next page, page 30 of your electronic copy, that shows,
Page 18 in the hard copy.
yeah, on the bottom of that, we'll say 18, sorry. Shows you if you wanted a net impact of 5.5% up to 12%, what your levy increase could only be. So we're around the 10.64. So we're between the 10 and 11% right now on that chart. As these reductions make changes to the existing service levels and previous approved directives, council has been provided a listing of items and or services at the end of this meeting in order to review prior to the budget meeting today. So any of these additional levy reductions will be discussed during that time. And a blended tax rate, as I've mentioned before, is a combination of the town tax rate, the county of Bray tax rate, and the education tax rate. As far as assessment goes, keep in mind the town gets the assessment from the town portion, the county gets assessment from all 9 municipalities, and the province gets assessments all across the board. Province always comes in looking like the hero because they never change their tax rate. But as we all know, if the assessment goes up and your tax rate's the same, you know you're going to get more money. But they can come across saying 0% tax rate for the last 3 years. But they get more money out of the deal. That's it for section 2. Any questions?
All right, oh, Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Chris. The blended tax rate, have we any idea of the county and education portions at this time? Have any indications of what they're coming in at?
I'm going to assume the county is going to probably come in at higher than they are currently, is for sure. The school boards, I'm sure the province is going to come across as the hero again and say, no, we'll leave it at $153 for every 100,000, which they've done for the last so many years. So that will help a little, but nothing major. But the county is still working on theirs. We're ahead of our last year projections.
Yes, the county hasn't met yet we're starting budget meetings in December. So. Well, I do want to share that when we talk about the reduction in the ratio, the decrease for multi-residential, that is an incentive for developers to build multi-residential rather than single-family homes, so we can help increase our housing stock.
And just to piggyback on what the mayor has said, any new multi-residential is now getting the rate of 1% tax ratio, the same as residential, whereas the old multi-res is charged the higher rate. So it was like, why should the new one get the reduced rate when the existing one should also get a benefit? So that's why it was a 4-year phase-in for that.
Okay, Chris, so that's you with the overview. So we'll move on to section 8.
Section 3,
Oh, sorry.
I still have
3.
reserve funds, sorry. So council is aware of all the reserves, debt, and the financial position. We've provided this information in the past. This is just a summary. Just to remind you that we have reserves, basically money in our bank. Reserve funds are investments in a separate bank account, not part of our bank account. These are different areas. We have 5 discretionary reserve funds. We have our TCA reserve fund where we put monies away. We have an investing in Hanover fund. We have the water and wastewater reserve funds and a parking cash in lieu. Now, the parking cash in lieu and probably investment in Hanover fund will eventually be replaced by development charges that's coming in the future. The obligatory reserve funds are provincially statutes that we have to follow. And these are the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly the AMO gas tax. They're providing us, as of 2025, about $261,000 for 25 and 26. And then in 27 and 28, it's going up to 271.3. They've only provided us for 5 years. So we have 24 till 28 that we know of. And we had signed a 10-year agreement with them. So the next 5 years after that will come up probably to us in late 2028 when we'll know what those amounts will be. The provincial gas tax is not our money, but because we are the host municipality for collecting the gas tax for SMART, we have to show it on our books. So any money that comes in there, it just shows up and then we have to give it back. So it's not really our money. We're just kind of a flow through for them. And then, as we mentioned, the future development charges, we're working on that in the near future. So in this budget for 2025, there is financing of almost $7 million from reserves and reserve funds for operations and capital expenditures, which is going to decrease our reserve and reserve funds at the end of the year. So we're actually going to see an overall decrease of almost $4.4 million. So we're using almost 7, but we're putting monies back in about $2.6 million back in. And most of that is water, sewer, gas tax, and the CCBF funds. So we're taking a big hit this year, by using a lot of the reserves. But keep in mind, a lot of it is the water and wastewater that's being used. And these are from our reserves and reserve funds that we collect from water and sewer fees. So not tax related. There's some charts on there to kind of give you an idea where we're starting from so that you can see that on the reserve side, we're putting in about $518,000, but most of it's going back into the reserves funds. And most of that again is water, wastewater, and our TCA reserve fund that we're putting in. So there's some detailed information of exactly where all these reserves or reserve funds are going for. So we have that for information. So unless you have specific questions, it was just provided to you as information, just so you had an idea how much is being used in this budget towards all that. And then our debt management information provided you on page 28 of your budget binder. Or in this case, it would be page, I'll just go in here. 40. It shows you that as of December 31st, the town will have tax supported debt outstanding of approximately $5.7 million. Most of that will be for the new loan that we're going to be having in 2025 for the fire hall from FCM and our internal debt. And then on the next page, page 41 of your electronic, page 29 in your binder, I'm showing you the internal external borrowing. You will remember at our last meeting in October of the Finance Committee, this was provided to you. So this is the summary brought forward as well. So in 2025, we will be paying $761,000 of our $10 million levy towards loans and interest. Okay. And then the next page showing you the annual repayment limit. As we do our financial information report, we provide all the information to the government. Then they tell us what we as a municipality should be able to borrow on a yearly basis. So I told you we're repaying $761,000. The government is telling us that we can repay $4.2 million. Nobody wants to be at that point because that's a lot of borrowing. So we are well within our limit for our borrowing capacity. And that's it for sections 1 to 3. Any questions?
Okay, I don't see any. So we'll move on to section 8, which is the police, and we're on page 61 in the binder. I don't know what page on electronic. Just
Morning, Your Worship and Council. I will say that Chris Walker
We just-
knows her numbers. Oh, sorry.
Can we just wait till we get to the right pages? We do have, just because does anybody have the electronic page? Sorry, thank you,
Page
Tanya.
73,
Page
section
73
8.
on the electronics. So page 73 electronic, page 61 in your binders, okay? Tab 8,
Tab
yes,
8.
that's better and easier.
all right, chief.
Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. And I actually just mentioned, I will say that Chris Walker knows her numbers. So I've been working with her on budget for the last 10 years and she can run a calculator like no one else. So I want to start by making a statement. I want to say that we have a safe community. Our community is safe. Our community is supportive of each other and they're supportive of our police service. I just want to give you a bit of a recap on our service. So we currently have 15 full-time officers, which includes a chief, deputy chief, 1 sergeant, 15 full-time constables. We actually have a cadet in training right now at the Ontario Police College, who will be operational in early January. We have 3 special constables, 1 full-time, 2 part-time, and we have 3 part-time constables. So those are once retired police officers that basically they're almost like a supply list where they help us fill in shifts. We also have 5 on-call prisoner guards that are called in. I'm going to say probably 5 times a week to watch over our prisoners. Just to give you a bit of a recap on the service. So in 2008, we moved to 15 full-time officers back in 2008. When Tracy David, the chief of the day, when she retired, we went from 15 back down to 14. And that was really as a result of a grant that was cut by the federal government. So we looked to reduce at that time. So we went from 15 down to 14. In 2021, we increased back up to 15 officers. And here in 2025, I know they mentioned it in that staffing report, we are moving to a 16th officer early January. And our intention was to move to a 17th officer in June. We have since deferred that position to November. And that was for a cost saving measure. I will say too, that we kind of punch above our weight. We are 15 officers, but our best comparator is Smith Falls Police Service. And I think they have about 25 police officers. So we're about 10 officers less than Smith Falls. I was speaking to a chief last week. His community is 33,000 population. He has 6,500 calls for service, and they have 45 police officers. And they are 800 calls for service more than us. So we're going to be pacing about 5,700 calls for service at the end of this year. And that police service is 800 calls for service more than us, with an extra 30 police officers. Knowing the makeup of our community, we are like a small city police service. We populate, obviously with our regional hub status, we bring in lots of people during the day, so that for the bulk of our work is that regional hub piece. Our prisoner count, so like our calls for service, like I said, are going to be about 5,700 calls for service by the end of this year. That's probably about a 3% increase over last year's numbers. Again, it's an all-time high for us. I do see the communities around us growing, and sometimes I cringe because I know as those communities around us grow, it's going to impact the workload of the Hanover Police, probably Hanover Fire as well. The factors that actually drive our work, and I'll mention these because I think they're important, is mental health, drug and alcohol misuse, domestic violence, poverty, the underhoused, and the homelessness, and then that regional hub status. We estimate that about 50% of our work happens, are involving people from outside of our community. And you can just pretty much pull the last 10 or 15 press releases that we've done, and you can see that these people are coming from outside of our community, and sometimes for the good and sometimes for the bad. We suspect that we are the second busiest community in Grey Bruce for policing service. And I say that because when you look at our police service and the demand for calls for service, when you factor in the reactive calls for service, our crime rates, our arrests, our prisoner counts, and our criminal prosecutions, I think we're second only to Owen Sound. Some of the other chiefs may stand me corrected, but I believe that's where we're at. I'm just moving on to our budget. I know that this council has challenges this year. We sit here and listen to Chris Walker. We talk about the assessments, and we understand that. I think there isn't a person in this room that cannot appreciate the position that this council is in. The budget what is before you shows an increase of 12.7% over our last year's budget. Since that time, and keep in mind, this budget is board approved. So this budget we went through this line item by line item. Chris Walker actually was a guest of the board on that particular day. And we literally went through line item by line item, coming up with a 12.7% increase. As of November 20th, our board met again and, passed a motion on that day to bring that budget of that 12.7 down from 3,986,600 down to $3,916,000, which is an increase of actually 10.73%. And our board did that because we know that we want to be a good community partner and a partner of this town and a partner of this council. So we reduced by $70,000 And how we found those savings was we brought the wages, we deferred that new 17th hire from June to November. So we're still adding, where our plan is to still add that 17th officer, but taking that person, bringing that person, onboarding them from June 1st, putting that person into November 1st will actually save us $70,000 on this year's budget. And that's $51,000 in wages and $19,000 in benefits and pension. Our budget is made up of about 83% wages and benefits. So when you look at our budget, 83% is wages and benefits. The other 17% is the operating line items. We have what I would describe as very little fat in our budget. There's very little room to reduce. And in fact, I think eventually we need to continue to move forward and continue to hire additional officers over time. The bulk of our increases for 2025 are contractual obligations for wages and benefits. We also have a number of junior officers that are being promoted and moving up through the ranks. And the very bulk of our line items remain untouched. We walked through our line items, and the bulk of those line items you can see are basically on a hold from last year's numbers. Our reserve accounts are healthy, and it is my belief that our board has intentions to give money back to the town for the police station build. So there was a letter that came from our CAO asking for $500,000 back. And it is my belief, I can't speak on behalf of the board, but it's my belief that the board intends to do that. Again, we want to be good community partners. We are looking forward to our new build. We definitely need a new police station. And we know that we had to wait until the fire department got their station built. But we're happy to be moving forward and building a new station. Subject to that, is there any questions?
Thank you, Chief. Are there comments or questions? Councillor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chief Noel, for your report today. Thanks so much for that November 20th meeting where you've reduced your budget by 70,000. That's wonderful. And I'm really happy to hear what you're planning to do with the police building as well, which I'm sure we're all excited about. Back last year, when you gave your report for 2023, our prisoner count was 308. Based on your comments this morning, I'm going to guess, even though 2024 isn't finished, we're probably higher than that. Is that correct?
So I think we're pacing probably close to 400 by year end. We'll be pacing close to 400. I haven't got the exact numbers, but we're definitely going to surpass that 308 number. So, and I will tell you that the bulk of our in custodies are, at least half of them are from out of town or are of no fixed address.
Sorry, people probably want to know if they're Hanover people or not. You're saying no, many of them are from out of town.
That's correct. Many of these prisoners, many of these people that we deal with are from out of town. We are the biggest small town around. We have some services here. And I think because we have some services here, we attract a population of people that need more support and that are marginalized. And because of that, that tends to draw more police work. I can give an example. A few recently, we had a woman arrested from Lions Head for an assault on her infant child. And it took our officers to London and to Lions Head to complete those investigations. She was simply here staying in our local motels, and the assault happened in the motel. So since that assault happened in the motel, we get involved. We had a very serious home invasion robbery involving firearms. We had 3 suspects arrested on that. One was just arrested recently. That case is still before the courts, but 2 suspects were from Kitchener and 1 was from Mono Mills. So our officers are having to travel further to complete their investigations, and it does impact our bottom line for sure.
Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Worship. Going off of that, Chief, number 8 in your report for goals and objectives said to reinstate a crime unit position at some point in 2025. And it was my understanding last year when we talked that we were going to be starting a crime unit. Where did that land this year?
Yes, so our crime unit, we started with a crime unit here in 2024. But due to staffing and sickness and parental and long-term disability, we had to bring that person back into frontline duties. So we do hope to bring that role back in 2025, depending on where our staffing lands. The work is definitely there for crime unit positions. And I will say all of our officers are pretty much crime unit ready. They are experienced. We have a very good core group of police investigators. And I think we're well respected across really the province for the work that we can do. We work with Waterloo Region regularly, Guelph Police, the OPP, Toronto Police, Peel Police, and I think they're often amazed at the size of the service and the work that we perform. So at some point here in 2025, our intention is to reinstate that. It's just a matter of when we can do that.
Thank you. I was trying to recall over the weekend, at one point, I don't know, Chris or Chief Chris, whether we had a multi-year projection for the cost of Hanover Police Service. Like, did we ever have a chart that would show what we were projecting for, say, 25, 26, 27, based on the desire to add one officer each year? Did we ever had a projection that would show us kind of where we were thinking that the budget would go in the longer term?
We had talked about doing a 3-year, but that never, we never did. I'm not opposed to that. Things can change pretty quick, so it would have to be a projection more than anything, but I'm not opposed to doing something like that.
Through your worship, we'd assumed 150,000 a year for every officer, and it was till we reached 20 officers. So each year it was going to be 150,000 additional over and above what exactly there right now. So that was a minimum 150.
Because at some point we would end up having that every officer would be at first class, right? At some point you would think in a 4-year grid, right? Like within the next 5 years, unless we have people that are retiring and new people coming in. I think at some point we should be able to see that I guess it will stabilize when everyone is at the top.
Right, and it's my understanding that even some chiefs budget for first class right through, because it doesn't create those ebbs and flows in salary dollars, because a 4th class constable, I think, is about $50,000 less in wages and benefits than a 1st class constable. So there is a fair bit of savings that we actually do realize, with a junior member. But having said that, there's ongoing training that happens. So you end up doing more development and more training courses to get them to a level where they need to be. So, but yeah, like if you had everyone at first class, the wages and benefits would not increase as much.
Well, thank you. And thank you to the police board for taking a look at this and trying to look at how could we create some efficiencies this year, knowing that our budget is tight.
Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Chief, for your report, and thank you to you and your staff for what you do for our community. I've always been a strong supporter of local policing. The scary part is I see the numbers to our neighbors in Brockton, I see the numbers in West Grey and the cost of policing, and I would just wonder, what direction do you see policing going over the next 10 years? I look at these percentages and costs of policing, and is our province going to have to step in and give more assistance to these communities to support policing? Because I'm sure it's very difficult for you to keep your officers happy and keep them employed as a Hanover police officer when maybe they're being lured to another OPP or to another municipality. I just wondering what direction you see it.
Yes, absolutely. I do think, personally, I think the province should support financially the cost of policing more so than they do. I believe that the cost of policing should be should be shared with the province at a different ratio than it is right now. And a good example is our service. We police people from outside of our community. If we were a bedroom community of 8,400, 8,500 people, we wouldn't have the demand for the police service that we do. But because we police so many people from the outside jurisdiction, that cost is put directly onto the taxpayer, the town of Hanover. And when you look at it to the next level, you think of the city of Toronto. They have international visitors. They have people coming in from around the world. They have international events. They have demonstrations, this and that, and everything else. And those costs are put onto those taxpayers. So I do believe that the province needs to probably give more assistance. Whether that'll ever come or not, I don't know.
Councillor Hudson, did you have a?
Thank you, thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of things. One, perhaps, Chris, you can answer, and the other one, perhaps, Chief Chris can answer. So in looking at, your bike patrol went down considerably last year, and was that because of staffing or just, for whatever reason? And then the other question, and just because this is the first package to be brought up, in subsequent packages, the gas and hydro in a lot of them have doubled. So we have a set amount from the previous year. We've used about half of that. And yet the budget for 2025 seems to go up again considerably. And that's in several of the ongoing ones. So perhaps Chris Walker can talk to that one.
So as far as the bike patrol, I can tell you that we have reduced those numbers. And for the most part, it's because of staffing issues and the demand that is on our police service to investigate and to react to the work that we need to react to.
And so is the expectation to ramp it up again next year then?
We're hoping so. Again, it kind of depends on calls for service and our staffing. Adding that 16th officer obviously will help. And then that 17th officer in November again will help. But our calls for service per officer and our number of criminal charges per officer are really, really high compared to the rest of the province.
Chief, how many officers are trained for the bike patrol?
I think there's about 6 officers right now that are currently trained. So yeah, there is actually a bike course. You cannot ride a bicycle as a police officer until you have the bike course. Believe it or not.
Okay, and Christine, I will say, you can answer the other question.
And that was utilities. Well, as we know, utilities include water, sewer, and our water and sewer rates have gone up that we know of. So we are then applicable to those rates. Utilities, we assumed a 2%, but then we also looked at some of the areas that are there. The year-to-dates are only basically up to the end of August, mid-September. Everything's like 2 months behind on the areas. And gas is also going up as well. So we had put in a 2%. Insurance, I was requested to do about a 6 to 9% based on all the other municipality renewals that have been happening. So that's what was put in our areas. Only the insurance in 2024 has been paid up in full. Utilities, again, are always 2 months behind from the dates. So the year-to-date information there is not right to the end of October or November.
Okay, it was specifically the gas and hydro that I was wondering about, because for gas in particular, the usage this year so far, which I am assuming will be a higher number by the end of the year, is 1218, and yet projected for 2025 is $4,100. So you are more than doubling. So if, for example, you don't use all of what you have projected, which last year was 41 as well, What happens to that extra?
At the end of the year, this is where we have a surplus or a deficit, and all gets boiled together, and then it puts into our Investing in Hanover Fund or TCA Reserve Fund. We have a policy in place as what we do with surplus and deficits, and that's where it goes. On the police side itself, it goes to the police reserves, not to the town.
Counselor Hawking.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Chief, for all the good work you and your staff do for our community. I'm a strong advocate for community policing. I would just like to make this comment. I mentioned this to a Grey County official when I was at this forum last week. Bruce County Social Services uses our their clients come into our community, they put an impact on our police services, and they put a big impact on our hospital services. I think it's time that, I don't know how you do it, that Bruce County Social Services reimburse Grey County Social Services or the town of Hanover for the amount of extra time, which amounts into resources that we pay for Bruce County citizens. Having said that, I just want to reiterate your point that 50% of your work dealing with people who live outside our community. I don't think it's fair. It impacts our budget in a number of ways. So I just like to make that comment.
And I can just add to that as an example. Today, we have 3 officers in criminal court scheduled for day 2 of a 3-day trial. And those people that were arrested were in a stolen vehicle with weapons and drugs. One was from Kitchener, one was from Huron County. So no ties to our community. They did a steal one day in our town. They slept in their car overnight. Our officers got involved with them the next morning. Thankfully, the officers weren't hurt, but they were dragged. The stolen car was smashed into a building while our officers were half in the car. And that trial is day 2 of day 3 of, they're in day 2 of the trial today, scheduled for a 3-day trial. So again, those are costs that impact policing, right?
Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Worship. Last month, there was news about West Grey and Owen Sound discussing policing needs. And Mayor Boddy was quoted in the Sun-Times as saying that Hanover has other things on their plate right now that would not be entering any conversations about that. I'm just wondering, are we staying, I guess, abreast of what they're working on? I know that in the past, Hanover was working with Owen Sound to try to find efficiencies. Are we still engaged in those discussions?
We are kind of on the sidelines right now. We are paying attention to what's going on, and at some point, our board may make a decision and this council may make a decision that we have an interest. But at this point, we're just on the sidelines and want to see where this goes. It is, I will say, it's a significant amount of work. We have gone through this process before with West Grey. West Grey indicated that they were not ready to move forward at that time, and that was only a few short years ago. So at this point, we just want to do a little wait and see before we commit the resources and the money and the time into participating with that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good on questions and comments. Thank you, Chief. So we will, okay.
I just have one other comment, and I wanted to bring it up with regards to policing costs. I know that I came from the OPP, spent 18 years there, but the average increase for OPP police jurisdictions is about 26% for 2025. And I know many of the municipal police services, I just shared a graph with the Police Services Board, and many of the municipal police services are coming in higher than us for next year. And when you start adding people, that's where the costs start to really accumulate. And I think every police service in Ontario is looking to add people because of the demand of the police service. On the municipal side of things, the average right now is around 10 or 11%. So we're right in there for the average on the municipal side of the house. So just keep that in mind.
And my final comment, Chief, is, and I think I can speak on behalf of this council, that if the board would even consider, we appreciate the 500,000 towards the new build. If there is any extra funding, as in a surplus, if the board would consider more than 500,000, because that will benefit the residents of this community for the next 20 years. Something to maybe bring up at the next board meeting.
Absolutely. And as this council knows, there's two members around this table that sit on our police board. And the nice thing about a municipal service is that I can tell you that if there is a surplus, the surplus stays in the community for the community. If you sign a contract with another police service, that contract, if there is a surplus, it goes to that contract, right? So there is no such thing as a surplus and a give back. With a service like ours, that surplus stays in the community for the community.
Very good. Thank you. All right, we'll move on. So now we're on to section 14, which is the library, and we're on page 107 in the binder. And 119.
Look at us all be on top of those numbers now.
We got it. Welcome, Carolyn.
Thank you. Hello, your worship and council members. I will be presenting the 2025 budget for the library. To begin, I will summarize the budget cover report. As you saw, 2024 was a year of growth for the Hanover Public Library. We started some new initiatives and got ourselves out of the library to reach the Hanover citizens. Membership at our library went up 2% this year, and we are averaging 34 new Hanover residents a month for the first 10 months of this year. This growth reflects our commitment to reaching out to the community and providing services that resonate with our patrons. Along with this, on average, 47% of our program attendance is from non-card carrying members of the surrounding communities. We've been receiving positive feedback from patrons coming through our door and on our social media about how we are enhancing our services. It's heartening to hear stories of how we have reached someone. For example, we recently had a resident from Elmwood who told us that despite knowing there's a fee for a library card, she chose Hanover because her neighbors highly recommended our library, stating that Hanover is the place to come for library service. Just this weekend, we had heard another story from a newcomer of Hanover. They recently came to Canada, and the mother was really struggling to get into the community, and she was considering moving back to her home country. She said she came to the library and she felt so welcomed, and she used our resources to solidify her English skills enough that she decided to stay in Hanover. This kind of word of mouth and stories from residents speaks volumes about the impact we are making. This year, we launched several new initiatives aimed at helping the community and fundraisers to help bolster the services we are offering. We started the Seed Library, which has been very successful. It's also a fun way to have a year-long connection with our patrons. Many patrons updated us about how their plants were growing, and we created some YouTube videos that included recipes featuring plants staff and patrons had grown from their Seed Library. Other initiatives we took on this year were our new fundraisers. At a previous council meeting, Deputy Mayor Dickert had asked what the comparison between our library and the surrounding libraries was in terms of self-generated revenue. I compiled statistics from the annual survey that all libraries have to complete and found that we raise more than all of our surrounding libraries from our donations and fundraisers. The surrounding libraries sit at about raising 3% of their municipal contribution, and we raise 5%. This percentage was determined by reviewing the Ontario-wide statistics from 2023. We raised a little over $37,000 in additional revenue, with the next highest percentage being from Grand Valley and West Perth, who each raised $16,000. In 2024, we have raised $36,000, and we still have 2 months left in the year, and December is our highest donation month. We anticipate this number will be higher by the year end. Each fundraiser this year has sold out, and we received enthusiastic feedback from our patrons. In 2025, we are going to work on creative ways to offset some of the additional expenses seen in this budget request. And we have a robust plan for fundraising and a donation campaign planned. As we look ahead, we are requesting an 8% increase in our transfer from the town of Hanover. We plan to allocate these funds strategically to ensure our library continues to serve as a valuable resource for the community. We are proposing merging 2 of our part-time positions to create a full-time position. With the reduction of a position, our part-time wages are decreasing more than our full-time wages will be increasing. This restructuring is a direct response to the increase in library use this year. We've answered nearly 1,000 more questions in the first 10 months of 2024 than we did at all of 2023. Our in-library use has increased 24% over 2023, and this statistic includes computer use and people coming through our door. We also plan to refresh our nonfiction section to maintain relevant information and provide diverse perspectives. A library's core mandate is to be an informational resource for all, so our books are important. Along with this, libraries must evolve to offer programming, access to technology, and a welcoming space for community interactions without any cost to our patrons. We plan to enhance our programming, particularly for families. We've heard from many community members that grandparents are taking on a significant childcare responsibility, and to support them, we've successfully hosted a grandparents' tea party this year, providing a special outing for grandparents and their grandchildren. We want to build on this success and continue creating opportunities that cater to the needs of our residents to be able to respond to the stories we hear from them. So we hope to get additional funds to make this possible. This year, we aim to provide additional e-resources that will assist our community. We would like to implement a homework help resource and a resource that has multilingual story offerings. Our ESL social circle has attracted many parents and children, and we envision using these e-resources to host storytime sessions for children while their parents partake in the social activities. We strive to be a community-oriented library because that's what we're here for, taking a look at trends in the community and comments that are brought to us to drive our offerings. In conclusion, the Hanover Public Library is a vital community resource. We adapt to the needs and aspirations of our residents. Most of our budget is staffing, and as mentioned, I have reduced the overall staffing prices by introducing a new position. Our operating consists of buying our capital asset, which is our books, and we need a little bit of an increase to our books this year. Information changes, opinions change, and the way nonfiction is presented, we are upping the amount we have to reflect the global climate. With your support, we can maintain our position as a leader among small town libraries and continue to serve our growing and diverse community effectively. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Carolyn. Councillor Table.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Carolyn, for your update. Certainly, I really appreciated reading the narrative that went with our council budget. I think you have really impressive membership statistics, and it's great to see that 41.5% of Hanover's population is using the library, which is really impressive. We've had a great year with fundraisers, and I appreciate all the work that goes into creating those events because we know that that takes a lot of time in order to generate anywhere near $37,000 in fundraising dollars. And really, I appreciated reading about the ways that you and your team are coming up with creative solutions to work within the space that you have, but in order to find efficiencies there by adding things like bookends and things like that into the space. So I really appreciate your report and the ways that you're trying to be efficient with what you have.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Deckert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Carolyn, for the report. Thank you for the answer to my question from earlier. And that is an impressive result that you've given, and I think you're doing a great job. The fundraising, the efforts you're making to streamline staff. Simply want to say thank you and congratulations on a job well done.
Thank you.
Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Carolyn. Pretty impressive. The fundraising is terrific. I'm really glad to see this going forward and what a great job you're doing with your fundraising. Just one question. I know in Bruce County, the library system is operated by Bruce County. Now, do you work back and forth with the County of Gray at all on any of your initiatives or any of your book, say, trading back and forth or whatever?
Historically, the libraries had tried to get that going. It never got off the ground. Right now, I'm talking with West Gray. We're exploring maybe sharing some books, but that'll be a couple years out.
Yeah, thank you, and keep up the great work. I'm a full supporter of the Hanover Library. It's very important to our residents and all the different coffee with the mayor, coffee with the lawyer, whatever. That's just, you know, it reaches out to a lot of people and a lot of seniors. So thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn, you do have interlibrary loans?
Yes. So it's just updated. The whole province is updating their system. And it's paid for by a grant. So we mail our books and they mail books that we don't have, and then we get a grant back at the end of the year.
Councillor Sackel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I've already mentioned to Carolyn how impressed I was with her report. I think it's very thorough. I certainly understand why you're asking for that budget increase from the town. I'm impressed with this Wonder Books. It sounds very interesting. I know that I am now hooked on audiobooks thanks to your staff. When I travel alone, especially for a long distance, I appreciate that. And I just want to congratulate you on all the work you've done in the community. It's been very noticeable in 2024. So thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands, so thank you, Carolyn. So we'll move on to, we're section 4, which is page 33. And that's you, Sherry.
It is, just let me get there.
Okay, and then we'll do the electronic.
Yeah. Thank you, Tanya. That's helpful if you can stay ahead of us there. Thanks for that. We should be in order from now on anyways, so that's helpful, but I need to get to page 45 here too. Okay, so this is the council budget, and sorry, I'm just gonna get there electronically just so I can make sure we're talking on the same pages here. It's gotta be an easier way to do this on my iPad, but this for the lack of not being.
Page 45.
Yeah, no, I'm getting there. I was at 100 and something, so there we go. Okay, so the council budget respectively is your respective salaries, per diems, professional development and travel. It includes our membership in the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, or AMO, as you will often hear us refer to. It also includes our Employee Service Awards. So that's our service awards for longstanding employment tenure with the town, as well as our annual recognition initiative. It includes acknowledgements and promotions with financial assistance, and providing a few examples would be the Santa Claus Parade, the Downtown Flowers for streetlight poles, as well as the JDSS Student Council Award and the Legion banners. It includes our Integrity Commissioner retainer and fees. There is also a section for grants to organizations. So this is where they provide us with a request regarding financial assistance. And this is the fund that those dollars are from. So the grants to organizations are, as a couple of examples, would be Grey Bruce Mentorship and the Hanover Community Players. It also includes our contribution to the Hanover and District Hospital Foundation to support their equipment, housing commitment, as well as doctor recruitment. This has increased by $5,000 for 2025. This is based on the request in 2024 to see that number grow from 85,000 in 2023 to $100,000. Of which council's directive in 2024 budget deliberations was to increase by $5,000 in 2024, 2025 respectively, and then 2026 to get to that $100,000 amount. It is suggested that council have Hanover and District Hospital Foundation make a presentation as per our grants to organizations policy, as well as provide the required financial documents and information, which they did last year, or I should say for 2024, but it is an annual process that ensures that, council's communicated accordingly about their contribution for those amounts. So again, a fairly simple budget, if I can say it in those terms. And the increase that's proposed for 2025 is the $5,000 as I've noted for the Hospital Foundation. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have accordingly with any of those line accounts. I just would note that from a strategic plan perspective, it's our intent to bring back an update, or end of year update. But when we were preparing for that last week, of the 56 recommendations in our strategic plan, 42 of those have been started and are at various levels of status levels of implementation. So that's 75% of those 56 recommendations, and that's the good work of yourselves and our staff. I recall describing our strategic plan as aggressive, and we've aggressively looked at implementing those. Some, yes, are a little bit slower being implemented than others, but that's again because of some of the other priorities that we've been faced with accordingly. So I will look forward to answering any questions you may have accordingly.
Thanks, Sherry. Any questions? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just curious, the per diems category for 2025 has been left blank. Has it been rolled over into a different category?
That's a really good question. I would think we've just missed it accordingly. So we'll need to add 3,900 in there. No? You think we'll be okay to absorb it through something else, Chris? Okay. I'll note that so we don't miss it again, though.
Anything further, Councillor Hudson? Sherry, can you speak to the Integrity Commissioner? So anyone that requests, whether they're from Hanover or anywhere, that cost is borne by us.
Yes, and I may enlist the help of Clerk Vicky here, but the Integrity Commissioner, we pay an annual retainer to them. And then that also includes their annual report fee. As you recall, they were here, I believe, in January, February, providing an annual report to you. And then the other piece of that is just various fees. So when you or staff make an inquiry of the Integrity Commissioner about whether you have a circumstance that you're faced with, is this truly a conflict? We have a fee that we pay accordingly for that. If there were to be a complaint, accordingly, an Integrity Commissioner complaint, let's touch wood, that doesn't happen, but it does happen in other municipalities. And in that complaint can come from anyone. It can come from residents, non-residents, it can come from staff, other councillors. But if it's specifically something specific to Town of Hanover matter, then yes, our Integrity Commissioner would have to investigate accordingly, and we would pay that investigative report fee accordingly. Vicky, if I captured it in a nutshell?
Okay, thanks. Any other questions, comments? Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just looking at where it says employee benefits, what's all captured in that section?
That is probably your EI, like your CPP and EI, correct? Anything else, Chris or Melissa, that would be in there? Right, employer health tax. So basically your mandatory provincial or federal related benefits.
Okay. As we're looking at a very difficult budget here and not being part of this process, I think as council, we need to lead, and I certainly like to find some savings here. I don't know if we're going to do this, how the process is today, whether we want to do that as we go through each one, or do we want to just come back later and make our comments? What is the wishes of everyone?
Deputy Mayor, I would think that we will have a running list that staff will keep track of. And then at the end of it, we'll go over it again and say, are you in favor or not, or see what we find. Sherry?
So there is a list that you've been provided with. If somebody has a page number for me, because I don't have it at my fingertips, but there is a proposed savings list that you have as part of your package. And there are some proposed savings within this budget area, Deputy Mayor Dickard, for your consideration. So the last two pages of the electronic, Chris, and the binder. So last two pages of the electronic copy have that list of savings. As I noted, there are some savings proposed in this area that you can decide at that time, or if you wish to. I think it's best if we deal with all of those at that same time as opposed to budget by budget is my personal thought, accordingly.
Okay, no, and I think that's a good approach. So I'm happy to leave this until that time. Thank you.
I would suggest if there's something that someone is considering, that we have a list of it so that if staff need to find the information about it or can quickly find the information, it gives them a heads up. Councillor Hudson?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to see them discussed at the time so that then we can add them to a list and then not backtrack over and over again.
How does everyone feel? It doesn't matter. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think, as CAO Walden has referred to, there are some things listed on the end pages. And if there is something in particular, and I look at per diems and professional development, things like that, I'd like to see us find some savings in those areas. And I don't know if we just want to add that to the list and we can define how much that is later. But I would like to see that added to the list.
May I comment? So those two are not currently on the list, but we can certainly add those as we look for that. Just as an overview, the suggestions in this area that are on that list are to reduce the acknowledgement and promotions area, to reduce the grants to organizations, to keep the hospital foundation donation at the 2024 level. Those are the ones for this budget area. Specifically with respect to per diems, that is related to those meetings, conferences, workshops that fall outside the definition, if I can call it a definition, it's as per diem policy, which specifies those full day and half day workshops, conferences, meetings, et cetera, that are outside your council appointed committees. From a professional development perspective, if you look at 2024 actuals, you're correct. We have not spent a lot in 2024 for some counselors, but that's because a number of counselors did not go to AMO or to a conference. 5 of you are committed to go to Roma in January. I predict you will need $2,100 between your registration, your hotel, and your potential mileage. I realize that will be shared amongst some of you, but just your registration and your hotel is probably going to be $1,700–1,800.
Deputy Mayor, we'll put it on the list.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, so any other questions about the council section? Not right now. All right. We'll move on. Oh, okay. Do you want to take do you want 10 minutes or 15-minute break? 10. Okay, 10. So we'll be back at 10:40. Okay, we're back in session. We've had a nice short break. And I just want to share, I've just received a message that some people are saying they cannot find this meeting on Facebook. We do not live stream finance meetings. However, they are recorded and will be posted on the YouTube channel as per the clerk, just so we're all aware in case you're getting any messages. So, all right, now we're going to move on. We are on section 5, page 36 in the binder. And you're going to tell me what page 48 electronically. And that is you, Sherry.
Yeah, this is a bit of a tag team actually, because it's combined with corporate services and finances. So I'll start and then Melissa plays a little bit of a role as well from a health and safety HR perspective. And then Chris details the corporate services finance section. So from an administration standpoint, this covers obviously the clerk roles and functions and duties within those responsibilities, as well as human resources piece. So that includes administration oversees the councils, the committees, the elections, the human resources piece, anything legislative related, the licensing, policy related, records management, and vital statistics. So just with our 2024 highlights, I've already mentioned about the strategic plan implementation and the fact that we've started 75% of our 56 recommendations that they're in various stages of process. Our organizational review is in process and will be completed by year end. As I've previously noted, we're intending to bring a final report for council's consideration and approval next Monday. Our procedural bylaws in draft form and projected to be to council in early 2025. Our growing prosperity in South Gray meetings, our conversations are continuing. Our agenda management software continues to evolve. We're successfully using eScribe for council, and we look forward to rolling that out with our committees in the near future as well. We've We've purchased OWL equipment to allow us to provide virtual committee meetings options. Our administrative summer student was highly supportive in moving forward a number of key work tasks and supported administration in the areas of economic development, building and planning, as well as overall administration. Lots of HR policies being developed and updated. Our team initiatives continued. We've successfully recruited for 25 postings for over 45 vacancies. And our Dayforce learning module system consultation has been implemented, and we look forward to that being rolled out here in the near future as well. So for 2025, we obviously need to continue those growing prosperity in South Gray and our local growth management strategy work, implementation of organizational review recommendations. We will begin looking ahead to 2026 in the municipal election, since it'll be just around the corner. We are looking to continue with our admin summer student with an increase to 16 weeks, so that position qualifies for accredited work terms through post-secondary education. And we will look to further implement eScribe, as I noted, our virtual committee meetings, development of a corporate policy on artificial intelligence use, provide diversity, equity, inclusion training to staff and council, as well as development and update of our human resources and health and safety policies, with the deferred hearing conservation program being implemented. 2025 marks our market compensation survey process to be implemented. And that overall general department project support with work plans. So as noted, this budget reflects the wages and benefits, professional development and training, subscriptions and memberships such as I'm going to use a lot of acronyms here, and I didn't spell them out for myself. So now I'm going to be really tested. I'll be really honest. AMCTO, which is the Association of Municipal Clerk Treasurers of Ontario, OMAA, which is the Ontario Municipal Administrators Association, HRPA, which is the Human Resources Professionals Association, and OMHRA, which is the Ontario Municipal Human Resources Association, as well as any legal fees that we may be faced with. As I noted, our summer administration student position, we're proposing that be a 16-week position as opposed to 12 weeks. That's about 140 hours more than last year. And again, it supports corporate services, ECDEV, Public Works, Building and Planning. And really the work that this staff generated last year was instrumental in rolling out Driftscape, getting our cemetery records digitized and in a better organized format from a digital perspective. And some of the tasks that they'll be looking for this year will be, again, further cemetery record administration, record retention assistance, update records of easements and agreement register, digitizing files, communications, and social media templates. Melissa's going to highlight some of the HR and joint health and safety functions, so she'll come to the podium to do that. And then, I don't know, Mayor Sue, if you want to do, maybe we'll do questions after Chris does her overview for this section, just because it is a combined section. So thanks, Melissa.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Sue, Sherry. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. This is a relatively smaller budget area than many of the others that we'll be speaking to. Overall, generally, the HR and health and safety budget items do help us to stay compliant and to ensure that we're doing what we need to with respect to legislation, policies, and our strategic directives. And in many cases, while it's not seen directly within the 1200 budget code administration items, departments do encompass many of these items within their own budgets, specifically more so under the professional development and training sections. So just something to keep in mind that generally would include training for items like first aid, health and safety for leaders, working at heights, confined space, and more that are legislated. We need those in order to remain compliant. And the department budgets will also include funds to ensure we're obtaining regular checks for our staff, whether that be driver abstracts, commercial vehicle operator records, and background checks. When it comes more specifically to the health and safety budget line, the proposed 2025 budget is pretty nearly the same as 2024, increasing by less than $1,000. And that increase is mainly due to updating our service in place for the administration of our safety data sheets. We have many products that we use in the workplace, and we need to have oversight of those legislatively. So what this does is allows us to work with our service provider to make sure that all of those sheets are kept up to date and compliant. And then, as Sherry mentioned, we did defer a portion of our hearing conservation program from 2024 into 2025. And so cost for baseline hearing tests of $2,000 has been included in the 2025 budget. We need to make sure that we do have a comprehensive written program in place prior to asking our staff to go for hearing testing so that they understand what we're doing this for, how we're using the information, and how we're protecting it. And otherwise, we continued with $3,000, the same as 2024, proposed for staff wellness events in support of strategic direction of recognizing our amazing staff. I think that's about it. Thank you.
So Chris is going to highlight then the finance portion, which is page
39 in your binder
and
page 51 in your electronic.
Thank you.
Okay, so corporate services, finance, look after all the finance and treasury. So anything that involves money basically comes through our department. Corporate banking, etc. Corporate-wide contracts for equipment and tenant leasing. We also provide services for finances for the DIA, landfill, library, police, launchpad, Saugeen Municipal Airport, gas tax funding services for SMART as well. We are also involved with the information technology, or IT, as everyone calls it, for the corporate responsibility for hardware and software, and ensuring the town's IT systems effectively meet all our requirements. We use the services of a local IT company for all townwide networking and computer issues. Troubleshooting IT, we do the design, implementation, operating the IT infrastructure, etc. Some of our highlights in 2024, where we are currently working with Watson Associates for the asset management plan in order to be compliant with the Ontario Regulation 58817. And that is due July 1st, 2025. So we're working on that with them. We've also continued to enhance and update our AMP to allow us to have that 10-year plan that's part of that long-term financial requirement of the Ontario Reg. And we've made some updates to our TCA policies. We've upgraded all our computers and server hardware and office licensing. We're kind of in the migration stage right now. So that should be completed by the end of December this year. And this is completed every 5 years. We did it last time in late 2018, early 2019. We've implemented many IT security enhancements as two-factor identification, LastPass, security, VPN security, et cetera. We continue to work with Enterprise Fleet Management. This is the second year that will be on this rotation. After 5 years, basically our leasing will be continuous, and just every year we just continue to move. We've already ordered the 2025 leases. Actually, 2 came in already last 2 weeks ago. We received the 2025 ones already. There were new financial statement requirements for asset retirement obligations and financial instruments, which council was aware of when the auditors were here presenting in mid-October. And we've investigated and have currently temporary and long-term financing options for the fire hall build. We're working with FCM. There's a lot of paperwork, a lot of red tape to get any of that stuff. So right now we have a temporary borrowing with Infrastructure Ontario, which council remember we did a temporary borrow with them. For 2025, we plan to continue to work with Watson and Associates to get the AMP in compliancy for that Ontario reg and continue to enhance it. Again, it's time and no staff to do it. It's again, sitting on the corner of my desk, gets done when we get it done. So you can imagine nothing got done the last month or so on that, with budget being a highlight. We continue to investigate other grant opportunities because, as we know, we have a proposed police building construction coming up and water and wastewater major overhauls that we've been trying to get a lot of grants for that. There's new PSEB regulations again in 2024, so we have to make sure that we're compliant with that. And then there'll be the smooth transition for having my replacement in 2025, since I will be done at the end of next year. So the program changes for 2025 is the new financial statements. Our funding actually went up about 186,500, so that was great to have additional revenue. Normally it goes the opposite way. We're usually down a lot. And then you will remember that when we were talking capital, most of that money was coming from OLG, but this year our amount that's going to operations has reduced from 161 in 2024, and it's down to 64,000. So between the increase in the funding and the decrease in the OLG money towards operations, we're still about $89,600 more in revenue between those two areas. So did you want to start looking at the numbers or anything like that? The other subscription and part that we're in is MFOA, which is the Municipal Finance Officers Association. So all the other ones Sherry did is the same ones that are in there. So on page 42 of your binder, 54 of your budget, you will see the first department in general government is taxes for own use. So these are the payment in lieu that I was telling you about that are truly taxes, but you have to bill them as payment in lieu because they're crown areas and not owned by individuals. These are different areas. So we're really only looking at about $10,000 more in revenue. So we're assuming that supplementaries are going to go up because of all the new builds that have happened, that the assessment hasn't been there yet. So we're assuming we're going to get 10,000 more with that. And then you'll see the next line is the Department of Provincial Funding from OOMF. So we're looking at the additional 186.5 that we had talked about. And then the unassigned revenue, what you'll see is one of them is empty, and that is our interest for that promissory note from Ontario, because now the money is already in our hands. So it's now in the investment. So you'll see more on the monthly bank interest going in there instead. And those are the only ones on those changes that have happened. So again, another 23,000 there in additional revenue. And then on the administration side, you'll see all the additional expenses that are required. You'll notice the transfer from reserves is down again. That was the money coming from reserves to cover the AMP. It may be a carryover because we don't know what the rate's going to be this year because they haven't really completed it all yet. So probably looking at 50% in 24 and another 50% in 2025. The amount for wages and stuff that covers all the corporate services, all the finance, the deputy clerk, the CAO, HR, and there's several in there, plus the transition for, I think we have a 3-month overlap between the transitions on that. The same with the employee benefits. And then the other big one would be the transfer to reserve fund, because as we know, we were saying every year we increase the amount going to the TCA reserve fund from our area, and this is the increase that it's having there. So overall, it's actually a decrease of 79,300 because of the additional revenue basically from the OAK funding. And that's the only changes for those ones, unless Sherry has something further on that.
No, I would just say unless Chris or I could answer any questions through you, your worship.
Well, I did forget that
Oh.
as of mid-April and early May, I didn't have to do the building civic facility, so that has been transitioned over to Andrew. So that was been a nice relief for a bit.
Did you notice how Chris just sort of slipped that in there, that I won't be here at the end, and then kept going? I won't be here at the end of the year. Just sort of put that in there. Yeah, it was pretty smooth. Okay, questions, comments? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, your worship. On unassigned revenue, we currently have budgeted for 2025 OLG funds of 1.313 million, which is a 1% increase. Wondering if, I know we don't want to overestimate on that one there, but given the 2024 actuals, I'm assuming that that's 3/4 of the year. It's currently sitting there at 1,018,000. So I would project that this year we should, if it went the same amount, we'd end up at about 1.35. So I do wonder if instead of a 1% increase, if we want to do a 2% increase to put that at 1.326 million would be one consideration. I also have a question for staff, wondering if you could provide an overview of the $102,000 for consultant fees proposed for 2025.
Go ahead, Chris, if you want to start with the OLG.
The OLG, council may remember that I was told, be cautious, do not put extra money in OLG because money will not be there. So we're being very conservative with the 1%, and that's the direction that council wanted us to go for that area. We will barely make it this year for the actual amount. We'd have to make at least 326,000, I think, around there. No, 296,000. We may make that. The average is about 290 to 310 in the next quarter that we will get. So we'll just make the 1.3, may have an additional 10 or 15,000, but you don't want to be overestimating, because when that happens, then you have to pull it from somewhere else. It's better to be able, it's council's theory at the time was, let's not overestimate what it's going to be, and any extras then would go into our transfer to the TCA reserve anyways.
So historically, the last quarter is not as high as the other quarters.
No, the highest quarter is usually July to September, which ranges from 304,000 up to 380,000. The third quarter, the highest we've ever had is 330, and that was before COVID. Since then, we made 142, 260. We're just barely getting to that point. So I think we're being conservative. We don't want to do too much more on that.
And with respect to the consultant fees, that breakdown is actuarial services. Every 3 years, we're required to do this, and that's $8,000. This is $50,000 for carry forward for the asset management plan that Chris mentioned, which will be offset through the transfer from reserves on the revenue side. It's also our consulting services. So we have a contract with IT accordingly. So that's $41,200. And then there's miscellaneous of $3,500. I shouldn't say miscellaneous in that it's not accounted for. It's all including the network vulnerability scan. That's about $500 per year, as well as the AMO LAS OMERS fees that we are required to pay. So that's a breakdown of that 102.
Thank you.
Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Chris. I've got to agree with Chris on the OLG funding. I think we have to be cautious with that. You know, that they only have less than 300 machines in that facility, and there's probably no room for growth. And probably, you know, I can't say, but you know, probably you're gonna see it either level out or be less. It's not growing, so more people are doing their gambling online, which is affecting people going into your casinos. So I think we got to be very cautious with our OLG funding with our numbers projecting out, because it might not be there. So I agree with Chris on that. And then my other question, I guess this is for Sherry. the growing prosperity in South Cruz, local growing management strategy. You know, I think this is very important for this council going, as you mentioned, in 2026, we're going into an election year. This is sort of installed. And I think as a council, this would be something I think we'd like to see move along a little quicker before we see in a municipal election, because it's very important for Hanover's growth.
So thank you, Councillor Fleet. Your representatives on that committee, as in Mayor Sue and Councillor Hawking and myself, are very well aware of that. We were pleased to be back at the table with West Gray as of September. You can recall that they had a CAO change, so that did pause things for a little bit. We have another meeting scheduled for this week. The conversations are positive and continue to progress, and we look forward to them progressing at a little bit of a higher pace will be our objective over the next coming months.
Any others? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's just a couple of things that I want to add to our list that we speak to at the end. So the one question I had was regarding the audit service on page 55 of the electronic. Our actuals this year were 2548, and we are proposing to have $8,500 for that. So just wondering what that perhaps would be.
I can answer that now if you'd like. That 2,500 is the excess that's required from 2024's or 2023's audit. We haven't put the audit yet costs. These are accrued, so that 85 will be there for sure. It's going to be 2,500 more because there was additional requirements for ARO and additional requirements for the instruments, financial instruments that are required as well.
Okay.
So that 2,500 you see there is
Mhm.
from the previous year's amount.
What's the ARO, Chris?
Asset retirement obligations that we had to do that new PSAP, Public Sector Accounting Board.
Okay, good explanation. Thank you. Thank you very much. The generator service, what can you tell me about that? That is on page 58 of the electronic. So 24 budget was 5,200.
We're not into that section yet. We're only into section 5. I think you're into section 6 right now. And Andrew will be able to.
Oh,
address
so
that.
sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to follow along.
That's it then, Councillor Hudson. Okay. Anything else on that? All right. Let's move on to, we're on section 6, which is civic facilities. We're on page 44 in the binder and 56. Boy, my eyes are getting bad. 56 on the electronic, and that is you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. In 2024, as Chris Walker had mentioned, civic facilities had moved from corporate services over to the building and planning department. That includes this civic center, theater, 147th Ave, which is the Grey County EMS and physiotherapy, as well as a garage in the rear for town storage, as well as the medical clinic. Some highlights, in 2024, we conducted a third-party engineering review of some of our mechanical and HVAC equipments for these facilities, which ultimately resulted in the capital project that came forth previously and in this budget for the rooftop unit replacement at the medical facility. Also included in that was mechanical HVAC reviews for equipment on this civic facility, which has determined some fan coil unit replacements, which is some maintenance and replacements proposed in this budget as well at the Civic Center over the course of 4 or 5 years likely. The Civic Center went through the replacement of the makeup air unit on the roof, while not fully complete in terms of the some controls pieces that have been a bit of an issue. That work will be 100% complete this year as well. We are just undertaking and just commencing the demolition and removals for our main corridor, update new floors and paint and washrooms on the main level of this facility. The theater, just some minor upgrades within in terms of audio, as well. A new rental agreement template was formed to help assist with some of the municipal liability that goes along with the theater rental. We also celebrated the retirement of a longtime member, Supervisor Bruce Merrick, while hiring Matt Marshall as in a similar role. Careful to say replacement. Moving into 2025, the capital project upgrade at the medical clinic that I mentioned is slated for 2025. I'll maybe touch on it when I touch on a few items in the spreadsheets here, as well as the fan coil unit replacements, a few, as well as the maintenance component and the requirements for the new fire hall when it comes on board. We obviously do the maintenance here at the fire hall presently. It will be at a new location. We didn't intend on changing the staff complement to do this. In discussions with the fire department, what full-time members potentially would be doing there with what they would be looking for us to do. We're hoping that we can manage to do what's expected, but we will see. If I can just move on then to perhaps page 58 of the electronic package, 46 of the printed. Or is that okay? You'll see some regular salaries and part-time salaries intertwining here on the rates. We did have our only full-time custodial retire earlier this year, and we elected to replace that with part-time. So we only have custodial staff that are part-time. The only full-time staff is our maintenance supervisor at this time. So that's what you see those changes. 01, 1300, 3400, the property maintenance, that large change is really the monies that are being spent on that corridor, that main hallway work that's being done this year. It's not next year. We're not planning on undertaking a large project like that. So that's what that drop off is there. If there was a question on the generator service and maintenance for that item, we've received, we have a company that does our service for the generator. We've received a new value for the rental agreement, or not the rental agreement, the service agreement for that, for the next 3 years. Onto page 48 of the hard copy and 60 of the package, electronic package, you will see the large transfer from reserves of 630,000. That's to offset the overall cost further down in the budget, 5,300, 5210, which is 780,000. That is the overall estimated value of that rooftop replacement. And to go to the very end of the civic facilities, that increase in budget of about 140,000, the rooftop unit project itself is about 150,000 in terms of what's not picked up in the reserve. So that's really the difference on what the budget, the overall budget looks like. Beyond that, I'll answer any questions.
Okay. Questions? Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Andrew, thank you for this report. So the full-time cleaning staff that retire, you replace with 2 part-time?
1 part-time.
And how much of a savings is there with the part-time compared to the full-time, and are we getting the same service?
There is, I'd have to confirm the amount. There is a savings with going to the part-time as opposed to the single full-time. It also really helps with our scheduling of staff. The service has been the same. There's been no difference in the service provided.
That's what I like to hear, that, we're saving one way, but we're not losing out in services. So it's good to hear. Thank you.
Councillor Hudson and Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a general comment with a lot of these categories that we do at the end, have a look at the gas, heating and hydro with all of these packages, which seems to be particularly aggressive. In this particular one, again, we have the hydro actual to date, which I'm sure will be up again, but we've gone up another $1,800 when we did not use more than 5 for 2024. So for all the overall packages, those seem to be quite high, that we're then putting that additional funding into reserves.
Can I just add if I could? So, good point, and I appreciate that it would look deceiving with our 2024 actuals. We are behind, like I would say our utilities are to date to the end of August 2024, or perhaps the end of September 2024. So there's almost a 2-month lag in those actual numbers as an example. So while it may look like there's that we're going to be under budget, there is that lag with utilities. And unfortunately, that's the way it is with utilities, it seems. We're usually at a good 2-month lag with utilities as such. So that's just as an FYI. Not to say that maybe there aren't some that could come down, but we are lagging behind there.
I understand that. I just, yeah, I'd just like to have a look at that again. Thanks.
So if I'm sharing this or getting this, we're taking last year's utilities and adding 2%, which is normal, similar to your own household. So, Councillor Cable?
Just to clarify, Your Worship, so are we taking last year's December 31st actual and adding 2%, or we're taking last year's approved budget and adding 2%?
Last year's approved budget plus percentage. So to answer Councillor Hudson's question on hydro, that almost 35,000 compared to the 53, you're at 65%. You still have 4 months left that we have to be billed for. We're not going to see the full amount until March when we get that last bill. Same with the gas. We're at 67% of the budget. Again, gas is only till mid-September at the closest. So we have another 4 months yet to go on there. And as we all know, winter months use more gas.
I am aware.
Yes.
However, with each of these budgets, with each of the categories, there perhaps could be some savings with each of the departments.
Okay, other comments or questions? Councillor Cable?
Thank you, Worship. Andrew, for goals and objectives for 2025, number 5 says review staffing complement to determine feasibility of using in-house custodial for medical clinic cleaning. So if I'm looking at this correctly, so I'm on page 48 of the binder. The line that says contracted staff and it's budgeted next year at 125,800. Is that just for the cleaning staff for the medical clinic, or are there other, does that incorporate other contracted staff?
Through your worship, and Chris, if Chris wants to jump in, she kind of negotiated that contract, but you're right. That's essentially for the maintenance, the custodial at the medical clinic. We've been looking into perhaps what that complement would require us to have in-house to provide that same level of service. Also cognizant we're taking on another facility that's not attached to this building with the fire hall. So yes, that essentially is what that is. Now that contract does expire this coming year with the third-party contractor for the contracted staff. So this year would be a good time to make that transition if it made sense financially.
And how long have we been having this contracted staff? Because I felt like we just moved to a contracted model a couple of years ago.
2 years ago, we moved to that because our full-time staff was leaving. And then in order to replace them, it was putting in part-timers. And then we didn't have enough staff because we couldn't get the recruitment to get people. And then we'd have them for a month and then they'd leave. So when you only have 2 staff, you have to put the priorities in an area. And because at the Hanover Medical Clinic, we have to clean all the HMA, Hanover Medical Associates area, which is upstairs. And then we also have the downstairs common areas that have to be cleaned. In the past, we had 2 full-time people dedicated just to the medical clinic. So this 125 here would have been what we were paying with having 2 full-timers just dedicated to that area. But as Andrew has said, they're looking at possibly bringing in their own part-timers again, if we can get the recruitment. Really comes down to recruitment and keeping it.
Just further to that, that's exactly right. The recruitment is an issue. And if the town were to take back that service at the medical clinic, it would not likely just be all part-time staff. There would be back to a full-time complement of some with some part-time. So just reviewing right now.
Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Worship. Andrew, regarding the old fire hall, so we're gonna pay to maintain it, like cleaning, heat, hydro. Would it not be feasible to look at demolishing the building? We're gonna demolish it anyways for a new police station as maintain it?
Through your worship, sorry if I wasn't clear on that. No, we're not doing much of anything at the old fire hall once the fire department relocates. We're gonna maintain the new fire hall with our current staff on the clean side only, so the office side. The old fire hall will be demolished in time as part of the contract of the new police station build.
But there's gonna be a certain amount of heat and hydro or just shutting it off to keep that building to standard, the old fire hall, there's gonna be a cost to have it standing there. If we're gonna demolish it, why not demolish it sooner than later?
Through your worship, I think the cost of very minimal heat and whatever, service we provide to that is probably less than issuing an RFP and having it demolished and cleaned up, likely involving a consultant and then having to involve another consultant anyways for the entire build of the new police station. I think monetarily, it's probably cheaper to just package it all as one and keep the fire hall operating with services, very, very low heat, just to keep the frost out type of situation.
I was just going to add to that. I agree with, support that with Andrew. Like, there's efficiencies in a contract by issuing demolition and construction at the same time. You're going to mobilize a demolition team and pay more probably for demolition and cleanup than if it was part of a construction contract.
Yeah, I just realize that, but so thinking forward, so the bays are sitting empty, Town Works decides to park a couple of vehicles there, some offices sitting empty, you're overstaffed, you put somebody in one of those offices, there's a cost to all that. So the building will sit empty.
Through your worship, it will sit empty a portion of. There are studies that have to be conducted though before it's demolished. We need to do a designated substances report of that entire building before the demolition happens to understand what substances need to be taken out of there individually. Whether, I'm not saying there's asbestos, but if there was some abatement required or lead paint or things like that, that report needs to be conducted and that study needs to be completed, which will take a few months anyways. And that cannot happen until 100% of the fire hall's equipment and furnishings are all out of there, which could take the fire department months to fully move out of.
If I can just add to that, if you look at your fire department budget for 2024, the utilities for that space are $8,300 total. Okay, so we're talking about $8,300. And if it's low heat, then that perhaps will come down accordingly.
And I don't believe there's any discussion that there would be an office in there or staff have access to it. It will be locked, right? Yeah.
Somebody might throw some boxes in there. I don't know, but it's not intended to be utilized upon the fire department moving out.
Good. All right.
I would say, think of it as an unheated garage. You don't heat your garage, you don't do anything to it, but we don't want the pipes that might be in there that are connected to the Civic Center until, as Andrew had said, they get that testing done and what needs to be done, because there are pipes in the walls.
Okay, no other questions, none online, so we'll move on to fire. We're on section 7. This is page 50 and electronic 62. Thanks, Tanya. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, so our staffing complement right now is one fire chief who is also the Community Emergency Management Coordinator, a acting deputy chief who does fire prevention and training as well, one training assistant, 5 volunteer fire officers, and 28 volunteer firefighters. We provide a number of services. We enforce the Fire Protection Prevention Act as well as implement statutes of the Ontario Fire Code. Our emergency response services include ice water rescue, static water, swift water, high angle rescue, audio extrication, drone operations, general rescues, medical first response, CPR and defibrillation, structural firefighting, both offensive and defensive, as well as proximity firefighting, which is vehicle fires, shed fires, grass fires, brush fires. In 2024, we responded to date to 225 emergency calls. This is surpassing our 2023 total of 214, which is the highest in our history. We have over 1,700 personnel hours on scene and over 5,000 hours of training. Our response time, again, was reduced by 35 seconds to 6 minutes and 4 seconds. We've almost completed construction of the new fire station. Our tentative move-in date is December 8th. It will not be totally done at that point, but done enough that we can move in. The acting deputy chief fire prevention and training officer position began in June of 2024 with no additional financial impacts. The approved contract part-time 12-month training assistant was adjusted to full-time for 6 months, no budgetary impact. There were a number of significant budgetary and operational benefits as a result of this position. These included important activities being completed when they needed to be and not when volunteers had time, reduction of daytime response time, increase in alarm for life inspection, fire inspections, public education, no missed training by firefighters. Social media engagements have increased. We've done, we're in the midst of appropriate succession planning. We've reduced our overtime for management. And then management was able to spend time on larger projects. We began ice water and static water rescue certification testing ahead of the 2028 deadline. We ensured that each firefighter has balaclavas to ensure that cancer prevention is maintained. We completed NFPA certifications for Fire 1 and 2, for Officer Level 1 and 2, pump operations, auto extrication operations and technician, safety officer, fire instructor. And this was accomplished both in-house because we are approved to challenge and also sending people to regional training centers in the area. We increased our drone pilots. We increased the number of DZ licensed drivers, participated in 92 fire prevention events with an estimated 3,400 people. We did Alarm for Life inspections of over 100 homes. This saw a 50% compliance rate, which is an increase over last year. And we did a total of 111 fire safety inspections with 127 reports issued. So in 2025, we hope to host a grand opening for the new fire station, complete marking of all municipal fire hydrants for flows, continue with firefighter certification, increase drone pilots again, and complete live fire training, and continue with the quarterly meetings for the critical incident stress team. We're going to complete the relocation to the new fire station, attempt to move the deputy chief position permanently, training assistant full-time position implemented, complete the training and testing of 4 new recruits who will start in January, ensure NFPA compliance with technical rescue activities, implement the next generation 911 with our dispatch provider as well. Do you want me to move into the staffing? Okay. So we were talking about 2 positions. So we're looking at the business cases now for, I think they follow, right, in the package? Yeah. The first is the deputy chief. This is an amended position, so presently it's an acting role. So the deputy chief is both the deputy chief fire prevention officer and training officer. The deputy chief is responsible for fire suppression and rescue related training and or operations in a supervisory role under the direction of the fire chief. The deputy chief relieves the fire chief during sick time, time off, vacations, seminars, etc. This rank holds the same responsibility as the fire chief in the absence of the chief. The deputy chief is responsible for comprehensive fire prevention inspections of all buildings and occupancies. The deputy chief also completes fire safety instruction, public education, and other duties. The deputy chief is responsible for all fire department training activities by coordinating Hanover Fire Department training program. Currently, the deputy fire chief is an acting role. This is due to the fact that our previous fire chief was volunteer and on sick leave, and the position was still available to him should he return. Unfortunately, with the passing of our previous deputy, the position must now be filled permanently to ensure that the powers of the Fire Prevention and Protection Act are carried out in the absence of the fire chief. The FPPA, which is the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, carries with it significant powers to ensure the safety of the community. In the absence of the fire chief, a deputy chief named in a bylaw carries the same power and can authorize activities as required. Solidifying the deputy chief role into a permanent position ensures the continuation of services and emergency response in the absence of the chief. In addition, having deputy fire chief as a paid position ensures that job tasks and requirements are part of his full-time duties and are more enforceable than a volunteer deputy. This role is also a succession plan position, as the deputy chief, when full-time, can be involved in aspects of the fire chief position that a volunteer does not have the availability for. These include budgeting, grant writing, council attendance, report writing, NFPA standard compliance, and long-range planning, and much more. If this is not implemented, there will be no backup for services and emergency response powers in the absence of the fire chief, and there's no succession plan. There is no budgetary impact based on this change. The budget item was included in the 2024 budget. The only staffing budget impact is the cost of living increase. Without this position, much of the hall duties involved would be placed on the volunteers to come in on their own time when they're able to. As a result, it's more difficult to manage timelines for completion of activity and ensure that oversight is available for technical or specific work, as the volunteers are required to attend the station when they're able to. And we also have to pay the volunteers when they come in as well. Making this position permanent has no impact on the operational budget. In addition, it provides significant operational, financial, and regulatory benefits. From an efficiency perspective, the role ensures continuity of leadership, supports strategic planning, and enhances decision-making in both daily operations and emergency management. Cost savings are realized by reducing reliance on volunteer officers filling the gaps. A predictable salary and benefits expense assists in ensuring stable budgeting and financial planning. The FPPA mandates municipalities to provide fire protection services, including fire prevention, public education, and emergency response. A permanent deputy chief supports compliance with these legislative requirements. So that's the deputy chief. I'll move on to the training assistant. This again is amended from a contract to permanent. The training assistant reports to the deputy chief. This position is responsible for assisting with all fire department training activities by assisting with the coordination and implementation of the training program. Currently, there's a variety of work to be done during the day that cannot be accomplished by the 2 full-time staff. This leads to overtime, paying volunteers to do it when they have time in the evening, or work just doesn't get done. Presently, overtime for the 2 full-time staff is overwhelming and requires attention to maintain a work-life balance. In addition, many activities are not being completed in a timely manner or at all, and some of these items are crucial to health and safety and efficiency and effectiveness of operations. So we've seen some really positive benefits since this position started in the end of June or the beginning of July. So we saw a reduction in daytime response from 7 minutes and 24 seconds to 4 minutes and 32 seconds. So we're talking like a 3-minute difference reduction. That's huge. Alarm for life inspections increased from 34 to 86 within that 3-month window. Fire inspections increased from 33 to 43. Public education increased from 57 hours to 104.5. No missed training by firefighters because this training assistant ensured that follow-up was maintained. Social media engagements increased from 694 contact interactions and a little over 10,000 people reached to over 4,000 content interactions and over 58,000 people reached. A reduction in overtime for management, appropriate succession planning, assisting with compliance for certification. And then that allowed the leadership to spend time on other larger projects that they wouldn't have had time to do, such as creation of a respiratory protection program, additional grants, things of that nature. So reduced daytime response, as one of the apparatus can leave with a crew within seconds instead of waiting for the volunteers to come in. Needs are addressed in a timely manner, as we don't have to rely on volunteers completing the work when they have time in the evening. There's more efficient operations. There's more control over staff expenses. Savings with respect to daytime responses is already being paid when they're responding. So we'd have to pay volunteers to come in. We can get out the door very quickly with staff that are already being paid. Reduces the deputy chief hall duties and allows for more focus on Alarm for Life, inspections, and public education, the important things being out there in the public. Ensures that firefighters don't miss training, and there's good succession planning here happening. So the big thing is that there's no change to staff costs, as the volunteers would have to be called in to do the work that the training assistant is doing. So we're able to bring this person in. We're more efficient, we're more effective, but it's not increasing cost. There'd be more overtime for the chief and deputy. There'd be increased response time during the day. There'd be a decrease in Alarm for Life if this position did not happen. There'd be a decrease in fire inspections and public education. We'd have missed training because the deputy and myself don't have time to follow up with all the staff on making that time up. There'd be a lack of income for rental in the new training area that's in the new hall. We expect to rent that out, but the deputy chief and myself don't have enough time to run that. There would be no succession plan for the deputy chief and fire chief. More cost for apparatus repairs, as small items would have to be brought in, like the repair service would have to be brought in. There'd be a reduced social media presence, and less time for the chief and deputy to spend on planning and efficiencies. So as I stated before, there is no budgetary impact for this position because we're able to reduce the volunteer time. The volunteers have to come in and do this work in the evening. Having somebody there during the day, make sure it gets done in a timely manner. This position is crucial to the successful continuation of fire services during daytime hours. One of the primary benefits is the reduced response times. With this position, the department can ensure a faster mobilization for emergency response, which is critical in life-threatening situations where every second matters. Additionally, the enhancement of fire prevention efforts by dedicating more resources to community education and inspections and outreach programs. These proactive measures help to reduce the frequency and severity of fire incidents, ultimately creating a safe community, lowering associated risks, and reducing response costs. Adding a position such as this ensures the department's long-term stability and operational continuity. The addition of this position can also assist in reducing associated costs. Faster response times and improved fire prevention activities can decrease property damage, insurance claims, and associated expenses. In addition, more adequate staffing levels assist in reducing unpaid overtime provided by the chief and deputy to a more manageable level. If there be any questions?
Thanks, Chief. Who wants to start? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Chief, I was looking back at the 2024 budget and noted that in there it said that there was one pickup truck for Hanover Fire Department. And now in our budget package for this year, it says there's two pickup trucks and one is listed as a 2025 GMC Sierra for 29,500. Just wondering, that's a proposed item under operations? Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes, so the 2024 is to replace a 2002. The 2025 was needed because we're getting a new pump apparatus, but it's smaller, it doesn't fit as many people. And that was already approved under capital. And so we needed a pickup truck to carry enough people to get to the scene.
And so is this for the new truck that's coming in 2027? Is that correct?
Correct. It also provides us much more flexibility, as what we're finding is we're taking an apparatus out of response to do work around the municipality, or for me to go to meetings, or for the deputy to do inspections. So having two apparatus that can be utilized for those that work, but then also respond as well is very beneficial for us. A pickup is much more versatile than a large pump. As well, driving those pickups to calls instead of the pump helps reduce repair costs.
And so I'm just wondering, given that we're still trying to bring on the new fire hall loan to finish out that project, is this 2025 truck an essential item for 2025, or could it be something that we would look at in 2026?
It is essential now, because we are pulling trucks out of response to do meetings and errands and pulling and basically taking them outside the area, which is not a good idea. So having it's going to be a straight pickup with lights that we can then take out. We're not taking any equipment with us when we go outside of the area for meetings, things like that. So it is needed now.
Also wondering, last year I had a note when we were talking about one-time expenses, I believe was part of our discussion, and we had talked about $47,000 being a one-time expense for a temporary training officer. And so now we're talking about it being incorporated as there being no cost. So I'm just wondering, is that there's no additional cost based on the 2024 budget, or are we going to see this $47,000 in savings as well?
There's no additional cost from 2024. So what happened was, when we brought that person in, it was a new position, as you stated. So we found a lot of efficiencies right away. Now we're also seeing a lot of real huge benefits to response, because that person also responds with us as well. So that the response benefits added to the having someone there during the day was huge. So it's no increase to the 2024 budget, because they're doing a lot of activities that we would have had to call the volunteers in at night to complete.
And if that position for 2025 were to look like the part-time position that was originally proposed, how would that impact your operation?
That would actually increase cost, because now I'd have to pay them part-time, but call the volunteers in to help complete the work that they're actually doing. So they're doing work for us during the day that the volunteers can't, in addition to other activities that the volunteers are doing in the evening. So now the volunteers have a little more time that they don't have to come and spend at the fire hall, because they are also responding to those 225 calls a year or more. So it would end up costing more if we would move that to part-time. In addition, it would be very challenging to find a person that would come in part-time to do the role that we require, because it is at a high level and you have to have a fire knowledge to complete it.
Chris, you have a comment?
Yes, if you look at page 71 of your electronic copy, which would be
Page-
69. In your book,
59.
59? 59, you will notice in the 2020 proposed budget, kind of about a quarter of the way down, you'll see part-time salaries and regular salaries. You will see that the regular salaries have gone up 84,600, but the part-time is going down 97,300 because of this position going in. So if you were to do it the other way around, you would be paying $13,000 more to bring in the volunteers and have a part-timer in there than you would having that whole full-timer, is what Jeff was trying to get at with all those.
I'll also add to that, that the volunteers can only do work when they have time. So the work doesn't get done in a timely manner, and sometimes not at all, because it gets being pushed off. So that's the problem. Having this person in here ensures that the work is getting done in a timely manner, because I can ensure that it's getting done during the day. As well, it provides me oversight, because I can't be here 24 hours a day. So we make sure it gets done. Plus, if there's some high level stuff that needs some supervision, we have staff here.
Thank you, and I do appreciate the explanation, and certainly I had added the numbers from 2024, 2025 as well, and so I do appreciate the overview, Chief. And I guess just to go back, just to clarify, so this 2025 truck has not been ordered yet. That's correct?
I noted before that we were doing the EFM Enterprise Fleet Management, and I said we've already ordered the 25 ones already. There was 5 being ordered. Police, fire, rec. So,
Parks and Rec, we got it.
yeah, we got the Parks and Rec one already. 2 of them came in already. Parks and Rec and Water came in, and the other 3 are on order. One is Public Works, one is fire, and one is police. They've all been ordered, because you have to have so many months ahead to order them in order for them to come in a timely manner. The 2004, the reason that one looks so much higher, because he has a space cap on it. The space cap is the one that costs the most money, but that's extended to be for the next 4 leases. So you're able to take that cap off after your 5-year lease, put it on the next one, and you have 3 more of those that you're allowed to do. So you're going to pay more upfront for that one. That's why it's 40,000 a year for that. And it'll eventually go down to the 13,000, just what it is for an actual vehicle. And that space cap will continue to be moved on, but it'll be our apparatus to keep. So you got to pay a lot up front to start. And then eventually it'll all level out after 5 years. It's basically the renewals are just similar, 13 to 14,000 just for the vehicles.
And is this part of, I believe originally when we went with fleet management, we didn't have enough vehicles as a municipality in order to qualify. So we had to get additional. So is this one of the additional that we had to get?
Yes. Last year, we got the building inspector one, and we got the extra Parks and Recreation one. That was the first 2 that we needed to get us to the 20. And we told council at that time there were 2 others that we still had on the docket. The fire department has been asking for this for almost 5 years now, to get this new squad car or truck, whatever you want to call it. And then the other one is for the administration, so that council administration can use that to go to different activities and stuff in the area instead of using your own vehicles. Again, a liability insurance issue for the town. So that one's scheduled for the following year. Not this year.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chief, for the very thorough report. On the training assistant justification, you mentioned less time for, if it doesn't get approved, less time for the chief and deputy chief to spend on planning, efficiencies, training, and updating skills and knowledge. What efficiencies can we look forward to? What would be the expected savings with those efficiencies? And you also mentioned that the addition of this position can assist in reducing associated costs. Are those reductions in costs reflected in this budget, or is there an opportunity here for that to be added or considered?
Thanks for the question. So efficiencies would be things like I can look for new grants that I don't have time for right now. Efficiencies like ensuring that we're not missing training, therefore individuals have the appropriate skills so that we're not leaving ourselves open to litigation. Cost savings for the most part are in here, but quite honestly, I think what we're going to see is more cost savings, because if 3 of us can get out the door, verify that it's a false alarm with a crew, we can then cancel oncoming volunteers a lot quicker than if we had to wait for volunteers to respond, if that makes sense. So I think we're going to see some efficiencies and some cost savings there. Efficiencies like just so much activity that the deputy and I are trying to get done during the day that we just don't have time to do, and a significant reduction in unpaid overtime, because this person has really assisted us with completing a lot of those hall duties that the deputy and I split up and try and get accomplished during the day. Now we can say this person's going to do them. We can focus on kind of higher level tasks. For example, the respiratory protection program was something I'd been trying to do for years, ensuring that we are doing everything we can for cancer prevention, because when we have a cancer claim, it hits our WSIB. So if I can spend time making sure that we're doing everything we can for prevention, it helps down the road with any WSIB claims.
Thank you for that explanation. So what I'm hearing is there is some unaccounted for possible savings here yet then with the approval of this rule.
I think so.
Okay, that's good to know.
So.
Thank you.
What I did with the budget though was stuck with what I knew for sure. I'm hoping though, grants take a lot of time. You also have to find them. So right now I don't have the time to look for them. When they do pop up, I will apply for them. This will allow me to look a little more deeper, a little further. Also, even donations, like, you know, creating new programs for donations and things of that nature to help kind of bring those funds in.
Okay, thank you. It does appear that there may be some opportunities here then. Thank you.
Can I just add to that and maybe expand on Deputy Mayor Dickert's question, and Jeff ask you a question? Would it be fair to say that those unaccounted for savings potentially would be more known for 2026 budget than they would be for 2025? We would be very much, I don't want to say guesstimating, but in some ways we would be guesstimating.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree.
Other Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Jeff, Chief, for your report. How does Hanover compare to other municipalities, a population of 8,600? How many full-time staff would other fire departments at Westgrave, Brockton? Like, we're looking at 3 full-time. Are we comparable, or is it 1 full-time chief in Westgrave, 1 full-time chief, 1 position in Brockton?
Well, that's an interesting question, and I would say I'll do my best, but it's not a fair comparison, because unlike police services, fire departments really pick what they respond to based on what council determines. We have a higher level of response with our technical rescue. So if I were to look at municipalities in Grey County as an example, most of them have 3 full-time staff. It looks a little different as to what those staff members are called, but the majority have 3. Some have 2, heading to 3, because the workload is not decreasing. The calls are increasing. The expectations from the province are increasing. Certification requirements and ensuring that testing and training is done to a standard is always increasing. The standard keeps changing and increasing. So to keep on top of everything, and some of it we have no control over, a lot of it we don't have any control over, it is more and more challenging. I mean, don't even talk about the response side of it, because that's a whole other thing. But just even the work in the office to make sure that we are hitting everything we need to is becoming more and more.
I look like say Westgrave, for instance, where they have, Newstead, Durham, Elmwood, and they maybe have 2 full-time staff. It's maybe a little bigger area. Where our fire and rescue is, it's basically the town of Hanover and so far out. Just a question. I was wondering, if the 3 full-time staff is required, what you're saying it is. And then your response time to 3 minutes, it's been reduced because of this position, but that's out of your location here. There might not be that 3 minute, you might be looking at more time to respond to a incident from your new location. I don't know. You probably don't know, but it's just, anyways, I'm having trouble with this position. Thanks.
Oh, I appreciate the comments. So that 3-minute reduction in fire service is huge. That is huge. Because we're able to get out the door that much faster, we're not waiting for volunteers to come in. We might see a small increase, but it's not going to be great. You're still going to see during the day that significant decrease. I mean, 4 minutes, nobody's getting 4 minutes. Like full-time departments aren't even getting 4 minutes. So, and I appreciate the fact that you're having trouble with this position, but I come back to the fact that it will cost you the same whether or not this person is full-time or whether we bring volunteers in to do the work. In fact, it probably will cost more. So there is no increase to the budget with this position, and we're able to do so much more work. The fire preventions, the alarm for life, the public education, a reduced response time during the day. All those positives without this position will go back to what we used to do, and that was the best we could. So it allows us to be more efficient and more effective at no more cost.
There's no cost to this year's budget, but going forward, there will be an increase in salaries and benefits with this.
There will be a slight increase, but what you have to remember, I don't even think there will be a slight increase. If I call volunteers in, they get the same cost of living increase that the full-time staff do. So the cost, the increase might simply be the cost to the, what am I trying to say? The add-on to the wages like CPP and EI. It would be a very negligible increase, if any.
Chief, can you just a very high overview about the 2 fire service agreements and to a boundary line, how far you're serving?
Well, it's 2 for fire service. It's more for tech. So we cover portions of Brockton and West Gray under contract as first response. So we are the first ones on scene. We basically take care of that emergency for them at a cost. We also provide technical rescue service to additional municipalities at an hourly cost. So we ensure that we're covering a significant portion of our costs for that call, but also the training and the equipment that goes into that technical rescue service. So it is an opportunity for us to ensure that we're getting some money back towards the cost of implementing that service that we need for our own municipality anyway. We've identified it as a risk in our municipality.
Thank you. I just want our residents and us to be aware it's just not Hanover, it's beyond Hanover. So, Chris?
If I could ask the chief, the pumper truck that we were getting in 2027, most of that is used on these areas, more so than the town, is that correct?
I would say the technical rescue, we go into so many different areas that I would say we go almost outside of town for technical rescue more than we're in town. But what we've done is change that response so that we're taking pickups and not pumps. When you take pumps long distances, like they're big trucks, they have air brakes. Some of them are older, right? You keep a pump a lot longer than a pickup. So what we've done is change the response protocols so that we can reduce wear and tear and breakdowns and be more efficient for us in town. And that means we leave, if we do go out and help another municipality for technical rescue, we're leaving our important apparatus here. And that was really important to us. Not taking a pump outside of town and then finding we needed one in town.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, maybe Chris from Melissa, from an HR perspective. So what would be the difference in the training officer position being another temporary 1-year contract as opposed to it? I'm imagining what's being proposed here is that it's coming on as a full-time position, like a permanent position. Is that correct?
I would say the difference would be the benefits. You're still gonna pay CPP, EI, EHT, and whether the person wants to be on a contract. But then after you have a contract for so long, technically under the ESA, you become an employee whether you say it's a contract or not. If you keep working them and renewing the contract over and over again, then you become that they're truly an employee and you owe them all this anyways. Maybe Melissa can relate to that.
Chris, ESA, Employment
Standards Act.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, so just to expand on what Chris said, we would already be at the point where this employee would be open to entitlements under employment standards, as well as, really considering what a position like this requires from a knowledge, experience, and skills standpoint, in being able to recruit and retain someone in that position. And, it's not a position that's easily recruited for or filled with just anyone. They do have to come in with all of this knowledge and these certifications, and that needs to be an attractive career option to someone, or we do risk an impact to our essential services. And also considering that this position does provide benefit, to our existing fire staff and in their ability to carry out these services and maintain their own wellness.
Go ahead, Sherry.
So you heard me say it at the beginning, and Jeff, it's in his business plan, but he didn't recognize this. This proposed amendment does reflect organizational review, project discussions to date. As I said, you will be seeing that report. Our intent is next Monday night. The other piece that Jeff maybe doesn't share is his commitment and the amount of overtime that he puts in. 2022, our fire chief donated 200.5 hours plus an additional 218 response hours for a total of 418.5 hours. In 2023, his donated hours to the town of Hanover were 349.5 hours, and his response, which is not recorded in those numbers, 131.4 hours for a total of 480.91 hours. When he talks about work-life balance, his wife is very understanding, as well as his family. So this position, as he's noted, number of benefits from response time, increased inspections for our community, making it safer for them, but it's safer for our current staff from a work-life balance perspective as well. Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for your great report, Jeff. I totally support it. I think you hit on two key words, effectiveness and efficiency. And a point that was made in your report, but we haven't restated, is the succession. That's a very, very important thing for our community. And I think that if you have one person who is well-schooled in fire safety and all the discipline, doing all the responsibilities as opposed to sort of cutting it up in little pieces for volunteers to do, it just makes common sense that we endorse this full-time position. So thank you for your service, and I am very supportive of it. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, thanks, Chief. So I think we should break for lunch now. Oh, Chris?
While Jeff was talking, sorry, Jeff, I was doing other work. I was checking out the utilities information that Councillor Hudson and Councillor Cable were asking about. So in 2023, the budget was $1.3 million. 1.3 million to 28,547. The actual was 1,355,000. So we were short by about 27,000. However, our budget in 2024 was reduced by 8% because this was brought forward in last year's budget, that, hey, our utilities are too high, we should be reducing them. So we reduced them by 8%. We are currently at 65% of that. So our amount in 2025 is an 8.6% over the 2024, which is still only 99% of what 2023 was. And in 2023, we were higher than that budget. So I don't think we're over on our numbers in there. Again, we have to wait until March to get the actual numbers. When you're doing budgets for years, you want them done earlier now. So you have to look at what was there. But you had asked about what the average was, and we were over what our budget was, even though our budget in 2024 is much lower than it should be. So we reevaluated that and put it back to where we were. That helps you at all.
And you really did say that you're leaving at the end of, like, wow, very good.
Smooth.
Thanks for that, Chris. It's nice to have the answers as we're talking about it. So, all right, I'd like to break for lunch. The question is, do you want 45 minutes or 30? Oh, okay, 30 minutes. We're back here at 12:30. Oh, and lunch is in the Winkler room, and there are drinks in the fridge.
And
Okay, it's 12:30. We're back in session and we are on section 9 and page 68. And someone's 80 on the electronic. Section 9 is Public Works, and that's you, Ron.
Thank you, Worship. This section 9 here on Public Works, essentially it's the function and activities that are done from our public workshop at 40 17th Avenue. The activities which they do, plus we define in this year the capital projects that we have in terms of roads function. It shows on there just in the listing of staffing. It shows two full-time public works operators. Actually, there's 4 operating out of that facility there. But I guess I would say dedicated to roads, it's probably about 2 in there because we actually help out other functions throughout the budget. We're involved in cemetery where we do the grave digging. Plus when we run throughout the winter in there, starting essentially November 1st through till May, all public works for any activities at the cemetery is done through them. When the part-time staff is off, when we get into water and wastewater, in terms of the water, the distribution stuff is handled out of the staff, public works, and the equipment out of there. In terms of wastewater, the wastewater collection part of that budget is handled out of the staff that operate out of this shop here. There also is another function there when we get into landfill. There is equipment that we help. There is 2 full-time employees dedicated at the cemetery, but there's other function in terms of road maintenance out there that happens in the winter and other activities throughout the year, which are provided through the staff at 70 14th Avenue. So that's just kind of an highlight. All this is kind of the catch area for Public Works, but it supports a number of functions that they perform. In terms of the projects that were completed in 2024, first one we did earlier this year was the 2nd Street extension east of 18th Avenue, and that was to provide the entrance to the new fire hall. Then we did a smaller project, which is a complete road replacement, put curb and gutter in there. That was the 21st Ave north of 14th Street and 15th Street close. And the main project that involved complete infrastructure replacement was the 3rd Street from 11th to 12th Avenue on the 12th Avenue south of 4th Street. That was, adjacent to Dawnview School. And that was the main project that was completed this year. The staff that we have out of 70 14th Avenue, they provide, virtually all the maintenance activities that are provided to the town. There is some contracted services, which we get contracted out. That's mainly the catch basin cleaning and the sanitary sewers. Just that type of work is specialized. It's with a back truck, very expensive. And we don't actually have a back truck. And if we did, costly to maintain those. Plus we'd have to have another operator on staff. So we just find that the size of our community as it stands right now, that's a contracted service. We also get back truck in when we're doing utility work, whether it be water, sewer, or storm sewer repair, just with the amount of utilities that are involved when we're doing the underground repair work. And especially since we put the fiber in the early 2010, somewhere in around that range, is it much more complicated in terms of doing repairs. So back truck is kind of a standard when it comes to that. For 2025, in terms of capital projects that we have coming up, we have 7th Street from 13th Avenue easterly That's a complete reconstruction, including its infrastructure, water, sewer, road to be put back, reduced footprint, standard design with curb and gutter, and there would be sidewalk on that one as well. We're actually moving on to the 24th Avenue, which is County Road 28. That's kind of phase 2 of a project. Phase 1 north of 14th Street was completed in 2023, and coming up in 2025, we're doing the 10th to 14th Street complete urbanization of that, curb and gutter, sidewalk, putting street lighting in that section. In terms of the equipment that we have, we're looking in 2025 for replacement. We got a 2003 loader, and we're looking at replacing that one. Program changes for 2025, just, one more subdivision coming on board with activity and housing occupancy in the Saugeen Cedar Heights West subdivision. There's been occupancy in the spring, summer, and fall this year, so come moving on to winter, we'll be doing the road maintenance portion of that. In terms of in the public works, anything that I would notice, would want to mention coming up in terms of any changes that would be of significance there. One, I would just put in the category under it's section 3400 general administration. It's on page 86 of the electronic package, just in terms of regular salaries, retirement coming up in 2025, so 2-month overlap in there of salary, so that's why you're seeing an increase in that number there. And the other one that I would notice that might tweak your interest there would be on page 85. We got we have a 2015 Chev 1-ton water truck. It's 3203 is in the category. We're showing a number increase there. That's actually a lease showing up for replacement of that 2015 with a 2025 1-ton truck, similar to what we got now. But we've been going in terms of the lease replacing out the vehicles, so we're not seeing major costs coming up in terms of capital. That summarizes the budget fairly quickly in terms of public works section of it. And if there would be any questions, I would be happy to answer them for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Any comments, questions? Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ron, on that truck that you just mentioned, the 2025, we're seeing an increase of 21,000. Is that the lease price? 21,000 per year?
I can answer that. Yes, it is, but he has a dump truck on it, so you're paying extra for that dumping capabilities. Usually a truck is around the 13 to 15,000 a year, depending what size it is, if it's a V8, V6. And then the additional amount, so instead of paying capital up front, it's all absorbed in the lease payments over the 5 years. So we wouldn't be paying another $80,000 just to have that dump box and everything else put on it. Our theory with Enterprise was to put it all together, so we have one payment that we have to deal with, not here's our monthly payment for the operations of the truck, and then we got to pay for the capital on top of that. It was all put together. That was the purpose of that.
Okay, thank you. If I may, I got a couple other questions.
Please go ahead.
Machinery rental, actual was 14,392, proposed is 25,000. Is that again something to do with the lease? That was line 3623.
That's actually town equipment 3623, which is a tag. It's in a number of different areas. That's the cost when we do a charge rental for all the maintenance areas for use of our town equipment. Within the overall budget, there is another section in there, which actually is the cost recovery section for the lease of it. So what I would say is if the town rental equipment was shown a little higher in terms of what we budgeted in terms of the cost, the rental recovery is a complete offset of that. In another section, I think it's 0953 under the general administration, but
Yep, page
there's a
85.
good person on the numbers and she could pitch in.
Page 85, you'll see there's one called town equipment use. It's called rental recovery. So that's $259,500 coming back from all this equipment rental. And then it goes to each department area that is using that piece of equipment that gets charged to that specific department. Again, remember, we have to report for the financial information report based on each function area. So if you're using certain piece of equipment that is actually in Ron's department, but you're using it, say, in Parks and Rec, they get charged that amount. So that comes back. So it's a kind of an in and out wherever you go.
Okay.
So that 259.5 is all throughout the budget through wherever you see machinery rental from everybody.
Okay, next question was on the winter control, snow plowing and removal. 2024 actuals, 24,152. The proposed is 60,700. Just seems like a significant difference there. If sanding, salting, sweeping, kind of a similar change there. We're just wondering why there's such a variation.
Can I just, Deputy Mayor Dicker, can you actually refer to the page number? That would be helpful, I think, on our end, as well as the specific account number, because again, in
Yes.
full account number, that would be helpful.
Page 82, total 3103, winter control, snow plowing and removal.
And that's page 82 in the binder, correct? As opposed to your electronic?
Let me
Oh,
take
you
a
don't
look
have
here.
it on.
Yeah,
Okay,
let me
'cause
take a look.
82 for us is a summary page, sorry.
So that, let me see here.
It should be on page 84.
My apologies, yes, 84.
84 electronic, just so we're all on the same page, so to
Yes.
speak. So 84 electronic, page 72 binder, okay? And the account number again, Deputy Mayor Dicker, was 01.
3104, it's a total 3104. I'm looking at that budget line.
Okay. There.
The streetlights is another one. There's actually a few of them throughout, which is 3106 and 3108, the catch basins, where there's, excuse me, a significant, and maybe it's a billing thing, maybe it's timing on the invoices. Just, there's a significant difference there. Just looking for some information as to why that is.
I guess if we were looking at the sanding, salting and sweeping, what we show in there is materials were actually going down in the 2025 as opposed to 24 budget. We're down $5,400 in that. What we have spent on there, we budgeted in 24, 67,008. We're at around 35,000 expenditure, but then we still have kind of the last third to fall cost of the sand salting and materials getting in. What we have shown there in the materials in the budget, why it's down for 2025 is that we've taken our salt usage and we've pulled the quantity of that down about 11%. There is an increase in price, but overall all materials is down by 11% in the projection. That shows up in it would be in the roads 34,404 materials. It would also show up in parking because a percentage of that sand salt mix is in parking and would also show up in sidewalks.
But the actuals versus the approved 2024, again, looking at line 3104, we're at 75,143 actual, where the budget was 131. The proposed is 128. So yes, you've reduced it, but and that's why I'm just not sure about the timing part here. Like the 75,000 versus the 131,000. Are we that much under on just on timing right now, or can that be reduced more than the 3,200 that you're proposing in that overall section.
Sherry, you have a comment?
Well, just, I know when we did our staff review of this budget, Deputy Mayor Dickert and council members, certainly the materials area was one area that was flagged as an area that could be reduced, and it has based on the proposed. I do believe that, again, this was to November 15th for actual, so we have 6 weeks. Granted, we've had great weather with no snow. But that doesn't mean in the next 5 weeks we won't, right? So that number will increase accordingly. I think the other thing we did, and maybe Chris could look at our 2023 actuals in some of those areas. She may not be able to get that answer right now, but we also looked at what our actuals were 2023. We might have looked 2022 as well, because as much as one year might be gentle from a winter removal perspective, the next year you may not. So it's that ebb and flow of weather and us not having a crystal ball. So we try to budget based on what is typical, as opposed to, you know, a year where we're really gentle winter versus a year when we're really extreme weather, if I could say it that way.
But what this money that we budgeted in 2024, if we continue on this trend and have, $50,000 less, that's going into reserves to offset those peaks and valleys, isn't it?
No, it's not. Like, Chris can comment more on that, but if there's a surplus at the end of the year, it's as per our surplus policy, which would go into the Investing in Hanover Fund or TCAs. Chris, help me out on that one.
That would be a combination. You may remember that I talked to you guys previously before our lunch about utilities. We were over. So so we had a deficit in utilities overall. So that was offset by any surplus in other areas, and they just combined together to drop out at the bottom. Now, for what Sherry had said, the tons, Ron had budgeted 900 tons of salt in 2024. He still has another load to come yet. So we haven't got that bill. That's not going to come until another week or so. And in 2025, he budgeted for 100 tons less. But again, the rates even went down. So that a difference of 64,000 versus 58,600. But again, it's the regular salaries are slightly going up, and so are the benefits, a small 2% increase there. So what you're looking at is the materials. Right now, we're only at about 35,400 of the 67,800. Again, he's got a big load coming in for the salt yet, for the roads that hasn't happened or been billed at this time. So perhaps you are correct when you say timing. But he has taken that into account, and we have looked at the previous years, and the previous year prior to that was much higher. I'll get the actual rates once I can find them, okay?
Yeah, it's one of the ones that I guess I'd like to see carry forward. Just, maybe we can tweak that a bit as one of the items that we can consider on that potential list as we move forward.
Other comments or questions? Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Ron. First of all, you're pretty smooth slipping in that retirement thing, isn't it? 2025, that's good. It's not good, but anyhow, I'm glad to see the 24th Avenue urbanization happening. Will there be changes at that intersection at all? Do you know part of this urbanization? And you're always hearing sidewalks out to Walmart, and I know that's a county road, and I'm just wondering, does that fall into this, or is it just to the Canadian Tire corner?
The work on that is just actually to the Canadian Tire corner, but in terms of right through that intersection, in terms of a north-south, there'll be a repave in there. And I know the Cobite have been working on it in conjunction with the county to better align the left-hand turn offset lanes running north-south through on 28. So the actual work, although it's not a complete excavation through the intersection, there'll be realignment of the left-hand turn lane. So they have been looking at the intersection improvements there, and the work will actually extend to the south side of the County Road 4 or 10th Street.
And I can comment that County Council has not discussed or had a report received about sidewalks out to Walmart. Now, whether you have her on internally with staff, but it has not come to the county table yet.
Yeah, if you're talking on 4 out to the east, that's not included in the project. This project here is strictly 24th Avenue, County Road 28, north-south section going through, but it includes the 10th Street intersection.
Okay, and go ahead, yeah.
And, going forward with our 5-year capital plan, I'm hearing a lot, we got our new fire department, we've got the Volkswagen dealership, we have the kids' gym, we have the gymnastics, we have a gym back in that area. First Street, I'm hearing a lot of people, it's rough back there, we need a sidewalk back there. And I'm also hearing that, same thing about Second Street. I think it's something that this council's really got to look at going forward, that we get that developed back in that area, because it's a busy area.
It's in the five-year capital. I know it keeps getting shifted back, but if I recall, I think it's in there like a 2027 as it stands right now in terms of the time frame, but it can be shifted as council's wish.
And Second Street, Councillor Fleet, are you referring to Second Street going all the way through to the county road? So those are one of the topics for conversation in our growing prosperity conversation.
It's something very important in our 5-year plan to move forward instead of back. With JDSS back there, new fire department, kids gym, gymnastics, physiotherapy. It's a busy area of town, and that First Street is in pretty bad shape. And there's a lot of walkers back in that area. So I think it's something we need as a council to look at instead of keep moving it back. I think we got to bring it forward in our 5-year plan.
And I do want to say, when the industrial park, which we now call a business park, was designed and developed, it was designed for industrial, not for walking. So again, we're looking at trucks and vehicles going in there and sidewalks and people, and we're mixing. So we have to find the balance. I understand people like to walk where it's not quite as busy, but there is a balance there when you're dealing with industrial and businesses. Did you want to further comment, Andrew?
Thank you, Worship. No, you said what I was thinking about saying, but I wasn't going to say it. I don't know if it would be smart to I don't know if it'd be good planning to put sidewalks on First Street per se, but as Second Street went through, that would make some sense. And on 18th Ave, as you state, where it connects to JDSS, it might make some sense. While it is originally an industrial park, it has turned a little bit more into a business park, but those business types, a lot of them are on that east side of the industrial park where the foot traffic predominantly would want to go.
It's on the radar. So any further comments, questions? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Worship. And Ron, if I'm reading the 5-year forecast correctly, there's a line in here, and I know that we'll get to this tab at some point, but it says 14th Ave and First Street repaving -business, which is in there for next year. So is the idea that next year we would be repaving First Street, and then it'd be in 2020, wherever it happens to be 2027, that Second Street would go through to 18th Ave?
Yeah, within the 5-year capital, I know that the section of 14th between Second and First Street, and First Street from 14th over to where it tied into the new business park, kind of the older, the original section, it is proposed for road resurfacing, repaving that in 2026. And on the 5-year capital is the would be the Second Street extension in there between 14th and 18th Avenue. And at that time, when that road went through, it would be curb and gutter, and it would have a sidewalk on one side, street lights, and be an urbanized section put through there.
Okay, next is the cemetery, but before we move to that, I just wanted to say, Ron, I was sure we had a policy that only one director can retire in each year. So you guys get to think about that. You know, I don't know how you're gonna work that out, but. Okay, Ron, we're on page 76 in the binder. Yeah. Oh,
I have some information regarding the materials there. In 2022, we actually spent $83,700 and we only budgeted $59,900 that year for it. So we were short almost $24,000. In 2023, we budgeted whatever that was amount. Let me see, 23. We budgeted 64,600, but we only spent 52,600. So we're going up and down like a yo-yo, depends on the year and how much salt you get in at a certain time. In earlier this year, we haven't spent any money in 2024 for any of the salt and sand since April, because that would be the end of the winter. So we're gonna get a whole pile coming in, and that 1 month was over $17,000 for that. So we'd still be under, even with that 35 and the 17, so we'll be close. So we have an ability maybe to drop that down, but again, we could take that hit this year coming up if the winter's bad and be up over 80,000 again. So that's why we're trying to be conservative, and the monies that we're actually showing there are based on actual tons of salt that we're planning to buy at this additional price. So that's our backup for those numbers, if that helps at all.
all right. So we'll move on to the cemetery. We're on page 76 in the binder and 88 electronically. Ron?
Thank you. The cemetery, we have one caretaker there that's seasonal full-time, and we have an attendant there, which is seasonal part-time. And as I indicated before, they're both the part-time and the full-time or seasonal come first or mid of November, leading back into the early part of May. Then our public works, they look after the operation of the winter burials and keeping the roads and pathways open at the cemetery. In terms of 2024, we had the columbarium was in the budget. So we've got the base out in there where we're moving into a new, I guess I would call it area or garden landscape of it. It's going to house 4 columbariums on it. We've got the base in, we've got the pad in for the first of the 4 columbariums there. The columbarium is actually ordered, but in terms of actual installation of that, it's likely going to be the spring of 2025 when that happens. Just it's you know, a good 6 month in terms of time frame when you order to when we get the column. They're made on a as requested basis. And in 2024, we've got 2 main moors, Steiner moors, that we use at the cemetery. We replaced one of the moors. And in terms of 25, we don't have any capital work replacement coming up for 2025. Another thing that we got, which helps out on the administration side, is the software program for the cemetery, so we can better track what plots and stuff are available for sale. So it's an administrative software program that we got in 2025. And other than that, I don't have anything more specific, relatively small budget, unless there's any questions.
Thanks, Ron. Are there any questions or comments? Nope, keep going, Ron. We're on page 78 of section 11. And 90 electronically.
Okay, this section is the water and wastewater section, which is basically the treatment plant of our water and wastewater operations. It's functioned by, we have a chief operator and we have 4 full-time operators which operate the plants. There's obviously additional cost into that to the administration part of it back up within the budget. In terms of 2024, the program highlights, there is a number of projects which are ongoing, which got started in 2024. Actually, the environmental assessment started the year before that, and getting those finished up and actually moving forward with some actual construction for 2025. Just to kind of go through them, one that's been ongoing for a couple of years has been the 7th Ave water tower. Getting close to be going out to tender on that. The way I see it is the tender would be released yet this fall. The closing of that wouldn't be till in January, but our intentions of that would be get something in place and be starting on the actual construction in the spring. That'd be in about an 18-month project. That's going to carry us through 25 and into 2026 before we're going to see that one completed. Another one, environmental assessment for the wastewater treatment plant, not finished up yet, but carrying on. That's taking a look at an overall really big growth and look picture for the wastewater treatment plant over the next 30 years. Something a little smaller than that along that same time frame for the wastewater treatment plant is to take a look at and see what we can do to increase the wastewater treatment plant rated capacity. We're in there, the number is 6,360 cubic meters, and we're at a good 85% of that, have been for a few years now, in the last 2 or 3 years for sure. Looking at getting that number to increase as one of the stages of this overall wastewater treatment plant, to get that number up to around 7,000 cubic meters. We've started on some stress testing, which is a bunch of sampling, a bunch of documentation, which is required by our treatment plant staff to be done on a continuous basis throughout this year. It's going to continue into next year because we have to catch kind of all different 4 seasons and catch some peak flows of what's going on at the wastewater treatment plant. And that's a process, through our engineering consultant, have been working closely with the Ministry of Environment to get that re-rating. But to get that re-rating requires a lot of research and a lot of documentation and a lot of proof, to prove that we can do that and without any detrimental impact to the receiving body, being the Saugeen River. So with that interim plant upgrades, we submitted an application in 2024. We were able to get funding on that in the amount of, it's around 1.9 million. And I think the overall overall committed capacity of that project was around, I think it's around 2.7, the total eligible project, but we got, I believe it was 70% funding towards the interim upgrades. So that's good. The main gist of that one is there is an older section of the wastewater treatment plant, which we would call the East Plant. And we're looking at doing some upgrades to that particular plant to help with increase its efficiency, get more flow through the plant. Once we get these upgrades done in 2025, continue on, do some more testing, a part of the stress testing that we have to do, all in support of getting the re-rating of the plant capacity. So it's a lengthy exercise, quite involved, but I think it allows us to go from where we are now, add another 10% or a little bit more on, give us more capacity at a fairly, as minimal cost as what can be achieved. Because the big picture in terms of doubling the plant capacity is going to be quite expensive, and working with the consultants on that one to get that one as it comes through, to get that done in phases. So it's not maybe quite as bit of a hit at any one given time, but eventually then we're through it. There's going to be significant dollars, wastewater treatment plant. Getting back onto the water side, part of what was approved in 2024 was the SCADA system. And that was to be done over a 3-year period. Since the work has started on that project, the contractor involved in that, he wants to up that one and complete it over a 2-year phase. So part of it started in 2024 and we'll actually be able to complete all the SCADA upgrade in 2025. So I think it's making progress in that quicker than anticipated, which is good. And I think that covers, there is the construction projects that had stuff associated with the road part, but which were previously mentioned. So that completes my report up. Unless there would be any specific questions, I would be pleased to answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Are there any questions, comments? Keep going, Ron.
Next section here is section 12, which is the garbage collection, the recycling, and the landfill, all within one budget. Stuff that's been going on this year, continuing on with the environmental assessment to review alternative methods to manage the leachate from the Hanover Walkerton landfill site. Currently, we're hauling the leachate to split between both Hanover and Walkerton treatment plant. The overall goal in that is to construct and have it piped towards the Hanover wastewater plant. That EA process, very involved, had to do environmental assessment part of it. So that kind of takes in all 4 seasons when they're looking at the impact of that. So therefore that project's not totally completed. Probably another restriction with totally moving that forward is the wastewater treatment plant. We kind of have to get some interim upgrades to make sure we can have the capacity available. If it was all piped and treated at our wastewater plant. Our goal in this one is to get the EA completed. We've been fairly successful with getting applications and getting some grant funding out there for, environmental type initiatives. This would be a great one. Hopefully we could tap into a grant funding that might come available. And with us having the EA completed, I think that would put us in good standing of submitting something in the future to get some monies towards that pipeline project. Because once again, that's going to be a significant cost. So to get some funding to offset, that would be good. Projects coming up for 2025 in terms of the landfill. The big one there is going to be, we're into construction of cell 3 at the Hanover Walkerton landfill site. Program changes in terms of the recycling. And the big one there is and I provided a report to council, is the transition to the producer responsibility for the recycling, which has resulted in a savings to the municipality of $120,700 for 2025 on the recycling end of the budget. And that is a brief summary of garbage recycling landfill. If there would be any questions, I would be pleased to answer them for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Ron. Just with the transition to producer responsibility, the residents will see no change. Just so any residents listening, they won't see any change to their blue box service.
Not through 2025 because it accounts for all sectors. When it gets into 2026, there is the non-eligible sources, and we'll have to work through that one as to how that works out, because starting in 2026, non-eligible, which is essentially commercial and industrial types. The regulation has specifics on it, and it gets into property codes, is that the non-eligibles cannot be collected in the same vehicle at the same time as the eligible sources. So we'll have to work through how that's actually going to work. There would have to be a separate contract out, or maybe those parts, those sectors in the non-eligible would have to make other arrangements, but there's a little further work to do on that, and there'll be further report brought back. But in terms of the change in terms of the collection starting January 1st, no change.
Counselor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ron. Question on page 87 of the binder. I'm not sure of the digital. Under materials, Ron, what's included in that, please? Is it possibly the food cycler?
So, and that is account number 4520-2240.
Yeah, last year it would have been under materials under 4520 to 2240. That would have included the food cycler, which was something for 2024, and significant reduction this year.
So I can understand why we don't have much money in that. I just want a reminder, did we order carbon filters for any of the townspeople or not?
We have ordered carbon filters, and they're here and available at the office for people to purchase.
Good, I'm gonna get one. Thank you.
Ron, I have a question. Going back to the leachate being treated at our wastewater plant, is that a shared cost with the landfill, or is it a Hanover cost?
It's actually a cost for the treatment of it is actually billed back to the landfill operations. So right now, the leachate, as close as what we can get the haulage between the two municipalities, half to the Walkerton side, half to the Hanover side. Each one of the communities charges a processing fee, and that gets paid through the landfill budget.
Very good. Thank you. Chris?
Just so council's aware, that's cell number 3, expansion. The town has to come up with another $259,500 to cover that expansion amount, because there's not enough in the landfill reserves for that. So council may remember that we've been putting $50,000 away for our future landfill cell. It was supposed to be done in 2026, but we're pushing it ahead in 2025 because of the lack of space that's required in there. So you will notice on that page 87 that there's a transfer from reserves of $259,500. And that is coming mostly from that reserve, but we're still $84,500 short. So as we put monies aside in 2026 and 2027, it will be repaying itself back, and then it will start to replenish by 2028 to that point. So when we were ready to do cell number 4, hopefully we'll have some money towards that as well. So there is no extra tax dollar in money required. It's just a long process to get to that point. And so you'll also see that there's still $50,000 being transferred, as we've always done, to start this reserve back in the 2022, I think it was.
Okay. Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. And if I'm understanding the budget correctly, the $120,000 in savings from moving to producer responsibility has been essentially absorbed in order to offset the current levy for 2025. I guess what I'm wondering, and I know this doesn't help our 10.7% challenge, but with that $120,000 that we've essentially saved by moving to full producer responsibility, I'm wondering, is there a need, for example, for this $50,000 transfer to reserves to increase? Like, should we be using a portion of that savings to assist us with future challenges that we know we're going to experience that are related to garbage, recycling and landfill, which is where we're finding the savings from. So I'm wondering, is this $50,000 sufficient? We know that we're already short. Right? Or are we better at this point in time to say we're going to put $20,000 from this $120,000 savings into there to go forward?
Did you have plans for that money, Ron?
The plans for the money were to make the bottom line from the taxes to be less. So that's what it's happening. You remember the bag tags were covering recycling and garbage collection. So now you're actually have a surplus of about 30,000 from that $2.50 that we're doing. So we're actually putting it towards the landfill portion of the town's requirement. So we're putting in 210,000 for the operation side and 259.5 for the capital side. And if you want to put 20,000 there, that's another $20,000 hit on your tax bottom line. Unless you want to get rid of the bottle filling and then make it a swap there or something like that.
Wait.
Oh, the bottom fill station. I knew it was going to come up at some point.
Just saying,
We haven't got there yet.
we've already absorbed that 120,000 in.
I know. I think that's the unfortunate thing, right? Is that because essentially we are saving $120,000 this year because of moving to full producer responsibility. But I know we've just at this point completely absorbed it to lower the tax rate. But I'm wondering is, do we have a prediction? So we know we're moving ahead with cell 3 earlier. We talked previously about when we're going to need cell number 4. Is if we're now going to take 25, 26, 27 just to pay off what we borrowed, then we're only starting in 2028. And when is cell 4 going to happen? I'm thinking of the council that's 2 terms from now. Are they going to be sitting here going, how come we're short $400,000?
I thought every cell was to be every 8 years originally. This one comes earlier. So if we're doing it in 2025, it's going to be ready by 3033 around there. So you might have 250,000 available. I think this is something maybe you look at next year and add that savings that you get from that $2.50 and don't have to increase your bag tag costs. And then you can say, hey, we still have an extra 30,000 here. Let's put that extra 30 into that amount there and pay it off earlier. But I don't think you want to do it this year because you're just taking that hit. And Ron, as he mentioned, we don't know what that cost is going to be now because this amount includes every property. Now it's not going to include commercial or industrial coming in 2026. Because if it's my understanding that the recycle is picked up on the main street at the businesses, it won't be in 2026. And they will have to come up with their own way of picking it up, or the town will have to decide how they're going to do it. So you may need that 30,000 back then to cover that cost.
So I guess so if I'm hearing correctly, so we're going to start in 2028, putting funds away for something that we're going to need in 2033-ish. So we might have $250,000 available. And what would the current cost, like what do we think cell 4 is going to cost us?
Well, if it's done correctly, we did a calculation. If this would have been done in 2026, like it was supposed to be, there would have been enough in the landfill reserves to cover it so that each municipality wouldn't have to cover any additional amounts. However, since they pushed it forward and it's 600,000 more than they had originally budgeted, that's where we're getting hit. You can only project so far. Inflation is just taking a kick in the pants to all of us on things that you thought were 500,000 one year, they're now $1 million. So we can only do so much, and we can't expect the current taxpayers to worry about what's in the future all the time. They have to be able to cover current plus a little for the future and make the future have to pay for some of it as well. So that's the premise behind debit funding and reserves and reserve funds.
I just think it's going to be a hard sell for me next year to sit here and say, we should increase that to $70,000 because the $120,000 is going away, right? This is our one shot to put that $120,000 somewhere, right? And right now we're just kind of using it to be absorbed into other things. Let's add it to the list for discussion.
So that ineligible recycling for commercial and industrial, was that $10,000? Approximately? Or
Yeah, it was approximately 10,000 this year because what they do is it worked out to 9.2%. We take in what and the calculation of that was based upon So it's 9.2%. We took in our overall tonnage times 9.2%, gets us a lower value, and the cost to us this year, the number is $250 a ton. Now that actually changes when you get into 2026 because it's not quite as simple. They won't allow it to be co-mingle or co-collected isn't, a new word around there. Can't be collected together. It has to be done separately. So therefore there would have to be, specific arrangements on how that's handled for the non-ineligible sources.
So, and the way I think, that's an added expense to our businesses and industrial that we are trying to attract and retain, and now we're putting another expense on there. So this council will determine how we handle that, whether it's absorbed or fully, partially, or none. So, but I think overall, if we all recycled more, we wouldn't be filling up that landfill and another cell. So we need to do some public education and promotion and recycle more. So, Councillor Hudson.
So on that note, is there any option of doing the food cycler program again, since we already know from the summaries that they have sent out and from personal experience that that is saving considerable going into the landfill?
So the initial cost of that was it 10,000,
But then there was subsidies, right? Like,
There
I
were
think I
subsidies,
think our
yeah.
cost was around that 11,000.
Our cost was around that, yes.
So do we spend a little bit of money to get a lot of gain? And staff can probably tell us the number of calls of people wanting a recycler. But we don't have that today.
Yeah.
Chris
Maybe
doesn't
yes.
have those figures.
So just from a food cycler perspective, it was very successful. We got rid of all the 100 units and we did have a wait list. Would you say 10, Tanya? Approximately on the wait list. We went through that wait list because there were some people who chose not to get the food cycler like they first registered for, because they had to pay for it was mostly the reason. To date, we haven't had any further calls, so we don't have a lengthy wait list of people saying, sign me up for that. Now, we haven't done any promotion either, so, would we get ready of another 100? I know Georgian Bluffs has recently implemented a second round of that. So yes, we may get rid of the 100, or if we don't, then we're on the cost for the full cost of the unit, not just the portion we are subsidizing. Does that make sense?
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just from sitting on the landfill committee, I'm not sure as having that much impact on the amount of materials coming into the landfill, because what we've seen actually is increases in our collection. Ron, you can verify that. I believe our, what was it, 3% we're up. So I don't know if we're really seeing the benefit that the providers or the manufacturer report was showing us. I'm a little skeptical.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, skeptical on the food cycler?
On the actual results that it's offsetting it. I think they work fine in the house, but I don't know that it's actually reducing what we were led to believe it might reduce at the receipts at the gates at the landfill site.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Ron, did you want to comment on that or not?
Yeah, I would just say, for the people that had it, but when you take out the total number of households, and it was 100, sure, they had some savings, but when we look at the overall collection and the tonnage that's going into the landfill site last year compared to this year, actually we're up a little bit, but it's, in around that 3%. So it's not a significant difference, but if the households that put the food cycler in, there was some savings there, but that was only 100 out of the total population. So there's other variables in there that make up, the overall tonnage going into the landfill, and it's what the number is what the end result is.
Okay, good discussion. Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Worship. If you want to encourage less materials going into the landfill site, you could do it one way. Encourage increase the bag tag fees by 50 cents or something like that. That'll get people thinking about how much they are putting into the landfill site. I've always believed you put a strong fee in, people change their habits.
True. But I don't think we're discussing that right now. Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ron, back to the transition to the blue box. In 2026, when commercial businesses are responsible for their own blue box costs, you know, I'm going to struggle with seeing our big banks, for instance, putting out blue box material, and as a ratepayer paying taxes to pick it up for them when they're making billions of dollars. So I think this is something we really need to look at when this changes over in 2026, because, you know, you got to play, say a bank, for instance, making billions of dollars a year, and as a taxpayer, I'm paying for their blue box pickup. I don't think so.
You can note that, Ron, for when you bring the report back. Do you have a comment?
To be noted as part of the report.
All right. So we'll move on. That's it for you, Ron. All right, so we'll move to Parks and Recreation and Culture. We're on section 13, page 90 in your binder. Boy, you guys are quick. And 102 electronically.
Thank you, Your Worship. So before I kind of dive into the specifics of our 2025 plan, I'll just take a moment to reflect on 2024 and our performance. So in 2024, we aim to provide high quality programs and encourage healthy lifestyle opportunities in Hanover for Hanover and area residents. Another significant highlight for 2024 was the number of participants in our program. Certainly, the recovery from COVID has certainly been realized at this point, particularly in our day camp programming, as well as our swim lessons, and starting to get back into that kind of that daytime lessons for the school age children, primarily through what's called that Swim to Survive program, which has been very popular specifically for the grades 3 and grade 6. The Trail Bridge project was completed in 2024. So that was the replacement and rehabilitation of 4 bridges, and that was completed in May. This has now enabled the South Line section of our trail system to be reopened. Our Trails Eyes and Ears program has continued. Our age-friendly work as well continues. We had our Senior Star newsletter that was delivered to Hanover residents in April. We also had a successful senior games for ages 55 plus. And also a new program this year was we launched the Age-Friendly Business campaign, and we have recognized 5 local businesses. Currently, this program is ongoing, and we want to thank you for their commitment to older adults living in our community. I'll take you back to the playground equipment install that was slated for 2023, actually didn't happen until 2024, and that was at the Robert Sears Legion Park. We had very successful special events, Family Day, Earth Day, and Canada Day. And one that's just getting some attention in the media is the Splash Pad fundraising campaign has officially exceeded the fundraising goal. It was $300,000. It is currently sitting at a total of $352,000 that's been raised to date. And we are still accepting donations as well. We had an induction to the Labyrinth of Distinction, and we also added a number of new programs, including low ratio swim lessons, gentle fitness, gentle aquafit, and our intro to hockey, which will be starting back up in January. One thing that we did as far as operations, we did assume the maintenance of our hardball diamond. So that's the grass infield, the pitcher's mound, and the home plate. Previously, there was a memorandum of understanding that was in place, which included volunteer hours from Hanover Minor Ball as well as the Hanover Hitmen. So that MOU was dissolved based on a request from the user groups. Also, a couple of operational highlights include the replacement of the floor scrubber at P&H Center, the Heritage Square water feature pump, and as well, disc golf, the short tees were added this year as well. Capital project highlights, and I can provide an update on a couple of these for you at this time too. So the arena LED lighting program upgrade is scheduled for December 2nd and 3rd for the install on that one. The commercial mower replacement, we just received that last week. The ice plant equipment condenser replacement, it is, we're just working that one out. It is scheduled to be completed by the end of December as well. The soccer washroom connection to the sewer was completed. The Kinsman Ballpark fencing upgrade was completed. The Whirlpool jet pump replacement is scheduled for December 12th. The main pool filter replacement has been completed, and the P&H Center boiler replacement, I'm going to put us at about 95% completion there. We are fully operational on the new boilers. We just have a few things to specifically that railing that's required on the outside of the new doors that were installed. So we're very close to being at 100% completion on that project as well. We did have some unplanned work. Specifically, we had drainage repair at the Kinsman Ballpark. Sections of that, the drainage tiles were compromised, and it was a very wet conditions in the spring, if you recall. But we've resolved that. We also had some equipment repair, the Ferris mower in particular. We had some repairs needed there. At the P&H Center, we did have some refrigeration plant repairs that were unplanned there, as well as HVAC, and our pool vacuum did fail, and we did have to replace that as well. So as we look ahead to 2025, the goals and objections for 2025 include continuing to enhance the quality of life for our residents by offering these opportunities that encourage healthy living, maintain our green spaces and playgrounds and facilities to ensure that they are safe, they're clean, accessible, and welcoming to all. The East End Trail development is certainly a goal for 2025. There's kind of two parts to that. The construction of the Saugeen Cedar Heights West section is proposed, as well as resurfacing of that section between 24th Ave, and we refer to it as the kind of that switchback area, but just to I've got it in here as to the Saugeen Cedar Heights West. Sorry, East. Age friendly, we're looking to continue our work there. A senior star is proposed, as well as we're looking to potentially implement a seniors expo again this year, but combine it with a volunteer fair. And we are in discussions early with the Hanover Library to try and partner on that type of a project. And then, of course, promoting and recognizing age-friendly businesses within our community. The outdoor ice rink development at Kinsman Ballpark is proposed, adopting the same model as previous years with that volunteer support. We are looking for volunteers. Volunteer recruitment is way down this time of year. So just for anybody that's listening at home, please, if you're interested, we would love your support. We will continue the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan implementation with the PRC Advisory Committee. We will continue the Heritage Committee Building Recognition Sign project. Also, another project that we're looking on that will be coming forward with a report shortly to council, hopefully in December, is we're looking to establish some long-term rental agreements for the 2 rooms within the P&H Center. We call the one room the auxiliary room, as well as the classroom upstairs. Our Trails, Eyes and Ears volunteer program will continue. We also have a number of trailhead and park signs that will be installed in 2025. We did receive the signs as part of that wayfinding plan, so now they just need to install. 2025 capital projects include, of course, number 1 on the list is our splash pad development. I will provide the update that the RFP has been issued, and it is scheduled to close on December the 9th, and that does include that Center of Excellence Phase 1 portion of the project that was requested from councillors. We include the hydraulic trailer replacement, a wading pool pump and motor, our ball diamond groomer, soccer fence upgrade, the development work for the future Kinsman Ballpark Pavilion. And I've mentioned this in my report that came forward probably just a couple weeks ago, that this project, specifically the ballpark pavilion, as well as the P&H Center partial roof replacement project, is contingent on receiving grant funding from the CSRIF grant, where we would potentially successful applications would receive 50% of funding for both of those projects. And also the ice plant replacement projects include 2 specific items: the brine pump replacement, as well as the snow pit coil. That was one of the pieces of equipment that did fail upon startup this year. We were able to patch it, solder it, fix it, but replacement is recommended there. 2025 operational project highlights include a push mower purchase, as well as on the baseball diamond, the hardball, specifically top dressing and overseating. That's very much needed. There is maintenance proposed on the clock tower, and I should say that the clock works. The clock tower works, so the actual mechanisms of the clock tower itself, it's starting to, well, it's losing time. It puts more responsibility on our volunteers that are required to wind that, to keeping accurate time, as well as we have a pool chlorinator replacement. So specifically, that one of the program changes that has been included in the budget is to revise our facility operator. We revised one of the part-time positions to increase that to a full-time position. This would be implemented as of May the 5th. So that was a bit of an opportunity for some cost savings in order to see that not happen specifically right January 1st. But a lot of the items that I'll get into kind of, happened during that those summer months. So we felt that would work okay for next year, or for 2025. So that would increase the hours to 40 hours per week, and the increase of 437 hours annually. I will talk about that in more detail very soon. So looking ahead, some of the highlights would include splash pad construction. We have put in the RFP. Whether or not this is achievable is to have that completed by June 2025. We'll know once we receive the tenders in if that's achievable. So that'll include grand opening and open for public use. Pending that grant approval, we are looking forward to those Kinsman Ballpark upgrades. Also, there's proactive investment in our facility maintenance, specifically such as the ice plant components, as well as the aquatic center mechanical equipment. These are very, very important to our operations, and as well as continued Center of Excellence planning and implementation of those the phases, which may include partnerships and potential additional fundraising that would be required. So I'll move right into the the business case relating to the new position that has been proposed in the 2025 budget. So as I mentioned, this is relating to our facility operator. So our facility operators are responsible for operating and maintaining all indoor and outdoor recreational facilities, including P&H Center, parks, athletics fields, green spaces, and trails. Currently, our facility operator complement includes 3 full-time positions and 1 part-time. Our facility operators, I will note, are part of the union, the QP collective agreement. This business case is for the increase of that part-time position up to a full-time position. Traditionally, you know, it's this position did exist, but since 2016, there was a change. And, you know, what we're looking for is to have that additional support, based on the increased demands that we're facing. So upon 2025 budget approval, the part-time facility operator will be promoted to full-time effective May 5th. And to really talk about the need, you know, the expectations have been increasing, workload has been increasing. Some of these things have been brought forward in you know, some reports that have come forward to council in the previous year, specifically to highlight some of those, is the outdoor rink. You know, that does require, even with the volunteer model, that does require staff time. First of all, our staff do set up and they take down, as well as there is requirements for testing and making sure that the ice is safe for use, that would fall to our staff. And so that's one of the newer responsibilities we've taken on, as well as disc golf. Disc golf course, for the most part, operates. You know, we don't need staff down there to monitor or maintain, but there is additional time that is required, approximately 2 to 3 hours per week. Specifically, sometimes that's limb removal, sometimes that's as simple as drawing in the tee pads once we cut the lawn, as well as there's also 4 to 8 hours that we anticipated for setup in the spring, because we pull the disc golf baskets out every fall. So we got to take them out and put them back in. The splash pad, oh, sorry, I missed one. Extended ice season is something that's been impacting our department for the last, 2 years, essentially. It really, and I know I talked about this before, about how the impacts, the ability for our staff to kind of transition from that indoor to that outdoor work. And that certainly puts a strain on the department. The splash pad, it is projected to require a minimum of about 7 hours per week. Every day, staff will need to go down, make sure that everything is operational, that it's safe, that there isn't broken glass that's on the splash pad, in order to make sure that can open daily. As well, there's additional trail kilometers, and we also have our new bridges that we need to protect. We need to conduct preventative maintenance. Additional kilometers of trails can result in additional fallen trees, additional garbage cleaning up, additional vandalism. We also will be cleaning the debris off of these new bridges. As well, we cut the grass along the edges, as well as we conduct inspections weekly and the documentation that requires. We anticipate that in approximately 2 to 4 hours additional per week. The next one is our increased hardball maintenance, which I kind of talked about in my earlier presentation, that this memorandum of understanding was dissolved, and we estimate it's approximately 5 hours of week is required for that infield maintenance. And my last, highlight to just communicate to council is the increased encampments that our community has been facing. With more people that are living rough in our community. It has certainly had impacts on our department. There's been increased level of monitoring. There's been regular visits to the various locations. There has been extra work cleaning the outdoor facilities that are adjacent to some of these encampments, such as like the pavilion washrooms. As well as there is that need to try and promptly clean up any areas of that once the encampments have been abandoned or dismantled, and we have estimated that at approximately 2 to 4 hours per week as well. So the change from the part-time to the full-time certainly provides enhanced employability, stability, and supports improved staff retention and attraction as well, versus trying to fill any kind of these needs with a summer student or part-time seasonal staff. So what is the risk if this position isn't implemented? This is the Parks and Outdoor Facilities is certainly a bit of a pinch point for our department, specifically during those summer, spring, and fall months. If we're at full capacity in our arena, it's hard to get our staff outside. And we want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our user groups. We have had user groups express concerns with the levels of maintenance on some of our areas of responsibility, and we acknowledge the need for that improvement. So we certainly want to continue to ensure that these amenities will be well maintained with a safety focus, and that that all of our facilities are adequately maintained and aesthetically pleasing to everyone. So it has been a bit of a challenge for our department to keep up with that increased demand. And should this not be approved, our department will need to reevaluate some of our service levels and consider eliminating or reducing some of our maintenance levels. So the difference as far as a financial implication, the part-time to the full-time, it is a difference of about $18,000 in order to realize that. I think that's everything I wanted to say, but certainly thank you very much. I'm open to questions.
Thanks, Laura. Councillor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Laura, for your report. I'd like to begin with the 2025 possible savings sheet, because if we're going to be discussing and putting things on a list, I think this is one I want to consider going into more depth, and you might want to get back to us with some numbers. For instance, if I was a lifeguard for the summer and I'm finding out that the pool's not going to be open on the weekends, or a lot of the Saturdays, that's going to impact the amount of money I was planning to make that summer. So I'd like to know your thoughts on that. I'd also like to know, what are the numbers of the people that come in the door on weekends, on Saturdays and on Sundays, so that we can make a more expertise discussion or decision on whether or not we should be altering those. Thank you.
So I do want to say that if we can't get all the information today, we are not voting on the budget today. We are giving direction to staff. So if there's some numbers you can't find right now, we're okay for the next meeting.
Thank you, Your Worship. That would be something I'll need an opportunity. We actually have the data. So it's just a matter of putting it together and presenting that to you. So I would assume that we'll include that in the December 9th package. Is that what we would probably, or something like that?
Or so if I can just add maybe, and I think those are all great questions, Councillor Sacco, and we'll note those. I think once we get again to that savings list, those that council either choose to implement effective today, or those that they want more information prior to make a decision, then we would respond accordingly. So if you know when we get to that list that you wish to make that change today, then the direction that staff will take is we'll make that note. That revision will be noted in the December 9th budget that comes forward. As a result, like using this one as an example, if it's a case of more information needs to come forward just around ratification of budget, Chris, we could still do that on December 9th, correct? Through you, your worship. So we would bring that information forward to you. You can make your decision accordingly on December 9th, at which point we can make that revision to the budget accordingly and still ratify if that's how it all plays out.
December 9th is the official budget meeting, and that's where DIA will present their budget. And then at this point, we will provide you with all the changes that you would requested from this one here. This meeting on December 9th won't be as long because you're doing all the stuff today individually, and then it'll just be a summary of all the stuff that you want it changed and any other directions that you've provided.
Very good. Counselor, oh, go ahead. Yes, then Counselor Fleet.
Thanks. I will just add to that. So numbers do go down significantly. I will just note that. But I can prepare exactly what that looks like. And the other thing to just note is we do, and I've written here, lose some of our staff but some of our staff go to the outdoor pools that our surrounding municipalities operate. So that we already anticipate that to happen, and we certainly we have some, it will have some impacts, but maybe not as much as without knowing that, yeah, we lose a lot to go to the outdoor pools for staffing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Laura, I think my concern is the families who are wanting to use the pool in the summer. Do you have any indication from families, phone calls, emails on people who are wanting to be in the pool and cannot be there? If I had company coming for the weekend in the summer, I would love to take them to the pool. So I'm just worried about those people when we make our decisions. I want to keep that in mind.
One thing just to consider is we will have the addition potentially of the splash pad this year as well. So that's just a consideration.
As a swimmer, splash pad doesn't cut it for me, but I'm thinking the slide, the amenities, we have some wonderful features in the pool. We've built a beautiful pool. If it could be used, I realize the savings are significant, but the splash pad is weather dependent. The indoor pool is not.
So before I go to Counselor Fleet, in this information that you're going to bring back, I would like to know, what's the effect on the building? Is the entire building closed, or is it open, like extended ice? The pool is closed and the ice is open. And if we do take this step, does that affect the annual memberships that they pay for the year? So are we actually saving as much as what we think?
You're absolutely right. It would have impacts on our memberships, and the buildings would be essentially closed. We would still have to have skeleton staff, like as far as we have certain checks that need to be done on the pool side, et cetera. But yeah, you're absolutely right for impacts.
And just to clarify, in the summers, the P&H Center is currently open for the period of time on Saturdays that the pool is open. The building is open at the same period of time, but in the summer, Sundays, the P&H Center is closed between July and August. So it's just Saturdays. It's not Sundays.
But all that information is going to come back, so that's good. Counselor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Laura, for your report. This full-time position, will this cut back on part-time hours?
No, this is, we would still have the same complement as far as our summer staff. That would be our part-time seasonal.
Can I just clarify? This is a current part-time employee, facility operator. This is a current part-time employee that we have. This is an amended position. It's not a new position. It's an amended position for the part-time person to go to full-time hours.
And I hate to say this, but I think maybe it has to go on the list as our outdoor rink. It's something we've tried for the last 3 or 4 winters. I was all for it. I support the outdoor rink. If If it's a savings of $10,000, $11,000, I think it's important to our taxpayers. I hate to say it, but maybe it's something we have to look at, maybe go on the list.
And how much is it? It's only
It's
$15.
$1,500. Like it's the rental of the porta potty and probably some miscellaneous supplies. The staff time that it takes to put, sorry, I shouldn't be answering these questions, Laura, but the staff time that it takes to install the rink, those are staff hours that already exist within our complement. They would be allocated to other tasks that need to happen. So it's a $1,500 savings if you don't wish to have the outdoor rink. Sorry, 2,000.
2,000
I
because
stand
of the
corrected.
water.
Go ahead, Laura.
I will just add to that. So we received some grant money, was that 2 years ago or last year, where we purchased a number of liners and we are on our last liner. So moving forward, there will be additional costs and I want to say those liners were between $3,000 and $5,000. So that's, this will be the last year for that grant money there.
Councillor Cable and then Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering if we can add to the list a discussion around day camp programs. So it looks like, if I'm reading correctly, I'm on page 103 of the binder, which I guess would be 115 of the digital package. So if I'm reading correctly, our 2024 actuals would show that the total cost to operate camps was $9,368, compared to our approved budget of it costing the taxpayer $31,000. I'm wondering if we can have a discussion around adjusting the numbers that are within the proposed 2025 budget to make it so that the net cost might be $25,000. What would that look like? It looks like this year we did it. We were far below it, only 9,000. I wonder if we can have a discussion around what would the numbers need to look like so that our net cost to run day camps would be 25,000.
If I may, Your Worship. So the one thing just to consider too with our day camp programming is we do have some full-time staff hours that are allocated towards that budget. Specifically our program supervisor. So that is something to consider. Those wages will still be in place. It would simply be, we would have to reallocate.
I guess I'm wondering, based on how things shuffled out for 2024, it looks like we were able to, either our revenue was up, right? Like our revenue is higher than we projected. Our expenses were in line. Contract staff was maybe up a little bit, but still less than the registrations. I'm just wondering if we can base 2025, maybe where our registration we think is going to hit a little bit higher, and perhaps we're able to reduce our cost in order to make it that there's a net that would be less than $35,000 to run summer camp programs. And perhaps we need to go back to rates and fees to look at what that would look like.
We're quite lean in that department as far as expenses. That would be very tricky.
So two things, rates and fees is an opportunity that you may have to potentially increase the rates and fees to achieve what Councillor Cable is trying to get at there. The other part is that I would say from a revenue perspective, I have to assume that the revenues for this year was because our day camp programs were at capacity and hit their capacities. You don't always budget based on hitting your capacities because that's maybe not realistic budgeting. You want to budget based on hitting realistic revenues, which might, I don't know, I'm going to throw it like whatever that percentage might be. Maybe it's 80% versus 100%. So yes, when we hit 100% of those revenues, that's why your bottom line looks a lot better in as actuals. And I know you'll understand that, Councillor Cable. So that's just one of those factors of this, but rates and fees and revisiting that for summer camps is certainly an opportunity if that's something council wishes to do to try and increase revenues accordingly.
Because if I'm understanding the budget correctly, so I'd be seeing that $14,000 is regular salaries. I'm assuming that's a portion of a staff member's salary that's a full-time employee. And so then we would have, right, so that obviously is going to have to stay. And then we would have some amount of tax offset. So I'm proposing $11,000 tax offset instead of $20,900 tax offset. But I thought that at one point, I thought a couple years ago, that's what we were working towards, was that the amount of tax dollar subsidy was supposed to be going down. And so I'm wondering if that's one area that we can come back and take a look at.
Sorry, Laura, do you have a comment to that, or can I just add the other piece that you need to remember? The other piece that's not just the regular salaries, but part-time salaries includes customer service staff allocation as well. So it's not that, so that 017320-1110 regular salaries, you're correct. That's full-time staff wages, as Laura mentioned. That's the allocation of the program supervisor, as well as probably a small piece of Laura's wages. But the general, the part-time salaries, the 017320-1111, that is, sorry, I'm just getting my numbers here. That 64.5 projected for 2025, that does include some customer service hours as well that get allocated to that. So it can be a calculation that Laura can do to take those amounts out to see what that total tax levy supported amount is versus inclusion of those overhead costs, as I would call them.
So we're going to add the rates and fees to the list for the camp cost. All right. Oh yes, sorry, Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just getting back to the ballpark maintenance with the removal of the volunteers helping, and then it looks like we're looking at $50,000 towards ballpark maintenance. Is that just for time, or is that for, sorry, you need a page number, 110 on the electronic.
Which is?
You had mentioned that there was an
And
additional
what's-
5 hours a week needed to do that maintenance.
Councillor Hudson, can I just stop you for a second? 110 on electronic, where are we on the 98? Okay, page 98. We'll get there. Okay, please continue.
Just wondering what the 50,000, is that including the 5 hours a week? Is that the wages? Is that, what exactly is that including? So you've got, let's see, 2024 budget was 11,600, and then we are now at 16,400 and then going up to 66,300. I'm guessing that's because you don't have those.
I can answer what the 66.3 is.
Okay.
It's $50,000, and that's 40,000 in top dressing and overseating and 10,000 for repairing the backstop fencing area. So that's new in 2025. These are maintenance and repairs that need to be done. So it wouldn't have been there in part of the 11.6 at all.
And tell me what this top dressing and maintenance is. Is that grass?
Yeah, it's adding topsoil, leveling, it is adding grass seed. There's also repairs proposed along the lip between the transition between the two. And then the backstop repairs are the backstop for the fencing. It's curled, it's warped, it's balls are getting out of that area when they shouldn't be, which is a bit of a health and safety as well. Oh, for the hardball diamond. Thank you. At the ag field.
Inside.
So the balls are getting out and going towards match.
Yeah.
And so that top dressing is now, do we do that every year, or do we know? How many years in between that?
I'd have to, would Sherry, do you know how long ago that would have been done?
Okay. Is that something that we can look at?
It's currently
It's
on the
on the-
list.
Very good.
Other comments, questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Oh, please go ahead.
So, sorry, I have one more, just a couple of things. On page, oh my goodness, I have to look at all of them now. Page 114, electronic, which is page 102, Heritage Committee. The building recognition sign. Can you just explain that one for me, please?
Yeah, so that's the program that we've had implemented for a number of years. So this isn't a new one. This is just a continuation. There are some costs that are attached to the historical recognition signs that are put on the like primarily in the downtown core. There is a cost recovery to that as well, where we charge the actual businesses a small portion of that as well. But that would be what that program includes.
And does that include a certain number of businesses?
Yes, I'm not sure what that number is. I'd have to look that one up. You have that?
That $8,400 includes 5,000 for the clock watch works mechanisms, 600 for building signs, so you have 5 building signs, $500 for heritage events, and 2,300 for the church storage.
So that's not really all about the heritage signs then?
No.
So it's about the clock tower as well. That's a big chunk.
Well, it just says it's Heritage Committee, remember?
Go ahead, Councillor.
And
Hudson.
just one more about the, have you had an increase? I see you've got a little bit more for fitness instructors. Is that regarding more programs that are being offered for that one?
Correct. And all of our fitness programs are based on a cost recovery program. If we don't hit that minimum number, it's canceled.
Okay, now I need to step back. Chris, did you have a comment about the day camps or not? You might have. but-
You guys had covered it. I'm basically saying there's an overhead that you can't change. But when you actually look at the amount, I think it was the actual programs cost you $46,300 without any wages. And you're bringing over $104,000 in. So you're basically covering your overhead with tax dollars and a lot of the rates and fees. So you have to really look at the programs there. Which one was it? The day camps that you were talking about? You're bringing in 104,600 is what we're guesstimating. And of that amount, if you go past the wages, you just take the general equipment, staff training, contract staff, and the program activities, it's $46,300. 14,000 you can't change because it's full-time wages. They're just going to be allocated to another department instead of this one. Of that 64,500, probably about 4,000 of that is customer service. So now you're at $60,500. So about $13,700 is tax related is what you were talking about, Brandon, Councillor Cable, sorry. So you really want to make up that amount if you want it to be 0%. But you still have to have your overhead as covered through taxes, same as arena. You're not going to make any money on the arena if you don't actually cover the cost of the arena and the bit of the overhead.
All right, let's move on. I think we're done with that one. So we will either take a break or go to building and planning and bylaw. Do you want a break or keep going? We're okay? We'll keep going. All right, we're on section 15, page 117 in the binder and 129 electronically. Got it. Andrew.
Thank you, Your Worship, and perhaps like the other two directors, I might be retired in 2025 too. I know. Well, I'm an old soul. Building, planning, and bylaw enforcement. We have a complement of 4 staff, myself, the director, and the chief building official. 1 deputy chief building official, also our building inspector, our junior planner, and 1 municipal bylaw enforcement officer. 2024, we saw quite a few notable achievements. Saugeen Cedar West has continued to progress at a very good rate. At the time of writing this report, we've added 43 new units up there, most of which were this year. There were a few late last year, if you recall. But that's great. Lots of lots still available up there. And it's nice to see that fill out fairly quickly. As well, the construction that is commenced up on the corner at 223 10th Street has been fantastic. We're beyond what we issued for permits last year, this year already. Well, it's almost the end of the year, but the permits are a lot more complex. You know, as Chris and Councillor Hockey mentioned about the importance of industrial and commercial type of buildings, we've issued more this year than we have that I ever recall since being here. So that's really good to see. As the fire chief mentioned, the completion of the net zero fire hall will happen this year. That's a notable achievement. That's taken some staff time as well. The development of the new police station charter, which council has seen, and we'll start those meetings this week for that steering committee. There's been numerous updates to the comprehensive zoning bylaw, one specific housekeeping bylaw. There's also been some updates based on Bill 185. The town's seen an increase in all the planning applications. I think we have 9 site plan control agreements this year at this time, which is a few more than we had last year, and we'll have a few more before the end of the year as well to tack onto that. We also have an increase in our other planning applications too, in terms of consents and minor variances and zoning bylaw amendments. So lots of people looking to do something, which is great. The challenges, as you know, is growth and growth-related lands and increasing that those usable lands to help increase our assessment. So that's been a challenge, and it'll continue to be a challenge, and something we're working towards. As well, on January 1st, 2025, we see a new Ontario Building Code coming out. We already have it. There is a transition period that the municipality is able to determine what those dates are. We are allowed a 6-month grace with using the old code and the new code. So internally, we're trying to determine what that date is in terms of when we're going to make that transition. But a new building code does require a lot of training. There's about 2,400 changes as part of the building code. So it is fairly significant, the most significant change since 2012, probably. And obviously affordability and attainability of units and, you know, the stock availability of, as you see some new apartments be introduced, you know, that helps. You see the row housing, additional dwelling units, all those types of things. We've amended our comprehensive zoning bylaw, and we are amending our official plan as best we can to make it as easy as possible to streamline all those types of approvals, as well as limiting the planning application approvals to do that, meaning we're making as many as of right available options as we can on a property. Goals and objectives of 2025. We have started the development charges work. We're continuing to work with Watson and Associates on that. We're working on gathering some information before them currently, but that will be completed in 2025, and that bylaw will come to council in 2025 for approval. Some other notable things in 2025 we would like to complete is certainly our official plan. We started working on that earlier this year. We halted somewhat on that because the provincial policy statement was being updated this year, and we thought we would see that in the spring, and we didn't see it until the fall. So it really pushed kind of the completion of our official plan. Now that it's been issued, October 20th, I believe, came into effect, but we have been pushing forward with that, and we are meeting with our third-party consultant to move that forward. Council will see probably 2 public meetings for that official plan update in 2025. We expect to see some movement on some larger properties and developments in 2025. One specific one that we've just recently been in contact with is the property located at the old Herb Wan property. That's a large parcel of property with commercial, residential, everything involved in that. So that's an exciting a development that could really change the landscape of the eastern side of our property. We were asked earlier, or Ron was asked earlier, when would 10th Street potentially be redeveloped? You know, and 10th Street being developed east of 24th, a lot of it is development pushed. So as development happens, that's when you see the rest of that road kind of develop. So going into the budget briefly, if I can, that would be page 120 hard copy and 132 electronically. Is that right? Or is that backwards? Okay, that's great. As the last few years, we've, kept our training a little high in building, and that's because there's been changes. But the offset of that is we've always had a contract fee in there for third-party services to provide inspections for us. I have indicated last few years, as we continue our training, that will be able to come down, which we again have reduced here by about $5,800 in that contract fee to help offset those training costs that have been realized the last few years. There's a little bit of a jump in the legal services fee. That's $8,133.11. Again, those were costs associated with OPA 11 as we worked through that in 2024, which is why you see the large reduction there. And overall, I feel the building and planning budget is fairly streamlined and it feels accurate. So I will ask any specific questions that you may have.
Thanks, Andrew. Any questions, comments? Okay, no questions, Andrew. All right, next, section 16, page 123 in the binder. And electronically, it is 135. You're already there. Look at that. We're getting it now. Took us half a day. April?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm here to highlight what we have done in the Economic Development Department, Department of One.
So you can't retire.
Yeah, no. No succession plan yet, so. So some of our program highlights, see, I'm trying to be as funny and witty as Andrew here. It's not working, but no. Some of our program highlights are, so in 2024, at the first part of the year, we did finalize that RED funding that we got in partnership with Launchpad and OMAFRA, which was to further the HIP Apprentice Retention and Attractions campaign. So we completed our series of Trades Are Cool videos and did a social media campaign to profile those. We worked with local employers, Making Headlines Hair Studio and Men's Lounge and Montgomery Industrial Services to do that. As far continuing our HIP implementation, we launched our HIP Entrepreneur Business Plan competition. So we awarded over $11,000 of prizes collected from local sponsors to award to our participants. And we were delighted to have 8 applications for our first year. We continued our working with Mayor Patterson, her Breakfast for Business. So this has provided a fantastic opportunity to connect with our local business community and community leaders. So this year we featured an innovative work culture, again, working with local employers to highlight their best practices for employee retention and attraction. We finalized our wayfinding strategy plan so that you'll now see all signs are up, our primary directional, secondary directional. We also have entrance signs completed. And we worked with Parks and Rec to complete the trail signage as well. Through our community improvement program, we continue to support investment in our business community properties and promote new development. So highlights this year of our 2024 approved applications. We saw the development of a new building in our business park that now is home to Kids Play Indoor Play Center and the new home to Hanover Aerials Gymnastics Club. We supported 4 downtown projects that enhance facade installation, a new digital sign, and parking landscaping and accessibility improvements. We continue to be quite successful in our partnerships and sponsorships with our regional lens approach to share resources. So through Saugeen Connects, we had 50 area youth start 46 businesses. So that program has now supported over 250 youth in our area try self-employment in the summer. We just held a successful WOWSA women-owned business tour that gave participants the opportunity to meet our local entrepreneurs and have fun along the way. We do our joint summer radio campaign with the Chamber, DIA, the Hanover Raceway, Playtime Casino. We continue to promote other promotions with the Chamber and DIA. This year, we've been successful in joining our cultural roundtables with Minto and Wellington North. And we have seen some funding to help support some of those initiatives. So we have started a cultural symposium. We had a successful cultural bus tour, Saugeen Cultural Bus Tour. And we also implemented being on the Driftscape app, which is a tourism application. So Hanover was the first to get going on that, and the other 2 will join shortly, which will then create that Saugeen layer on that app. Through our event development fund, we continue to help events start and grow in our community. So this year's funds enhanced a lot of downtown activation that included supporting the Eat Well Farmers Market growth. We had, there was weekly yoga in the square. Also the Saugeen Artists Guild took a break from the plein air festival, and they did a quick paint event in partnership with the farmers market as well, and music in the square. And we further supported the fall and Christmas markets that are organized by a subcommittee of the DIA, in addition to enhancing family attraction growth at the Hanover Fair. So we continue goals and objectives being growth and attraction, demographics, engagement through the business community, culture, and tourism. Program changes for 2025. 2025 is proving to be a planning year. I think it's going to be a year to, maybe sit, reflect, celebrate successes, and then move towards new strategic directions in the future. We've been very good at staying on top of all of our strategic directions and advancing them accordingly. But then in coordination with the town or the corporate strategic plan and the economic development, tourism, and cultural development strategic plan, 2025 proves to be a year to update our cultural plan. We want to put more of a tourism lens on what we're doing. We want to enhance our work with being a welcoming community. Downtown is definitely going to be a primary focus. We heard that loud and clear, that's a priority for Hanover, as it should be. So we're going to resume, or we're going to engage our DIA and Chamber in more planning to revitalize the downtown and really identify roles, responsibilities, all that fun stuff. We're going to investigate the public washroom and look at updating our business retention expansion study. Just as you know, I've Hawks Nest, or I shouldn't say as you know, but Hawks Nest through our local Community Futures Office, or Saugeen Economic Development Corporation, in coordination with Bruce County, they are hosting the Hawks Nest in Hanover in 2025 at the Hanover Civic Theater. So we've included sponsorship for that in our budget as well. And just looking ahead, we will continue to provide incentives to our business community through the CIP to really spur that development and improvements of our properties. Continue to promote collaboration and stakeholder participation through our marketing efforts, further our HIP retention attractions campaign leverage the investment made at Launchpad to further skill development, to support our workforce. And again, continue to work with our regional partners through our Saugeen Connects partnership. So I think I will leave it at that. I think the budget, I don't think you'll see too many changes in here. Slight growth, and that is reflecting our strategic directions. But apart from that, it includes the regular things. And also it does reflect the investment continuing into Launchpad, but also acknowledging the repayment terms as well. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, April. Councillor Sacco.
April, thank you, your worship. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure if you mentioned that you were successful in putting together your strat plan for the economic development group. So congrats on that too.
Thank you, Councillor Sacco. And actually that didn't cost us anything. So maybe that's what was an oversight on my part.
It's still an achievement for you for
Yes,
2020.
You're absolutely right. Thank you for that.
Councillor Cable.
Thank you, worship. Wondering if we could go back to the last finance meeting, we discussed the deferring the loan for Launchpad. I guess what was not clear in my mind is where are we at with any deficit that has occurred in 2024? Where does that sit? And I guess what is our relationship with Launchpad? It's very connected. And certainly we've talked about the idea of getting external, perhaps Launchpad would get an external loan to cover a deficit. Who ultimately ends up being responsible for that?
Through your worship, the town of Hanover is ultimately responsible for Launchpad. Like that, if I'm reflecting on prior to me being here, but just the way that the organization was set up, we're very intertwined. And yes, it is a separate not-for-profit board that does run it, but ultimately it is the town of Hanover because of administratively the business connection, insurance, all that kind of stuff. So, you know, we are, as you're aware, we're continuing to work through this. I don't know how in detail you want me to get at this point. Yes, of course.
So the direction of council from the last finance meeting was that they defeated the motion to cover that, to defer that repayment piece. So essentially, as was included in that report, it was projected that Launchpad would have a deficit for 2024 with that final amount to be determined at year end, which essentially means that that board will need to go to the third-party loan option, which was detailed in that report. And as April has noted, ultimately, if they go for that third-party loan, ultimately it will be the town that will be responsible should Launchpad not be able to fulfill the terms of that loan. Chris, do you have anything you want to add through the mayor?
Yes, you may remember in our financial statements, it said that we had a deficit and it was SMA. And it was also Launchpad that was $30,930 shortfall. I just ran the report right now. Right now they're at a deficit in 2024 of about 17,200. So when you add that to the 30,000 at the end of the year, it'll be about 48,129. So that will show up on the town's financial statements that we have a deficit of that amount. Which means they still paid 30-some thousand towards the loan. They would have 63,000 owing outstanding, plus they'd have to make up the 48,000. How it normally works, if you don't have reserves or anything, you have to take that 48,000 the next year, and that's the first thing that gets paid before you do anything else. In a perfect world. And then what'll happen is they'll have another deficit at the end of 2025, and then that would get pulled forward to the next year's until you clean it out, which is what council did in 2023 to clear it out. And didn't have them pay, sorry, in 2022, clear that out. And then in 2023, they were just supposed to get where they were, but there was a issue with a $30,000 grant that came out that they forgot about and didn't do it. So that money had to go to deferred revenue, and that's what came out with the 30,000 shortfall there. So it would be a constant circle that you keep doing this because you don't have reserves or reserve funds to offset it. So the town will be ultimately responsible because 100% of their stuff goes into our financial statements.
So I guess I have a couple of questions. So one, if we're ultimately responsible, then would the town of Hanover be a co-signer on that loan so that we're keeping control of the amount that's being withdrawn? Secondly, I'm wondering, is there less liability in us essentially saying, okay, you get to December 30th, so they have repaid the loan for this year. Currently now you're at $17,000 in the hole. Whatever you get at December 31st now comes off of the payment again for next year, so that we have complete control over the amount that we're providing and how much of a loan is being taken. I guess I wouldn't want to see a situation where the board is able to take a loan of 50,000 and then in the future can take another loan of X amount. And then at some point in time, the town has to come back and pay this.
Through you, your worship, I don't see how they can get a loan. They don't have a bank account. The town is their bank account. They don't have a separate bank account. The only way this would work is if they truly had their own separate bank and the bank would allow them to borrow for it. Just like SMA has their own separate bank account, just like Smart has, but Launchpad does not. They're piggybacking on the town. So essentially, they're at a town department in the background, but are able to go for nonprofit by having this nonprofit status to go for these outside grants that municipalities are not able to get. That's really what it comes down to. So the town is ultimately responsible. So why would you go out for an outside source for money? It should be the town that's doing it. Because that's the only way you're going to have the control that you need.
So just to clarify, before I go to Deputy Mayor Dickert, Launchpad cannot go out for a loan, even though they want to.
I'm sure they could try, but they will say, where's your bank account? Where do you bank from? Where do you get your monies from? And it'll be ultimately, it's the town's bank account. That's the ultimate.
I just want to add that the town has been very involved via the economic development manager and is appointing two counselors to the Launchpad board for this very reason, that we're trying to get rid of the cycle. And I know it's not happening as fast as everybody would like it to, but as Chris has stated, we've had to deal with some, I hate saying this because I feel like I'm insulting people that have been affiliated with Launchpad in the past, but the reality is there was some mismanagement of funds in the respect that there was a grant received, the money was not allocated properly. There was a deficit incurred in over that 2021 or 2022 year that we're now still paying for. So we're putting all these new great things in place to alleviate all of these past concerns, to communicate more, to have this really be a full-fledged center that supports youth retention, workforce development, our employers, all of that stuff. But I don't know how else to say it, that we do have these past issues that we're trying to work through. Launchpad really recognizes the support of the town, the needed support of the town, and we're trying to break the cycle. Launchpad would really like the town support in doing that. Launchpad does not want to incur more of a deficit. And I'm hoping after the last delegation that was brought forward and the plans to clearly cut expenses and to make these tough decisions as far as what we need to do to get financially on track, I hope is an indication to council of the commitment of the board of directors to do this. And yes, ideally, yes, we have this deficit this year. Ideally, we could have 2025 to get that flushed out and to right our finances in hopes that, I don't even want to say in hopes, like really, like it's a primary directive of us to ensure that we do not incur further deficit. But unfortunately, some circumstances that have happened had made that a reality again in 2024.
If I could reiterate with April, because you have a deficit of 17.2 this year, you technically would be at about an 18,000 surplus right now if you didn't have to pay back a loan from prior years mismanagement, as April has said. So you'd be on the positive side right now if you didn't have a loan to have to worry about, if you didn't have anything that was outstanding from prior years. So the direction they're taking it to right now, you're at an $18,000 on the plus side for this year alone, if you didn't have to worry about prior errors. Just to help them out on that. So their direction is going in the right direction, but it's hard when you're behind the 8 ball to start with.
Sorry, just one more thing, and that bringing all this information forward is to be more transparent and to be more open and to be more accountable for town dollars. That's the economic development manager that's representing the town at Launchpad. That is what I'm promoting. And that is why the board of directors has responded and is putting these plans in place to recognize the deficit, to put return payment terms back towards the town, to come forward and say, like, these are the issues that we've had, like, please stick with us. We're going to make it right. You know what I mean? So I just think in the past, this council table might not have got all of this information in the past, which I know you haven't. And we're just trying to be more transparent and open right now. And I will leave it at that.
You know, April takes the brunt of these questions, but it really is a team effort here behind her on this. And she's so right in that Launchpad has had issues financially for a bit of time, that perhaps the flag should have been raised a bit ago, that could have been preventative action taken before now, that we wouldn't be here today having these tough conversations. I get that these are tough conversations. I get that residents are asking council members about Launchpad. But we are either, you know, it's council's decision where you wish to go from here on this matter, but we're either supportive of them to make it right, as April has said, or if you're reevaluating your role, then that will have significant other impacts on that board and that program and that operation.
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, I guess it's all been said, but this is one of the topics I'd like to see added to our list for further discussion. You know, what level of support that we will continue with Launchpad, and so I don't see it on the list, but I'd like to see it added there, and we can talk about that further when we're done with the presentations.
Okay. Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, April. You know, I just don't know when council has become, for the town, responsible for Launchpad. This has been 10 years, and you were put in a bad position, what, 3 or 4 years ago. And our past deputy mayor would sit here and go, everything's okay with Launchpad, we're going to brand it. And you just sit here as a councillor member and go, oh, gee, things are great. But, you know, this 10-year cycle, it's been going on for 10 years. And I just want to be assured, and I know you can't assure me, that a year from now that you're not standing here again, and I hope you're not, I hope you're here a year from now, but I don't want you to be one of the 25. Yeah, there you go. No, yeah, but I don't want to, I just don't want to go through this any longer. And I think it's something we really, as Deputy Mayor Dickert said, I think something we need to put in the list and have a look at and really talk about it as a council. And because we just can't keep doing this. I think we have to come up with a firm decision and go with it. So thank you.
Councillor Hawking.
Yes, Your Worship. I have a prepared statement on the Launchpad, but I don't think this is the appropriate time to be giving it. It should be when, I guess, when we're going to discuss the Launchpad issue. So I'll reserve that time at that point. And can you tell me when we're doing that timeline?
been reviewing the list,
Yes,
hopefully yet today.
yeah, but the launch pad.
Oh, well, if it's, I added it to the list. I'm sure Chris added it to her list. So today, hopefully, it's,
Okay.
we're getting closer to that agenda item.
So do I wait till the list to make my?
Yeah, I think that's your call, but I think it perhaps would be more appropriate at that time.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
So back to economic development. Are there any other questions, comments for April? We've done an awful lot of work in 2024, so thank you for that and promoting our town and everything that's happening. So, all right, thanks, April. Don't go away. You know, for later. All right, so now we're on to section 17. Did you want to take a short break right now? All right,
Let me finish 17. It's very tiny.
okay.
Thank you,
Page-
worship, page 129 on
Okay.
your package, 130. Oh, no, it's on 141 electronically. Basically, these are three outside organizations that the town has a member sitting on the board. So we have no control over the amounts that they're requesting. I don't know the full amount that SPCA is, so I assumed a 4%. We don't know yet. They still haven't brought it in. So that's a $5,900 increase. Today, the Saugeen Municipal Airport, Councillor Hawking just assured me that the amount I have in there will be sufficient for what they're requesting. And the SMART, I was able to get that information from the manager. He said that's what was approved at the SMART board, not officially approved for their 20, but that's the direction they're going with. So it's going up 12,700. Keep in mind that $150,500 is what we basically paid back in 2019. In 2020 and 2021, they reduced the amounts because of the COVID amounts, but they never brought it back up to where it should have been. And now they're basically playing catch up because if you take money away, you know how hard it is to put money back in. So those are the three areas there. So they're up $21,900. Most of that is the SMART.
Any, Councillor Hawking?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chris. I just wanted to give you a little more information on the Saugeen Municipal Airport. We've had a very successful year. We're projected to have a $20,000 surplus this year with a reserve fund of close to $12,000, which is good news. And Steve Furness from Grey County will be making a presentation to council on December the 2nd with an influence or emphasis, I guess is a better word, on economic development for the Saugeen Municipal Airport. So in my opinion, we've turned the corner. And you must recognize that we have not increased the budget since 2022 because one of our partners has decided to freeze the budget, but hopefully we'll see a change this year, and that's in part why it went up to 54.3 because we built in a budget of 172,500 for municipal contributions, when before we had a 154,530. So it's a $17,000 increase from 2022, which amounts to $4,492 per year for the last 4 years. Thank you.
Any comments or questions with that quick report? Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just similar for Saugeen Mobility, you know, as Chris has referred to, we are back to where we were about 2019, 2020. But in that same time, we've also been able to have a reserve fund now, which we did not enjoy over that time. So we just, we're trying to maintain and stay in a positive position. So that's the reason for needing the a little higher increase this year. But I think it's just keeping us in a good place. So I appreciate any support we can get on that. Thank you.
Very good. All right, let's take a break. We'll be back at 2:55 PM. 10 minutes. We can't start without Chris. Our budget's going to come to a halt without Chris. Chris, we're practicing.
That's great. But remember, we're getting a replacement, Chris. Just remember that.
So Sherry's going to highlight the next section, at least start, but you can't ask her any questions. So section 18, capital, we're on page 130 in the binder, 142, electronic. All yours, Sherry.
Right, so this isn't new because you've been seeing capital since, I'm gonna say August with our finance meetings, or maybe even September. So you've been seeing these capital projects since that time and providing us input accordingly with respect to projects that you want to see continue moving forward. And to date, the only one that we deferred was the 18th Avenue south of First Street. Correct, Mr. Cooper? So that's the only one that we've deferred at this point in time. So yeah, Chris will speak really eloquently about on page 142 electronically and page 130 in your binder. But basically, this is a recap of how those capital projects are being funded accordingly, with the majority of them being funded through reserves and reserve funds, grants, and other being temporary borrowing or long-term borrowing, and then user fees being our water and wastewater projects accordingly. So I am going to say, I will support what Mayor Sue said, that if you have really specific financial questions on this summary sheet, Chris is the better one to ask those questions of and get the answers from. Oh, speak of the devil, there she is. Anyways, that's okay. We're practicing without you, is what Mayor Sue said. So Chris, I was just highlighting page one. Oh, my iPad went to sleep. 142 electronic and 130 in the binder. Just this is a new information for council, but page 130 in the binder explains how those projects are being financed accordingly. So I don't know if you have any specific details you want to add there.
No, this is just to review everything that you'll see on tab 19 that comes right from the system, where all the monies are coming from.
Right.
We're just trying to break down what reserve funds are being used for where and what everything's being used at. The only two new ones, are we past 18? No. Well, we'll wait till we get to 19 then. So this is just a summary of where this $15.9 million is being funded through. Tax money, most of it is OLG, which is 1.120 and 125,600. You remember, this is the first phase of that new police building. So we wanted it to come from taxes. Reserves, you're putting in almost 4.6 million. Grants, we have 6.143 million. And most of that is for the water tower, 28th concession or county road number 28th or 24th Ave as we call it. About 330,000 from the CCBF, former AMO gas tax fund. Wastewater treatment plants, again, Ron and I have applied for the HEWS, the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund. We're getting 1.4 million from there. And the P&H Center roof replacement, if the CSRF actually happens, that's the kind of money we're putting there. The other is for the internal borrowings that we're going to require, any trade-ins, money from the county for their portion of the 24th Avenue. And the donations. Now we have 300,000 showing us for donations. If we get more donations, that just means it's less borrowing internally that we have to repay back. You may remember at last finance meeting, I said, once that repayment, it will start in 2026, and that'll be about $76,000. That could be less, depending on how much more donations we receive. And then the user fees, that's all water and wastewater and how it's broken down for each area. This is in verbal word version. The others are in chart versions, so you see them. The next page, 131 or 143 respectively, shows you the comparison from last year to this year. And then at the bottom, I've also showed you how much is actually being used from OLG and how the OLG amount of 1.3 million is split out. 128.2 to TCA Reserve Fund, 1.1202 for the actual capital, and the balance of 64,600 is going to operations. So this is just comparing 2024 to 2025. So last year we used 1,022,000. This year we're using 1,245,000 between tax and OLG funds. Next page shows you a graph of how we've used tax dollars, OLG money mostly, for our capital since 2014. Next, any questions on that? Because tab 19 is kind of going to go over all of this again.
But let me just ask, are there questions? Counselor Cable, you're okay? All right, okay, go ahead, Chris.
So tab 19 is just to show you a summary of the information that's now in the chart form versus the word version I just showed you previously, how the 15.9 is split between taxes, water fees, sewer fees, reserves, reserve funds, grants, and other, and how it's all split out. And then shortly thereafter, on to the far left of that on page 134 or page 146, depending which package you're looking at, you will see in the far left column, there are numbers 1 to 26. Those represent the project number. And then behind this summary sheet will be the individual capital sheets. Some have 2 pages, some have 3, depending if they have pictures, some have 4. So they're all say it in the bottom left corner of each project, what number it is and whether it's a page 2, 3, or 4 of that project. So I would think that if council has any questions on these individual capital, we can address them now, and each department head can answer the questions.
Go ahead, Chair.
That, like, again, you have seen, this is about the 3rd time, I think, that you've seen these capital projects pages. So there isn't any new information other than 2
There was 2
projects
new
that
ones.
were added, which Chris will highlight.
And they are project number 10 and project 11, and that would be the flat roof replacement at the water and the UV climate control or HVAC climate control at the water plant. And those were originally in the water under operations, but because they fit the description of what a TCA is, anything over $10,000 as a one-time item should be shown in capital. It doesn't affect the taxes whatsoever, but it does affect the water and sewer fees respectively if required. Those are the only 2 new ones that were added since we talked in October.
So again, would just suggest if you have any questions about specific projects that you reference the project number, and the respective staff member can answer any specific questions. There are some of these on the list of considerations. However, if you were thinking there should be more on that list, we either can flag that now or at the time of possible savings. And again, you've been given the opportunity from a 5-year capital perspective to bring anything forward that you felt should be acted upon sooner, and there hasn't been any of those to date.
Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Chris, I'm on page 131 in the binder, which I guess page 143 digital. So the very bottom is showing us that currently there's a $64,600 surplus in available OLG dollars. Has that amount been absorbed into the overall budget to get us to that 10.6, or is that still available dollars for capital?
That 64,600 had been absorbed already in. You may remember when I talked about, we had the additional oomph funding of 186,500. And last year we used OLG money of 161. This year we're only using 64,600. So overall, we have an increase of about $89,600 in additional revenue, and that showed up in the admin budget. So it's already taken into account.
And so is this being used for one-time expenses?
It hasn't been earmarked for anything. It's basically here, it's into the operations as revenue. Just like OLG money is technically revenue, we just decide to earmark it towards capital.
Can I add to that? I would suggest that further to Councillor Cable's note, though, that you've seen through our fleet management process that that would easily be eaten up by those one-time fleet management things, which would typically be in a capital list if we were not in a leased lease system.
Yes, further to what Sherry said, in the past, we were spending $120,000 a year for fleet. So now that is starting to be absorbed in the operations. And I mentioned in October that our fleet would get up to closer to $400 a year for all 22 vehicles that we need. And that will then be consistent for after the 5 years is up, because you won't be doing these blips, because everything is now part of the fleet. It's the one-time cost to get those additional dump boxes, the space caps, and all those different things that we want on the existing ones without affecting capital dollars. We want it to be all operations.
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for adding to the list, when we were talking about the splash pad construction and we moved in that $169,000 for the COE portion of it, if I recall correctly, we were going to go and take the RFP and we would have the options to maybe pick and choose a few of the things there to be able to control some of those costs. So I'd like to see that on our list of things that we discuss. And in hearing today that we actually have a bit extra from the fundraising, perhaps we can lower the municipal portion of that. So I would like to see those added to our list.
Okay. Chris, can you just clarify for my information, anything over the 300,000 was going to go towards lowering what we pay through taxes for the splash pad?
Through your worship, you are correct. You may look at page 134 in your budget binder or page 146 electronically. You will see that the outdoor splash pad and center of excellence, you will see under the transfer from revenue fund or taxes column that we were putting in 59,800 because the center of excellence park is an existing park. So we were using existing tax dollars to cover existing assets. Whereas you'll then see on that same line, 110,000 coming from reserves and another below that, the outdoor splash pad of 340. So there's our 450,000 that we were planning to do between these two projects with the internal borrowing, and 300,000 to the far right of that splash pad one was our donations. If the donations are higher, then the amount to be borrowed from reserves would go down. However, from what Deputy Mayor Dickert is talking about, he wants that 59,800 to be reduced from our taxes somehow. But that's really not the splash pad portion. This is the center of excellence portion. The splash pad is totally nothing from taxes in 2025, except for the operations portion, which was $30,900.
If I can just add that to that too, the Center of Excellence and Deputy Mayor Dickett, I understand what you're saying with the RFP being out, but I believe Laura said that's not closing till December 9th, which means hopefully a report to council on December 16th. We may not be able to know the true impact of that picking and choosing until that time.
Another option is if you want that 59.8 to be lower, you're just going to increase the amount to borrow for the future year. And then that could be offset by your higher donations that come in, if that's what you want to see. Like say the 300,000 becomes 350, you said? So your 340 borrowing internally only becomes 290. plus the 110 that's required for the Center of Excellence. Those kind of things can happen. But if you want that 59.8 to be down 20,000, I still suggest you get rid of the bottle filling, then you wouldn't have this issue, and defer that to another year. Only reason I say that is because I concentrate on what we actually have in our tangible capital assets and not new things that are coming on board without actual monies to back that up.
Okay, so let's take a step back. Are we still gonna put on the list that we wanna pick and choose for the Center of Excellence section? Or are we gonna determine what we want to do with the increase in fundraising from 300,000 up to 350? Counselor Hudson.
When we heard this discussion before, did we not separate out two RFPs, one for the Center of Excellence and the other one for the splash pad? Are they not two separate ones? That the reasoning for that was so that we could separate out? I thought that was what was discussed at one of the council meetings.
Yeah, so there's 3 phases of the Center of Excellence Park. So this is just for that first phase. And yes, we have as much as possible provided so that the prices will come in kind of that itemized line item for the RFP.
But it is two separate RFPs because wasn't one construction and the other one was more splash pad?
We put it together as one and we've itemized it.
So can I just clarify, the two separate were the splash pad and phase 1 of COE together? The washroom renovation was the second RFP and it's in fact separate, correct, Laura?
No, it's been included.
Okay.
But it is it's a separate line item, so it could be excluded or included as needed.
So it is just one RFP then, as we previously had talked about it being two. So I thought, yeah, maybe Deputy Mayor Dickert could clarify that because I think it was your actual thought process in the first place.
I was of the understanding that when we took that RFP out, it would be with the ability to pick and choose what level of it we wanted to do. And, you know, while looking at some of the information that I read in the package here, it says $60,000 for lighting, you know, $20,000 for the entrance and crosswalk upgrades. You know, my goal with the splash pad was to get it built in 2025, get it open in 2025. But if I understood Chris correctly there a couple of minutes ago, you're saying that capital isn't hitting us. It's just borrowing. I'm kind of confused on that one.
Council wanted all the money for the outdoor splash pad not to affect the taxes in 2025. So in order to do that was so much for donations and the balance to come from internal borrowing, which will affect your 2026 budget. So that was the 600, right? So that's the
I
splash.
misunderstood that because I thought we were the 340,000 that council was planning on paying would be part of the 2025 budget.
That's what we originally had, and council said, no, look at ways to have that funded over the years and get it off our 2025 taxes. Same way they asked me to do that for the loader, to have no impact on the taxes in 2025. So in order not to have an impact on 2025, if you have a $640,000 splash pad, whatever you have for donations can be deducted, and the balance comes from our internal reserves, which then gets repaid over an 8-year period. And what we did is because the Center of Excellence Phase 1 had to be part of that splash pad as well, and that was $169,800. We said because it's an existing park, you still have to do something on the existing park, so taxes should cover part of that. But we took the bulk of that 110,000 of that 169,800. And we're putting it into the borrowing combination for the outdoor splash pad because this Phase 1 is required for splash pad, if I'm understanding that correctly. But because it's an existing park, we should be using existing tax dollars to cover the existing asset. Splash pad is not an existing asset, it's brand new, so you're bringing in revenues from outside and borrowing for that. That's the difference there, and that's why we have 59.8. However, if you don't want that 59.8 to be included in tax dollar amount, we can now combine it into future borrowing, but again, you're hitting your 2026, because once you borrow, you have to pay back. As you've seen with the fire hall, how it takes 2 years to phase it in. Police station, 3 years to phase in. This one will be phased in, bam, it's 2026, 8-year repayment. You can do whatever you wish. We brought it out that it would, part of it should be taxes because it is an existing asset. If Center of Excellence wasn't there and it was a brand new park, then it should all be brand new. It shouldn't be part of our taxes coming from OLG or tax money at all. Hopefully that explains how we've come to it.
Oh, excuse me, I gotta be honest, I was of the understanding that we were spending that 340,000 out of our 2025 taxes. So this is kind of new information for me to digest here.
Councillor or Deputy Mayor Dickett, you were there at the October meeting and you asked us, actually it was September meeting, you asked us to bring forward into our next finance meeting a way to do the loader and the splash pad. I think it was Councillor Cabo who asked for that. We brought it back in October and everybody said yes, they were fine with it. And this is what we brought forward. Nothing's changed other than those 2 projects I've talked about for water. That's the only thing has changed since the October 28th meeting that we had.
Well, my understanding has changed. Perhaps that's on me, but like I said, my understanding was the splash pad, and I know that I did ask for the Center of Excellence to be done up in such a way that we could pick and choose what we would do, because I was concerned that we weren't getting the washrooms in with the splash pad. As for the loader, I think my question about that was at least, could it be leased? But we were told, no, it couldn't be leased.
Just in regards to the RFP, I was going to say it has been structured in such a way that you could pick and choose which thing, because it's separate line items, so to speak, and how it's framed.
And then the second RFP is for the washrooms.
Washrooms are part of.
It's
all
part of,
together?
yeah, it's all part of one RFP, but the washrooms is an individual line item. So the cost for the washroom itself will be able to identify that specifically.
I guess what you really want to see is you've got 2 projects here, one for 640,000, which is your splash pad, and the Center of Excellence, which is 169.8. How do you want to pay for it in 2025? You've got so much for donations coming in, the balance can be all internally borrowed, and then you decide what you're going to do with that come forward, or you wait until it comes in from the RFP. If we could take out the 59.8, if you take the 59.8 out of here, it's going to then get transferred over to operations side. So now you'll be putting almost $125,000 of OLG money towards operations versus towards the capital. There's many ways to do it. It's whatever council wishes to do, but if you want to actually impact anything, it's not going to really make much of a difference.
Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was looking at the Kinsman Ballpark Pavilion, and Laura, maybe you can help me with this. And can we defer this for another, defer it to 26, 27, take it out of 25, or is this something that's very urgent?
Through your worship, it will depend on the CSRIF grant. So next year, what we've proposed in the budget is just kind of those expenses relating to that development and planning, not actually going to construction yet. And then the following year would be the construction. It will ultimately depend on the grant. So for example, they're going to want that money to be spent. If we're successful, they'll want that money spent within a certain period of time. So right now it's actually premature for me to be able to answer that.
Do you have any idea when the grant is going, no, at least, okay, thank you.
Just if I can add to that too, like with Kinsman Ballpark Pavilion, I think the key column on page 134 in your binder, that's key, is that transfer revenue fund or taxes. Like Kinsman Ballpark, if you look at it, it's 80,000, but there's no tax levy impact. So if you were to defer that, it doesn't change our tax impact. It will if we get the grant and we go to construct, but there's no impact for 2025 because it's all coming from reserve fund, which is intended to be planning and design.
We've added the splash pad payment to the list when we get to it. So how we're gonna do it. All right, anything else on this before any other questions, comments? We'll let Chris make her notes and then continue on.
Okay, and in case you get ambitious, tab number 20 is our 5-year capital forecast. In case there was something on there you wanted to bring forward for 2025 and spend some money on. It's entirely up to you.
I don't see anyone raising their hand saying, let's move, whatever road, 2nd Street, the industrial park, new industrial park. We have a wish list, of course, right? But it's our job to find the balance. Any questions with 5-year? No? All right, so that is the last on the first draft of the budget. So if we move on to the summary of the 2025 budget increases, I think, Chris, you sort of touched on that at the beginning.
I touched on that and then Sherry reiterated to please bring up page 193 of your electric package so that you can see how it looks.
Can I just add to this though, that the 70,000 that Chief Knoll identified in the police services budget is not reflected in that 10.64%. So we have found $70,000 so far, just as an FYI. Okay, so that 70,000 that Chief Knoll reflected as a savings in the police budget is not reflected in that 10.64%. So we have found $70,000, which Chris Walker, where does that put us at? Because I know you'll have that number.
9.87%. So now the increase is $898,400. So the outside boards are now at 4.99% of that 9.87, and the other amount is still the 4.88, with 4.24 being those 3 council and directives, and the other 0.64% from all the other town departments, operations, capital.
Okay, we're on the list. We're on page 195, and I don't know electronically. Same.
It was at the council, it was attached to their agenda pages.
Right. So you got it. So before we start, Carolyn is going to add an item to the list.
After the budget package was put out, the library board met, and we recently made the strategic plan, but we've decided if we need to, we can defer 8,000 of that into another year. It affects our strategic plan as well as a little bit the town strategic plan of maintaining and improving municipally owned properties. We're in a municipally owned building that is currently getting upgrades. So if we also don't get an upgrade, that might be an interesting view for the public. And the library does not meet the generally accepted library standards or AODA standards. So that's another thing to take into consideration if we are going to defer it. In our space, that's never going to happen, but we were just making small upgrades to make it refresh is what our strategic plan was, but we can defer $8,000 of that.
Thank you, Carolyn. Chris?
My question to the library board would be, you have reserves. You should start using them for those kind of things. You have over $301,000 sitting in reserves, of which 60,000 was bequest, the rest are from other areas. So you have library future development of almost 237,000. I would think that you should be able to get 8,000 or 15,000 for your strategic initiatives towards that.
We have done our strategic initiatives in the past through our reserves. This one specifically was aligning with the town strategic plan as well. That's why we included it in operations. And then I did a 5-year look back of what we have been transferring to reserves. And we are making up our money that we are transferring to our reserves over the past 5 years through our self-generated revenue.
Okay. So before we get into discussion with this, do you want to go line by line? And then when we get to the library, we'll discuss the library. Go ahead, Sherry.
So, and I was just, Mayor Sue's hit the nail right on the head. I really think we need to focus on those sections because they also reflect the order within the binder. So the first being that council section, which is tab 4 in your binder, which would be, sorry, tab 4 in your binder. The budget line accounts are page 35 in your hard copy. This is where I'm going to get a little bit confused, is because I'm going to have to go back to here. If we could get an electronic number, if somebody gets it before I do, shout it out. 40 what? 47. Thank you. Okay, so again, this is that council budget. Electronically, page 47, and in your binder, page 35. So as you will see with,
I see 6.12%. And levy increased over 2024. So is that taken the blue highlighted and the police into, is that how you came up with 6.12%?
It comes up with that $411,300 savings.
Yes.
If you take that off the amount of the $10,070,800, you are now at $9,659,000, which is a 6.12% over 2024. So $557,100.
And again, where did you get that for that
The
400?
411.3 is the combination of everything that you see on the strategic plan, including the $70,000 from police. Everything that's highlighted there.
So the blue.
The ones in blue are just telling you these are strat plan initiatives.
Okay.
The rest are, everybody's saying you can take this from operations, this from capital, and then we're saying whether it's a no impact, some impact, or considerable impact.
So do you think it might be time to say, well, how much, are we gonna go through each one and then end up with like a negative increase to the levy?
We will never have a negative.
No, but I mean, like, I don't get that. I don't get what we're doing here. If we already got 6.12%.
No, we only have 6.12% if you take all these savings. Right now, you're at 9 point.
The whole 2 pages.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
that is a combination of everything that's in there. 5,000 here, 2,000 there.
Oh, geez.
So we were at 10.64 with that 70,000, now we're at 9.6.
I get you.
One person at a time. And through the chair, please. Chris, just clarify that we need to, if we were going to reduce to 6.11, we need to accept every one of those reductions.
To reduce to 6.12%. We would have to put into effect all those possible savings that we are presenting to you, which would give us 411.3. And the reason I added the 70,000 is because Chris let me know just before I was putting together this listing, because I couldn't, it was too late to change my budget package. Otherwise, you would still be photocopying them now as we speak.
Okay, so we're gonna start with the first one, and Sherry, you're gonna do reduce acknowledgements and promotion.
Right, so this is again the council area, but we're gonna step back a little bit and go, because Deputy Mayor Dickard suggested that per diem. So per diems is line item number 01-1100, 1120, which is 5th one down. Deputy Mayor Dickard, I respect that we could reduce that based on actuals. However, we didn't budget any money, so we really reduced it. It's at 0 now. If you recall, that came up during the budget question. So we've already reduced it to 0. And I said to Crystal, we probably need to put money in there. And she said, no, we'll just make it work. So we can't really reduce it to a minus amount. So I think that's a moot point, in my opinion, but I could be corrected.
If I could, through your worship, each counselor has an increase of $300. 300 times 7 is $2,100. We're still underneath the 3,900 revenue we put there. So we do have a reduction in this overall.
Okay, the next one was the professional development for counselors. And as you can see, each of you have been allocated $2,100. As I noted when we were covering this budget, yes, in 2024, you have not spent that amount because you did not go to any conferences. However, 5 of you are committed and registered for Roma in January. And as I said, I do believe that between registration and hotel, you're going to be $1,800. So the other will be mileage. It could be attending chamber luncheons, incidental type courses you take. So if you wish to reduce this, I'm open to suggestions on how council sees himself reducing this line.
Deputy Mayor Dickard, comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, the awkward part here is you don't know what everybody else is doing and you say, yes, I'd like to go to a conference. I would gladly back out of going to Roma. I went last year. I personally feel that we need to have an amount of money set aside for conferences and things of that nature. But I think it's important that someone's there to represent our town and to try and get delegations with provincial ministries. I don't think we all need to go, and I would gladly back out of that if to help this budget item. But I do feel we do need to have a presence there. And like I said, if that's helps us get to where we need to be, I would gladly back out of that.
So through Mayor Sue, I will ask Clerk Vicky, I believe because you're already registered, we will pay a penalty fee accordingly, if you choose not to go. Vicky, do you recall what the penalty is?
I don't off the top of my head. I was just gonna try to look it up while we're here.
So we can park that idea, but you will pay a penalty both on the hotel, probably one night's accommodation, I believe it was, for hotel, that comes to mind. And then there will be a penalty on your registration.
I'd like to know what that is. Like I said, when that information comes out, it's unfortunate that it comes out before our budget gets approved. But again, I support people going to these conferences. I don't think we all need to go. And if we have representation there, I'm very happy to back out of that, as long as it doesn't cost us the same as me going.
Councillor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we could look at it a different way. We didn't go to any conferences, most of us last year, because it was so expensive the year before. And therefore, if you split the difference, I'm looking at just over $1,000 for the two. And frankly, if you choose not to go, Deputy Mayor, then I won't be going because you're my driver. So that's 2 more.
I don't wish to belabor this, but when I think when the Roma came out, I do believe we said this potentially could be the total cost for you to attend. If I didn't say that, typically I have, but those are those considerations, and we do have to register before budget is approved. That's reality. That's always going to be the reality for Roma, and we go based on what you indicate to us. So we will look at what those penalties are and whether that can be reduced. Now, do we have an opportunity? Councillor Hawking has indicated he probably won't go to any conferences. We have arbitrarily just, everybody gets 2,100. Can we reduce Councillor Hawking's by 1,500? We probably could, because he's choosing not to go to any. Yeah, well, you go to some chamber lunches, you'd be surprised how those kind of add up. Anyways, so there's perhaps some opportunity to reduce individual ones if you in fact are not going to any conferences whatsoever. So I'm seeing nodding of head, Deputy Mayor Dickert, you maybe can't see that, but we could reduce Councillor Hawkins to 1,500.
As I said, whatever we can do in that category, we're in a very tight budget here. We're looking to every department to watch what they're spending. Like I said, provided the penalty isn't too great, I will gladly back out of that. So, I don't think we have an answer today. We have to find that out and go from there.
Okay, we will look that up, and we have reduced Councillor Hawkins to 600 from 2,100.
Councillor Cable?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering going forward, I know that for elections, a few years ago, we added this transfer to reserve. So instead of in the election year being $24,000, we're putting 6,000 per year. Could we do something similar with these? Because I think from my observations over the last 6 years, we don't always have a full fleet of people that go every single year. So would there be a way that moving forward, we could be allocating, say, half, right? And it's going away, going away, going away. And then we're using that and it's creating kind of a consistent amount, right? So last year we would have, because we didn't spend it, but in the current 2024 budget, there would be this $1,800 times 7 sitting there. We're not going to spend that all. But if we had instead just put away $900 for each person, then this year that money would be sitting there and we'd be able to access the other $900 in the 2025 budget. Does that make sense? Kind of like creating some stability there?
Usually, if you don't spend the money, it drops to the bottom and goes to part of the surplus or deficit. I don't usually take $900 from each individual one and transfer it to another general reserves. You don't want to be doing that for every little thing. Remember, these are budgets, just a budget. Doesn't mean they're actuals. So if you don't want the 2,100 each, we can leave you at $800. You still didn't put in 3,900, so you already saved 3,900. If you change everybody to 1,800 and Councillor Hawking to 600, you're going to have major savings. You already have a savings of what I say, $1,800 just because we missed the per diems to begin with. So we didn't put the 39, but you have an additional 21. So that the difference is that amount of 1,800 that I said. But if you want to keep reducing them, that's fine. Like maybe the first year of a new council, you put in the most money, and then each year thereafter, you just put in 1,000.
I think that's what I'm wondering. Like I'm thinking over a 4-year term, I guess it depends what our policy is. Maybe we need to review what the policy is. Maybe it's in a 4-year term, you get 2, right?
The policy right now is you get 2 a year. We haven't done 2 a year since I've been here in this role. Because of the costs. The costs have gone up a lot for conferences since the pandemic. Anyways, Chris's suggestion is a good one. We can just reduce it to 1,800 for everybody excluding Councillor Hawking, and he'd be 600. And if you're more than that, you're more than that. And if you're some are lower, it's, I always say it's like robbing from Peter to pay Paul, but it's the whole idea of your budget. No different than at home. Your grocery budget's maybe $50 more this month, but maybe your entertainment budget's $50 less. It balances out in the end.
Councillor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think in the future, we should have a more open communication. I had no idea that there were going to be 5 of us. When I was talking to Deputy Mayor Dickert, I thought it was just the 2 of us that were going to go. So now that there's 5, if we had known that, we could have maybe had a discussion and it made a decision. So it's just food for.
Vicky?
So the cancellation fee for the registration for Roma is $95. The cancellation fee for one night's accommodation at the hotel is about $330. The total registration for Roma plus the accommodation for 3 nights is around $1,700 to $1,800.
Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Councillor Sacco. She made a good point last year. None of us went to any conferences, so we have that funding and, I'm fine. I'm not planning going to AMO this year. This was my one and only conference. And, maybe we need to communicate a little better in what conferences we're going to. But also, I think, Vicky, you're going to look into if we had to go the Saturday night. Have you had any response to that, if we eliminate a night?
To eliminate a night now would still be a cancellation of your one night's accommodation. So whether you don't go, you're still gonna pay that $330. And I don't know if we have decided to request a delegation with any of the ministers at this point, but that was kind of the impetus behind having that additional evening.
Are we in agreement? We'll go to the 1,800 and 600 for Councillor Hawking.
That ends up being 3,300 savings.
Okay.
Okay, the others on that list are account line 01-1100 3132. This is the acknowledgements and promotions budget. It's suggested that it be reduced by 50% to the Santa Claus Parade. So instead of 2,000, it would be 1,000. The downtown flowers for the DIA, instead of 6,000 would be 3,000. And the Legion banners, instead of 1,000 would be 500. So that's a savings of about $4,500.
So if I may, I can speak to the Legion banners, which are the veterans banners. The Legion just facilitates it. It's a three-way partnership between the Legion, the DIA, and the town. Originally, so to reduce this, was $1,000. It's suggested we go to 500, so I don't know what that does to the partnership. Whether the Legion picks it up or the DIA picks it up. Just for background. Councillor Hawk.
Personally, I don't think that's sending a very positive message to pull out on our commitment to honor our veterans. In fact, all three of them are great public relations for our town. And I'm against cutting. I guess you could cut a bit, but I think they're all three worthwhile ventures.
And I should be clear that this cost for the banners is to put them up and take them down. It's not to purchase them. People who have had someone, a veteran in their family, pay for the actual banner. This is just to put them up and take them down. Councillor Fleet.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Hawking. I think sending a bad signal. I understand the Rotary Club, they're struggling this year financially to put on the Santa Claus Parade. Costs are up. And I heard that at a DIA. So, for us to cut funding, that's not sending a very good signal. They're probably going to be looking for more money because they are struggling to put on this parade. So, I agree with Councillor Hawking. I think we should let that one go.
So I'm hearing that that's one we're just removing. We're not going to do that. Would that be correct? Is that consensus?
Councillor Hudson?
So you've got one left on that list is the flowers. So that's one that's a fairly substantial amount for that one. Can you do with half of the amount of flowers in a year? We have a lot of flower planters and it looks beautiful.
This is strictly a $6,000 donation to the DIA to assist them with their overall costs of the flowers. So the DIA may have to consider whether they reduce their flowers or can they come up with the additional 3,000. They have a substantial reserves that perhaps they could use.
Thanks for clarifying.
I don't know. Do we suggest that to the DIA? No? Okay.
Okay, so that one is being X'd. It's not being, so that's fine. The next one is grants, reduce grants to organizations. Currently, we budget $10,000. We're suggesting that could be reduced to $5,000. As I said in my summary, these are donations to groups such as Grey Bruce Mentorship, which I believe receives typically $2,500. Hanover Community Players who receive approximately $1,000. Those are our larger ones, are they not, Chris? We were thinking any of those groups that are $1,000 or more, again, they would receive 50% less.
Through you, your worship, we have spent 8,250 of the 10,000 budgeted in 2024 to date. 2,500 goes to Hanover Horticultural Society. Community Players has 1,000. Hanover Lawn Bowling had 1,000. South Bruce Gray Youth Council has 1,000. Midwestern Ontario Rotary Festival, 250, and Bruce Gray Bannership was 2,500. That's what we've had to date. So every one of those could be split in half.
Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Worship. Maybe we should have started with this section last. I don't know. I personally think that we should leave the grants to community organizations at the $10,000. I believe when I started on council, it was originally $20,000 that was allocated to grants to community organizations. It's already been reduced by 50% since that point in time. I think a lot of these organizations do great work in our community, and giving $1,000 is not a significant amount in the grant scheme.
Through you, your worship, that $20,000 included a 10,000 donation to Blue Water Radio. And then that was removed when we no longer did Blue Water Radio. So that's why it's been at 10,000 since.
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's not one that I really feel we want to adjust either. I would see that taken off the list.
Okay, sorry.
We could always do 25%. It doesn't have to be 50. Like if we get right down to whatever, that's something we could come back to. So, but I'm seeing around the table that leave it as is.
Okay, the next one is the Hospital Foundation, maintain their donation to $90,000 versus 95.
Counselor Hocking. So I'm seeing nodding heads for maintaining at the 2024 level.
I couldn't hear what Councillor Hocking said there.
Correct. He didn't have his microphone on.
Oh, I support the 90,000, Deputy Mayor.
He's nodding his head. He's in agreement. Correct, Deputy Mayor?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, that's it in the council area, unless you have any other suggestions that we didn't cover based on your suggestions before.
What about the admin?
The admin? Yeah, we're going to admin next. The admin's the next section. So this is just the council budget. So no more, we're done with that one. We found $8,300, Chris? Not bad for my mental math. Okay, meaning I do it in my head. Thank you. Okay, I know it's 4 o'clock. We've had a really great day here, by the way. So the next one is admin, which is section or your binder tab 5. We're going to go to, this is where we get a little more, sorry, my iPad went to sleep. 1904. So this is page 43 in your binder. So that will be electronically, Deputy Mayor Dickert, that's page 55. This is the summer admin student. So again, we had budgeted for 16 weeks. We had 12 weeks last year. We did find that 12 weeks did not meet co-op terms for post-secondary education, which impacted our recruitment somewhat. We really lucked out. We had a dynamic summer student, but 16 weeks would certainly perhaps enhance our pool of dynamic students that we get to choose from. But I'll let council provide some thoughts here.
Sorry, just to be clear, we're going to 16 weeks?
Correct. We have proposed in the budget to be 16-week employment term.
Okay, so Councillor Hudson.
Is 16 weeks the required amount for the co-op? Or is it 14 or what is it?
It's usually hours. Maybe Melissa has a better, do you remember what the hours were for most co-op terms, Melissa? Well, right, but this is for post-secondary, right? Like your university and college.
So it did depend a little bit on the school, but I believe it was about 400 to 420 hours required. So we did have a number of applicants withdraw their application once they found out what we were able to commit to them.
Okay. Counselor Sacco?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to keep the 16 weeks because it's over the summer. We probably have staff taking holidays. We've seen an extensive list on page 37 in our binder that our economic development manager went over. All of the different jobs that person did was really wonderful. And for that reason, I'd like to stick with the 16 weeks. Thank you. Oh, the co-op. I like the co-op.
Everybody in agreement? Yes. Counselor Cable, comment?
Well, I do think probably for a student that's coming home for the summer, they would want to start employment in May. So I would see that if you have May, June, July, you're probably getting close to 16 weeks by the time in order to find somebody that's going to want to do this.
Okay, we're at 16 weeks.
Okay, so that's admin. We then go to the protection area, which is fire. You're up, Mr. Jeff. For council's reference is section 7 in your binder by tabs. We probably should go to page, sorry, say that again. 59, which is electronically, 59 in your binder, which electronically, is anybody have that page off the top of their head? Otherwise I'll have to, 71 electronically, or 59 in your binder. And again, on the list, Jeff has provided some things. So perhaps Jeff, if you want to just highlight those and answer any council questions that they may have.
Sure. So 12,700 is equipment. So things that we could use, we could also defer and pick them up next year. It includes trying to do this in layman's terms. So safety lights for our firefighters on scene. We work in the roadway. The roadways are getting more and more hazardous. So one thing we've been wanting to do I think I deferred this 3 years now, is safety lights on the individual that blink and you can see for a couple of kilometers away. RIT escape kits are kits that they would wear if they get caught in a fire. They can use that kit to get out of a window, a second floor window. A survival suit we would use in ice water rescue. Coveralls. We will do our best to get by with what we have. Helmets, again, so we're trying to keep ahead on the helmets because when they, wear out, it's good to have one or two sitting around that's available. SCBA masks, again, we don't have any spares, so having a spare in case one goes down is a good idea. So these are all things that I'm saying would be really nice, but we could defer to next year. The second is the smoke alarms. We'd reduce the number of smoke alarms that we purchase each year and reduce our recruitment funds by $500. The next one is an effective command course. It's a new course that we were looking at. We could defer it to the next year. And the next one is 5,000. That's beyond visual line of sight training. So right now, when we fly the drone, we have to have a visual observer that sees the drone at all times. With this training, we can fly much farther beyond line of sight. So it opens up a lot of opportunities for us to use the drone in emergencies. Is there any questions?
Counselor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship. Chief Denninger, could you explain what the drone speaker is all about?
Sure. So our present drone has a speaker spotlight. It is not working really well. The company has indicated that we need to potentially purchase a new one. It's one of those things that I would probably see if I can find a grant or donations or something. If it works out. It's something, the drone still works, but having that speaker and spotlight enhances our opportunities.
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think if I just doing quick math there, you have about 21,200 in reductions. If you could come up with, 12,000 in reductions and take the other 10,000 and spend it where you think it's best used, that's what I would support.
Other comments? Councillor Fleet?
Thank you, Your Worship. Like Deputy Mayor Dickert saying, I think maybe if you looked at what you really need and leave it in and take out what you really think you can get a grant for or somebody to sponsor it, I'm in that favor, so.
Councillor Hawking?
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to leave it up to the chief and with the proviso that no one's safety is being compromised through a reduction of 10,000. I think Deputy Mayor said $10,000. Did he?
No, he said 12.
He said 12. Okay. So, but don't compromise safety. Like, I think those lights are critical. I see that as a safety issue. So that's my position.
Seeing nodding heads? Oh. Okay. Sherry?
So just so I can clarify, we are reducing that by 12,000. We're at 21,200. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Dickert, I think that's what you said. So we would reduce that to overall 12,000, which is about $9,200 savings, correct?
Correct.
And we'll let Jeff determine.
Let him decide
No.
where that happens.
Yeah, that's why I'm clarifying, Chris. So Deputy Mayor Dickert, again, we would reduce that to $12,000 total, correct? In all of those areas?
I
And
think
that
I
would,
had likely figured 11,200 total, like taking $10,000 off of it, but if it's
okay, so
11,000.
11,200
Yep.
total, meaning a $10,000 savings.
Right.
With leaving it up to Chief Deniger where those savings shake down with those accounts.
Correct.
Okay.
So $10,000 has to be cut out of this 21,200. Not 92, not 11,200.
That was the intent.
Everyone's making notes before we move on.
Okay, so the next one is police, which we found 70,000, so I don't think we need to speak to that anymore unless Chris, I was gonna say unless Chris has some more that he'd like to pull out of his chief's hat. I think that's gonna be all of our lines sooner or later. Okay, the next one's a fairly simple one. Andrew's noted that we could increase revenue by 10,000 in building and planning. That's to me a fairly simple strategy. Andrew, I don't know if you want to add more there.
No, just other than, thank you, Your Worship. No, just that, as I indicated, we've seen higher planning application numbers and our building permit values seem to be going up. So the numbers that you see before you have kind of stood for a few years. So I think it's a reasonable expectation that revenue would be there.
I thought you were going to say you wanted the building fee increased and that's how you're covering it, but.
Well, through your worship, there will be an alteration to the building permit fees likely once the development charges are done.
So this one is just a yes, we will increase by $10,000.
So through you, Your Worship, overall for the protection, then we're at 90,000 reduction. 10,000 for fire, 70,000 for police, and 10,000 for increased revenue for building.
So Deputy Mayor Dickert, maybe you didn't hear that, but Chris just said we're at, when she totals it up, we're at a 1% reduction so far.
Yes, I did hear that. Thank you.
Okay.
That is just with protection, not the other stuff today.
I think it's advantageous for us to go through the entire list though, and because I know, but anyways, I'm just, because I think there is this mentality that, well, we get to a certain point and we're comfortable with it, but we haven't done anything else. So lucky those people that are at the bottom of the list. But anyways, Public Works is next. So this is, Ron, help me out here. Is this just in section 9 or is it various sections, these savings? Oh, it's various accounts now that I see the numbers. So I'll let Ron speak to those. Those are line items 11, 12, and 13 on that potential savings order. We also had down the added materials in the winter. There was winter materials as well that we wanted to revisit that based on our earlier conversations today. So Ron, maybe focus on the 3 that are there and then we'll come back to that materials one.
The items are here. Yes, they are all in section 9. Taking a further look at it, snow removal, outside rentals, there's 2 different areas in 3103, which is the roads, and 3700, which is in the parking lots. And what I've shown on there in both those areas, we could reduce the outside rentals down by 2,000 each. In those areas, another one, the cat loader, we had so much in there for maintenance, 7,800, considering we're purchasing a new loader in 2025. I've cut that down. Hope the loader hangs in till we get a new one replaced, and I could see another $5,000 savings. So there's 3 areas adding up to $9,000.
Okay, I don't see any hands raised. You're in agreement? Okay.
Those are all yeses.
Oh, Deputy Mayor Dickert?
Yeah, I just for a point of clarification, are we going to talk about the materials now or?
But that's, Sherry's gonna start that.
Okay, I'm in support of this $9,000 and taking that savings, so.
Okay,
Okay, so the next is winter materials, which we did have some conversation. Chris, I think you provided some further context when we were speaking about that, about looking at our, like, again, looking at our 2023 actuals and our 2022 actuals. And if we don't have that information today, I think that's really good information we should get to report back to council, only because, again, those years you have light winters, you have those years you don't have light winters. And I don't know, 2022 was the storm of the century at Christmas, as I recall, but had been light up to that point. So anyways, I don't know if you have more you want to add, Ron and Chris, to that?
Well, as I previously said, in 2022, it was $83,700 and we budgeted 59,900, so we were short almost $24,000. We budgeted 52,600 in 2023, and we were within close to that amount. In 2024, right now, we're at 67,800 that we put in there. We have one more load to come. So there's a possibility, but as I said, a lot of these numbers aren't just pulled out of the air. They're based on the tonnage that he being Ron is expecting to come in based on the actual cost plus the trucking fee. So he's got 800 tons of salt at $91.13 per ton plus $13.50 per ton trucking times 70%. So that's where we got the 58.6 from. So if you want that to go down, then you're gonna have to tell me what the tones are so that they can reflect that amount. You can't just say, well, I want that 58 to be 55. We can do it that way, but then we have to work our way back and say what tonnage we're talking about. But Ron would know what he requires.
I guess I could add to that further in terms of our salt and sand salt usage. And the salt is the one that we keyed on. Over the last number of years, we had been budgeting around 900 tons. Last year, we didn't have too much of a winter going through the first part, and looks like we're running lean. We could have been into heavy winter starting at the end of October, 1st of November, and we're not. So that pulls us through 24. Who knows what it's going to be in 2025, but I've taken a look at that number. It was 900 tons, pulled it down to 800. That's a good 11% reduction. It doesn't result in 11% savings. It results in an 8% savings, because the price of materials is going up. Actually, in terms of the price of haulage to get the material here, contractors held the price from 2024 into 2025. So trucking, that's even with snow removal and that, prices have been held at 24 levels for 25, which I think is excellent. So we pulled the numbers down in the materials. I would be reluctant to pull them down any more than what I have. We've, you know, it's over 10% in terms of volume, and year after year, if you don't get a heavy winter in the first few months of the year, you get it in the fall. Luckily, we've maybe lucked out on both ends of the scope so far. We're not through 2024, so that number could change significantly before we get to year end.
Comments? You're in agreement, we'll leave as is. I'm hearing a couple yeses. Go ahead.
I'm just looking for, are we consensus that we're not doing anything further with that?
Deputy Mayor Dickert?
I'm good with that. It was something I wanted to talk about. I'm glad that we had the opportunity to, so I thank you for that, and I'm okay with leaving it as is.
Thank you. Sherry?
Okay, the next one on the list is garbage and recycling. It's not on the list, but it's on the list because of earlier. And that was the $120,000 in savings from the transition to producer responsibility. And should some of those savings go to reserves for future cell expansion? So again, as Chris has noted, that's been absorbed into, that $120,000 in savings has been absorbed into our operations, therefore helping our overall bottom line. So if you choose to transfer some to the reserves, so we're doing the opposite effect, you might say we'd be adding $20,000 in, but that's council's direction and prerogative that you have. Nobody suggested putting this on the list, but Councillor Hawking had a really good point that you increase bag tags it might spur people to recycle more. So I put that on a Post-it note just as a, maybe that's not a today conversation, but it should be something that should be explored.
Who wants to start? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Really, I was just trying to propose the idea that essentially this year we should have been able to see that we had $120,000 savings by moving to full producer responsibility. And I guess we just have to remember that we did have that savings. It's been absorbed into here. And so I guess when I'm thinking about cell 4, it's how much at some point in time, the council of the future in 2033, when cell number 4 gets built, it's either we're going to have 50,000 times 5 years, if I'm understanding correctly, because we're still going to be paying off for the next few years because we're short already. So when we get to 2033, how short do we want that future council to be?
Through your worship, we will be short 84,500 of that 259.5. So it will take you a year and a half to cover that up. So 2026 and part of 2027 will cover the old stuff. And then from that 2027 on to 2033, you will be putting 50,000 away. Keep in mind, you never had any money there until 2 or 3 years ago. And we started with 25 because we wanted 50 because it was too expensive the first year. So this has only been like the second or third year that we've had the full 50,000.
I'm fine leaving it as is. But I think it's just a note going forward. And at 1 year we did pull back. I think we're at 50 and then we pulled back to 25. So I am pleased that it's still at $50,000 going away.
So maybe one of these years we want to do 60,000 rather than 50. Right.
I would think through your worship, that's when you add the 50 cents per bag tag, that a portion of that goes there. But keep in mind, the landfill, transfer to landfill should include commercial and industrial, and they're not part of the bag tags. So you don't want the full bag tags to cover everything. You want some of your taxes to cover that landfill transfer too, so that the industrial and the commercial and the multi-res and all those areas that have their own garbage pickup, that take it out there have to pay for some of that as well.
Councillor Hawking.
Let's talk about bag tags. How much would 50 cents increase in a bag tag? 20,000? 40. Sorry.
I'll repeat my question, but I know the answer. $40,000 would be added if we increase the bag tags by 50 cents. Plus, it also sends a message to be environmentally conscious of our landfill, because if you keep adding 3% per year, you may be sell for earlier than 3033. So what do we pay right now?
For you, your worship, we pay $2.50. When do you plan on increasing these tags? Right at the beginning of the year? Because then that will get you 40,000. If you do it in July, you're only getting 20,000. You're gonna get a run on them, so you won't make the 20,000. You'll be lucky to make 10 or 12.
My suggestion would be January the 1st.
Are there other opportunities by limiting the number of bags? I'm thinking of what's going into the landfill, not on money. I'm thinking of the environment. Instead of, right now, you can put out as many bags as you want. Yeah, it's a Ron question, and he'd probably have to do a report.
I just would say limiting the number of bags is difficult to patrol because you have like a single family home. Run into duplexers there. We pick up to units with 5 in them. So contractor doesn't know whether the unit's got 3, 4, or 5 units, and we collect up to 5 units. So it gets kind of difficult in that way. What bag do they leave behind? What tenants that? We know that some of them will be calling, but we don't know the answers.
Right. Okay. Councillor Hudson.
I think those people that are environmentally conscious would be some of the ones that had participated in our pilot program, for one thing, and had put some thought process into the fact that they reduced their garbage output by 1 week by doing that. And so perhaps, additionally adding 50 cents to the bag tags will be just maybe a bigger bag in one tag. So I don't really think that the bag tag things, I'm not going to support that one.
Other comments? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Worship. I did support when we increased the tag to 250 a few years ago, but I feel like at that point in time, because our recycling cost was so large, we were losing money overall. We're currently, if I'm looking at garbage collection, now that recycling has gone away, I feel like we're in a positive position. And I think I was able to justify it in the past because we were essentially using tax dollars to offset garbage and recycling collection. Now we're in a positive position by about $81,000. So I would also vote to keep the tag as it is.
Other, Councillor Fleet.
Thank you, Your Worship. Water, sewer, everything's going up, taxes are going up. And, I have a young couple live across the street from us. They put out 1 bag of garbage a month. And they're all about recycling. And I think if we can educate people better, I don't know how we can do that. And this is a fine example of saving our land. I can't support putting our garbage bag tags up 50 cents.
Okay, I think we're hearing there's no support for that, but it may be something we consider next year. Like when we're looking at the 2026 budget. And that would give people, at least people will start talking about it after this discussion. So, okay, Sherry, next.
Okay.
Sorry, if we could do in summary here. So the transportation environmental section is the $9,000 changes that Ron has proposed for machine rental, operations loader, machine rental outside for parking lot. Okay.
Okay, so the next section is the Parks and Recreation section. Library is also included in that, and we'll get to that at the end. It's kind of Parks and Recreation. So Laura's got a number of them here. Laura, maybe you can just highlight them by each section, like parks and then aquatics and then rec admin. And after each section, we can get council's direction for that section area as opposed to dealing with the whole list. I think it'll just help keep us focused.
Thank you, will do. So the first on the list is relating to the outdoor ice rink. That is about a $2,000 reduction based on $1,500 for kind of operational costs and then an additional $500 for the water, the additional water and sewer charges that would be to flood the rink. Also within this park section is to cancel the picnic table / bleacher replacement program. I'm gonna say a program even because this is this is historically, this has been an every other year where we typically do. Now, in previous years, it was 5,000. We did bump it by $100 just with the cost of living. And then we also, this was an item that we discussed during my my portion of the presentation relating to the top dressing from the hardball maintenance. So we are proposing to still complete that overseeding and still completing that those backstop repairs, but removing the top dressing itself. So that is a savings of 20,000. Further, actually, this is under the parks, but it probably, I guess it just doesn't have a better spot to go. But this is relating to the bottle fill station, and staff is proposing that we still move forward with one. And the one would be in the main lobby. So that main lobby could ultimately feed the pool, could feed the users of the rink, could feed the users of our walking track, etc. So that's what I'm putting forward today. And that would be the final one under that section. You want me to keep going?
Counselor Sacco.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, I'm not in favor of canceling the outdoor rink. I want to give it another shot. It's $2,000, which isn't a terrible amount of money in the big scheme of things. I can live with canceling the picnic tables, but I don't want to use the word cancel. I'd like to see defer to the next year with the picnic tables. I'm okay with the top dressing. As far as the bottle station, if your staff thinks one only, then my question is, what happens to the other water fountains? Are they usable on the second floor or not?
Yes, they would remain as water fountains, as is.
Okay, even though we learned that it might be more expensive to do it at a later date, if you can live with one, then that's fine. I'd also like to hear about the Aquafit cart replacement. Is it similar to the noodle cart that you've just ordered?
Can I just say we're going to do this section first and then we'll move on to the, yes, yes. Anything further with the water? I'm just saying water.
Right.
Sherry and then Counselor Fleet.
I just want to just add that with each dressing room, so the 5 dressing rooms have a water filling tap inside the showers. So each arena dressing room has a water bottle filling tap inside the showers. That was a design element when we built the P&H Center, that you just go and it's in the shower, it's easily accessible. Do all of our groups know about that? Perhaps visiting teams don't, and that might be an opportunity for our Parks and Rec staff to increase signage that direct people to that area. But I'm just sharing that for information.
Thanks. Counselor Sacco, did you have a further comment or you? No? Okay. Counselor Fleet?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I'm a politician. I'm going to change my mind on the outdoor rink. After talking to Laura's comment, they have one liner left. So I guess we may as well use this one liner, give it a shot. And when this liner's finished, then relook at the outdoor rink. So I will support the outdoor rink.
Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would agree with what's been said so far. Do the outdoor rink with the one liner that we have now, and accept the other cuts that have been offered.
Laura, I just want to ask a question in regards to the top dressing. Do we have any idea? Like, my understanding of overseeding and top dressing is the top dressing is the added topsoil to help make it level, but also to provide some new base for when you are overseeding for that grass to take route. It's late in the day, root. Have you had any comment from the contractor around not doing the top dressing, and does that defeat the purpose of the overseeding, or does it make it less effective?
Through your worship, yeah, that was something that I spoke with our facility manager relating to, because you're absolutely right. The additional topsoil would allow that grass seed to still thrive. So this doesn't completely eliminate it based on the reduction that we've proposed. There would still be that element of topsoil that would need to be applied in order for the seeding to still continue, if that makes sense. I was going to just add one more comment too, if you don't mind, just relating to the deferral of the picnic table bleacher replacement. Typically what happens, because it's an every other year type situation, usually on the off year, we're doing more of a table, chair replacement, that type of furniture at the P&H Center. So it would certainly have impacts. If we deferred it to next year, then we would defer the table and chair replacement and so on, but just sharing that as a point of impact.
Okay, first of all, I want to say, with the outdoor rink, it seems that we're working opposite here. Ron has brought the numbers down for the salt back to whatever year, 2023. What are we in, 24? And now we're saying, yes, we're going to have a winter that we can have an outdoor rink. We're opposite there. We're banking on the winter not being quite as bad. And now we're saying, here, we need a rink. So I am not in favor of the outdoor rink. We might have an extra liner, but it's not going to go bad, right? The picnic tables and the bleachers, I am assuming that there's nothing involved with safety with those tables and bleachers.
If any tables or bleachers are deemed unsafe, they will be pulled out of operations, let's say. So no.
Good to hear. With the bottle fill station, I say to myself, is it a want or is it a need? And to me, it's a want. Do we need it? No. Do we want it? Yes. So for $7,500, we don't need it. My thoughts. And
That 7,500 is the savings for the other two not being replaced. The bottle fill project is $20,000. If you put in one, it's 12,500. If you put in three, it's 20. So by only putting in one, you're saving 7,500. That's what that 7,500 is.
okay.
What you're talking about is you don't want the bottle filling at all. That would be a $20,000 savings.
That's even better. Well, it is, because again, when we're looking at things like we're looking at acknowledgements for parades and things, and we're keeping those, like those are things the entire community and regional center status enjoys. And now we're looking at one facility with a water bottle filling station. You can bring a bottle of water, you can buy a bottle of water, or you can go into the showers and fill. Just my comments. Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Worship. I agree with your point. I didn't know that there was the possibility in the dress room. So thank you, Sherry, for explaining. So there's 5 different locations for that right now.
They're in the dressing rooms. So again, you would have to be part of one of the teams or there for public skating, but they're in the shower areas of all the dressing rooms. There's a water bottle fill tap. Sorry, it's not your refrigerated water bottle filling station that's put it under and boop, tells you how many water bottles, how many bottles of water you've saved from going to recycling. It's not refrigerated, but it's cold water, town water. You just let it run. Yeah.
Councillor Sacco.
So from what you're saying then, yes, we have those, but that's for the players. or the athletes that are in the pool. No, they don't have one in the pool. So what about the fans, the people that come to watch?
Well,
Do they
Mayor,
wa-
Mayor Sue answered it with they can bring their own water bottle.
Right.
Most people cart their water bottles now. It would be if it's empty and they needed to fill it. That would
Okay.
be a challenge because our water fountains aren't really conducive to filling a water bottle. You'd have to go to the concession and ask that they fill it accordingly. But yeah, most people cart their own water bottles nowadays.
Counselor Cable.
Well, I think we all know where I stand on the water bottles. And personally, I'm not in favor of cutting the $7,500 because I feel like it's ridiculous to buy one for $12,500 if we can get three for $20,000. And I think most importantly, why I'm not in favor of this cut is because that's cutting capital dollars. So that just means that we're moving $7,500 from OLG into operations, which is what I talk about every single year, that we have to stop doing that. So if the $7,500 gets cut, I'd like to see $7,500 of some other capital item added back in.
Deputy Mayor, did you want to make a comment or not?
I was just gonna ask the, so, and I think Councillor Sackle touched on it. The swimming area doesn't have these water filling stations, and anyone using the walking track as well would not have access to them. Is that correct, Sherry?
Yeah, essentially, they're not really making their way to the arena dressing rooms. And there are times in the summer when those dressing rooms would be locked. So that would be correct.
I still go back. Is it a want or a need? Counselor Fleet.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question to Laura, because sometimes that corridor to the dressing rooms, those doors are locked, so you can't get to the dressing rooms to fill those bottles.
Correct.
Like Counselor Cable, I think we do all three, or we don't do any, because I think it's very important. I think we're probably one of the only arenas in Ontario that we don't have water filling stations in our arena. Yes, we have them in the dressing rooms, but the dressing rooms have to be open. So.
We are unique.
Can I just summarize? I'm hearing yes to the, yes, consensus to the picnic table and bleacher replacement deferral, yes to the top dressing reduction. There really is the bottle fill. So maybe Mayor Sue, this is the time that we need to somewhat see a show of hands of what council wishes to do, so we have direction accordingly.
Go ahead, Counselor Cable.
I'm still a little worried about this removing the top dressing. Like, we still think that it's not a waste to put the other, because it's still, is it 30,000 that we're still spending on this?
Correct. Yes.
But it's still fine to do that. Like, we shouldn't just defer the whole thing and then actually have this as an item to do it well. I would just hate for us to spend $30,000 putting seed and whatever down, and it doesn't really work.
It will include a smaller portion of that topsoil. So, certainly I suppose, yeah, the ideal project for us is to do it as a whole. So, but this is an opportunity to try and scale it back.
And do we think that this is a need or a want?
Well, there's some health and safety attached to this, right? Like, so I'm gonna call this a need. I'm gonna call it a need. That the balls in the, if you have an uneven playing surface, we've got balls coming fast and hard, and if they take the wrong jump here from uneven surface, that could have negative impacts on our users.
So I'm going to add to that. I agree with Laura. This is a safety issue. You want a safe playing surface, outfield and infield. And also, this typically is the area that the fair uses for their horse show. And as we know, if we have a bit of rain prior to the fair, it can impact our outfield. Not this past year, but I know the year prior, so that'd be 2023. I recall being over at the fair and taking pictures and sending them to Tom and saying, before you let anybody on this outfield, you're gonna have to do some maintenance work on Monday, because again, they're on there with equipment, which is fine. We understand that partnership and we get that partnership, but just even if it's soft, it can impact that outfield and we would have a twisted ankle accordingly.
So that's 20,000, and the water The bottle filling is 20,000. We could wash them. Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, in the budget, there was $50,000 and 40,000 of that was top dressing and overseating. So to me, that's together. It's either all 40 or not just 20. And the other was 10,000 to repair the back stuff. So you definitely want to repair the back stuff. And I agree with Mayor Sue. This is your chance to defer the bottle filling to next year for 20,000 and use that 20,000 to offset the removal of top dressing and leave that is, because you need the overseating and top dressing together. You can't do it separately. And that way you get your bottle fill all three the following year. And it doesn't matter that you put 20,000 back into the operations. Remember, you had 182 the previous year, you had 161 last year, another 20,000 is only 84,000. We also remember we brought the vehicles of 120,000 capital into operations. So there's nothing wrong with saying every year I want 100,000 at least of OLG to cover these operation little things. It's taking $1 million of OLG and putting it in operations that you really don't want to see happen.
If you're gonna be here next year for budget, I feel a lot more comfortable with these bottle fill deferral, but.
I am here for the budget.
Oh, good, good.
That's why
Okay.
I'm deferred to the end of the year and not June.
Let's start at the top. Cancel the outdoor rink.
We've already said no to that. So that's a no already.
Are we sure?
Yeah, no, no, as in we're keeping it. I already heard that. I already have it listed as a no.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez. All right. And, well, you go ahead, Sherry.
Well, I'm hearing that we are deferring the picnic tables and bleachers, so that's a yes. I'm a little bit confused now. Top dressing and overseating in the water bottle fill stations. Maybe we need to do a vote on both of those.
Right, yeah.
Okay, and then
Counselor
that way,
Cable has a comment.
I am fine with Chris's suggestion, where we would completely take off bottle fill stations for 2025 and put back that top dressing so that it's actually done correctly.
I think I suggested that, but that's okay.
I just concurred with you, Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I find it, I guess, a little concerning that if we're doing all this $40,000 in top dressing and we have a wet fall fair season, we're going to be back to square one in 1 year. I don't know how bad the field is. I got to trust staff with how bad that field is. Are we spending? Can we do the temporary repairs Sherry spoke about when she said she saw it happening and staff went out and fixed it up, make it workable? Because it seems like a lot of money that all we need is one wet fall fair and we're back to square one.
so I guess my answer to like the piece of feedback that I would offer there is typically the fall fair impacts are, some rolling. We might have to get a roller in to help roll. I wouldn't think you lose the impacts of the top dress and overseed. Like that's the whole purpose of top dressing and overseeding is that you have a thriving turf so that it can withstand those types of minor impacts. It would be if they're in there and it's really, really wet, I think we would be saying to the fair, wait a minute here, we need to think about another location for you to be for that time period. Or, no, you can't go on there with a front end loader versus a pickup truck, that type of thing. So I think it would be conversations with the fair accordingly if we have significantly wet conditions.
So staff is confident that doing it this year, one bad year is not going to remove all the advantage.
Yes, I'm confident.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Hudson.
So about 5-10 minutes ago, we talked about the seeding and there would be some topsoil on top, and that would also have been acceptable. And now we're back to top dressing complete again. So I'm getting confused by that.
Best practice would be to have the top dressing included. So that's probably the term that we should utilize there.
And then I was hearing, here we go again, but I was hearing we would go back to maintaining the top dress and overseat and the fencing repairs at 50,000, but we defer the water bottle fill station. So if we see general consensus around this room on that, then that's what we'll do. Otherwise, I think Mayor Sue needs to go, okay, are we removing the, just as they are there, and the vote accordingly, or hands, a show of hands for consensus, not really a vote, but a show of hands for consensus would accordingly give staff the direction accordingly.
Okay, before that, it was Counselor Fleet, then Counselor Hawk.
I'm fine. I'm good with that. Like Counselor Cable said, I'm okay with deferring the water bottles to next year and going with the ball diamonds. Just a note is, I don't know why when we built that P&H center, we put bottle filling stations in a shower. They shouldn't be in a shower area because people use those showers and those bottle filling stations shouldn't be beside the shower. So just something that should have been looked at when the building was built, because I've been in those showers.
Counselor Fleet, were you not on the building committee?
Thank you
Sorry,
very much.
I couldn't resist. But I think you were on the building committee, and A, the plumbing's in there. B, you're filling the water bottles up at the beginning of the game. People don't typically shower at the beginning of the game. You're showering at the end of the game. Anyways, we're getting a little long here.
Hindsight is good. Counselor Hawking.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we should consider two options. The one that Counselor Hudson just mentioned with the $20,000 for overseeding as opposed to 40,000 overseeding. I know Laura mentions that it's probably ideal, but if we could save $20,000 because it does grow over the summer and stuff like that. So I'd like to have two votes or a choice.
What does that mean? Less seed? Like,
Top dress.
well, that defeats the purpose.
Okay, so again, as Laura said, best practice would be you do the whole project for $50,000, which was $40,000 for top dress and overseed and $10,000 for backstop repair, fencing repairs. Okay. So right now what I'm hearing on around this room as options are, option A would be we maintain the $50,000 as proposed in budget as I just described. And we would defer the water bottle fill station. Option B, which I'm also hearing between Counselor Hawking and Counselor Hudson, is that we move forward with $30,000 total, which is a $20,000 reduction as we've proposed here as a cost savings option. And we would use $30,000 for top dress and overseat. So we've saved $20,000. And we would defer the water bottle fill station. So that would be another $20,000 for a total of $40,000 savings versus 20 in option A. That's what I'm hearing as the options that are floated around this table right now.
So show of hands for option A, and that's as is with the 50,000. Right?
So, do you want me to say that by A? So option A, I better put A here. I hope someone else is taking really good notes, Vicky. Option A would be we maintain $50,000 as proposed in the 2025 budget in the parks area. And that includes that's the $50,000 for the top dress and overseed of the hardball diamond at Agricultural Park inside the raceway, as well as $10,000 in fencing repairs to the backstop. We would defer the water bottle fill station. So a net savings there of $20,000, Chris Walker, if I'm correct. Option B would be, we would proceed with $30,000 for the top dress overseed and fence repair and defer the water bottle fill station for a net savings of $40,000. So $20,000 between the two, $20,000 saved on the top dress overseed and $20,000 on the water bottle fill station.
A show of hands for option A, which is the 50,000. All in favor?
20,000.
Yeah, but the 50,000's in there. So show of hands for the 50. Okay. Show of hands for option B.
Okay.
You got it?
Yep. So
Okay.
that's $40,000 savings, correct, Chris? That's a $40,000 savings, correct, Chris Walker? Okay.
So Deputy Mayor, do you have a comment or that's your vote?
That was my vote.
Thank you. Okay, we're good.
Just to reiterate, that's 45,100 in the parks area savings so far. 5,100 to defer the picnic tables and these 40,000 that we just spoke of.
I'll carry on. Aquatics. So the aquafit cart and yes, Counselor Sackle, it is very similar to the noodle cart that you're probably referring to. So we would defer that replacement. You know, it's $1,100. These pieces of equipment definitely deteriorate. They're in a wet environment. So it would need repairs if we were to defer that. For moving further, we have a reduction to the professional development section for the aquatics. That's a bit of a trend carrying on. And then we get into a bunch of different options for council to consider for essentially reducing like pool operation. So the first one that we have proposed is closing the pool for June. And at this point, Sundays, just Sundays. Closing the pool on Sundays for June. So we already do July and August. So this would be adding June into that as well. Typically, outdoor pools typically open that first weekend in June, typically, weather dependent, but that's to be determined by weather usually. So then the next one is we look at closing the pool for Sundays for a longer period of time. So this was implemented as of March the 1st. And that results in approximately 30,100 as savings. We've put forward that the pool could potentially be closed fully for the months of July and August. And just to give you an idea of what that equates to is about 83,000 in savings. Another option that we've put forward is we could reduce the number of morning lane swims per week. So that would just bring it down to approximately, so that would be effective March, I might add, and that equates to $5,700 for 43 weeks. We've also put forward an option that we would look at closing the pool on Saturdays from June through to August. I do have, while I was sitting, waiting for me to come up for it, I do have that spreadsheet that staff have sent to me. But I haven't really had a chance to really digest it, but I certainly can, like, if you guys want me to open that up and try and give you some data of how many attendees are at our programs, I would just need maybe a little bit of time to kind of look at that, or that can come forward as a report later.
Personally, I'd like to see it come later because I want to see what the effect is on the membership. So we may be saving on one side, but not on the other. So to just get the conversation going now, we won't have all the information. So if you're in agreement, did you have a comment, Councillor Sack?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just as I said earlier, I'd like more information. I'd like to know the numbers. I'd like to know about the lifeguards and summer jobs and all of that. So if we could talk later, once you've had time to digest it, that would be great, Laura.
Council, my only suggestion to you would be, are there some of those options you'd just like to take off the list now, or you want to see all information? Because that would help Laura to refine her assessment. Like, are there any of those now that you go, you know what, that needs to be off the table right now? I'm just throwing that out there. I get you want more information to make those decisions, but are there any's that you just go, that doesn't make a lot of sense? If I could just add, based on my previous Parks and Recreation experience, you know, closing the school closing the pool effective Sundays of March, that's going to have more impact on your memberships and your revenues than closing the pool on Sundays in June, when typically our attendance numbers start to go down, as an example.
Counselor Sackle is going to say she doesn't want to see any closures, but go ahead.
That's true. I do not want to see any closures, but the one that bothers me the most is closing the pool for the entire months of July and August. I never want to see that happen when we've got a beautiful pool that we've built and families need to be able to go in and swim. And that means I couldn't do aquafit as well, right? I couldn't do my whole summer workout. And I just bought 2 new bathing suits. But anyway, I think, yes, it's a great savings, but I don't want to see our pool closed for 2 entire months.
Thank you. Counselor Hocking.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too am against closing the pool for July and August, so I'd like that to be removed.
Okay, Counselor Fleet.
So I agree with Counselor Hawking, Counselor Sacco. I don't want to see the pool closed on Saturdays in July and August. In June, you're talking about, no, unless I'm reading this wrong, about closing the pool in June. Do the school board still use the pool, Laura?
Yeah, yes, they do, particularly for that Swim to Survive program.
Need that pool open in June.
June Sundays.
It's just Sundays though. Yeah, so in that case, it wouldn't have impact.
Counselor Sackle, then Counselor Cable, I think, yes.
Laura, could you give us some idea of when the swim team uses it? Do they take a break over the summer and what months?
Yes, they do take a break and it is during those summer months. I'm not sure of the exact weeks, but yeah, they do.
So, and
I
you
can find out tomorrow morning. I have a massage with the coach.
So Laura, you could just add that to your report, like who's using it and who's taking breaks and stuff. Counselor Cable, then Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Okay, so I also would be opposed to the pool closing in July and August, and I would not want to see us close it on Saturdays, because that's something that we worked hard in the last term to get it reopened on Saturdays. So I'd like to see it stay open at least Saturdays in the weekend or in the summer.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I would not be in favor of closing it for July and August.
Thank you. And I think the attendance is going to tell us a lot. And our new splash pad is going to affect this, and we'll need a year or 2 of the splash pad up and running, and we'll see how it all plays out. So, Counselor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if you can speak to the reduced one morning lane swim per week. I'm not aware of how many mornings they do.
So the morning lane swims are currently Monday, Wednesday, and Friday currently.
Thank you.
Okay, so Sherry and Laura, you have enough information on what you're going to bring back for the next meeting.
Yeah, so we're not looking to close pool for July and August. We are not looking to close pool Saturdays for July and August, and we're not looking to close pool on Saturdays for June. So I think the only other thing in the aquatics area is, how does council feel about that aquafit cart replacement and the PD section? Do you wish to move forward with those or not?
Yeah, I'm hearing yes.
That's a 3,200 reduction.
I'm going to ask, do you want to take a break? And we also have tomorrow at 4 o'clock booked for a meeting if need be. So you want to continue on? Okay, just checking. Andrew?
I apologize for the noise, but I can't hold off the demolition of that corridor any longer, which is why I've been running in and out. So there will be some noise down there at some point. They're going to start.
We're okay with that.
That's fine. The other thing that I might ask is, I know we're done with fire, we're done with police. I think we're done with public works. Perhaps those staff members that we've dealt with their areas, they could be excused to save some added overtime that we're donating. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Are there anybody else that we're maybe done with? No, I don't think we're done with library yet. Cause she's a little bit after the list here, so. Oh, okay. Okay, so maybe what we do is, could we deal with library right now then, before we take that break, Mayor Sue? I'm not trying to tell
Sure.
you how to do your job, but,
Sure.
okay. So library, as you heard Carolyn say at the beginning, is defer $8,000 for strat plan implementation. Would that be correct, Carolyn?
Initiatives is what we called it, yeah.
So perhaps, I don't know if you want to add more there, Carolyn?
So the $8,000 is to paint the library. There's a little bit of damage on the walls, but it could be deferred to another year to paint it up later. It, like I said, it does affect, like, people are coming in, we're getting a new card every day of the month. We are the tourism housing location, so it's going to affect the look for the town. That's all I have to say on it.
So Carolyn, I'll start. Only because the police found $70,000. Would you consider going back to the library board to find 20,000 on, including that 8,000? So I'm suggesting, you're doing so well with fundraising. Could you increase that by $5,000? And then take $7,000 from your reserves and add that to the 8, comes up with $20,000.
I can't agree to it here. I do have to take to the
Yeah,
board, but I
could
can
you
take
do
it to the
that?
board.
At least go back to the board, what we did with the police, and that's how they found the 70,000. And you've heard what we're going through. If we could have a total of 20, I think that would be good.
Okay.
Okay.
Can